Chapter 532. All in all, Su Yan had become the role model of the Shui family. He was their idol to learn from. In this sword battle, Su Yan and Wang Baichuan were tied as the Taiheng sword leader. This was personally announced by the sect master. Although Su Yan was not a member of the Shui family, the great ancestor had already said that Su Yan would join the Su family as a consecrator. Moreover, the relationship between Shui Xinhua and Su Yan was obvious. She had even given him the precious sacred sword of wind and thunder. No one would believe that the two of them had nothing to do with each other. All in all, Su Yan had been doing well for the past few days. From the third day onward, Su Yan began to resume his cultivation. Other than meditating every day, he had also begun to practice his sword skills. After a few days of peace, the Shui family's great ancestor suddenly sent a message asking Su Yan to meet him. Su Yan did not know what the Shui family's great ancestor wanted, but since the great ancestor had spoken, Su Yan naturally went to the Shui family's great ancestor's residence. In the Shui family's main hall, some of the older seniors were present, including Shui Cheng. At this moment they stopped their discussion when they saw Su Yan. The Shui family's great ancestor looked at Su Yan with a smile on his wrinkled face. He said with a smile, "Brother Su, I really have to thank you this time." Su Yan smiled faintly then said, "What are you saying, great ancestor? Since Su has joined the Shui family, I'm naturally a part of the family. Of course, I have to do my best to win honor for the Shui family." Su Yan's words made the Shui family members beam with joy. They found Su Yan more and more pleasing to the eye. One had to know that this time, Su Yan had obtained the position of Taiheng swordsman. Although he was tied with Wang Baichuan, he was the swordsman of the Taiheng swordsman faction. No one in the Taiheng swordsman faction dared to disagree with him. And because Su Yan had already returned to the Shui family, the Shui family naturally obtained great benefits. Not only were the resources of the past preserved, but they had also obtained several times more resources than before. This was a joyous occasion for the Shui family. To put it bluntly, Su Yan was the benefactor of everyone in the Shui family. Since that was the case, they were naturally very happy with Su Yan. The old ancestor of the Shui family said, "Little brother Su is righteous, but the Shui family will not be stingy. Here are a few things that I, this old man, will give to little brother Su on behalf of the Shui family." After he finished speaking, he gently waved his hand. Naturally, someone came up with something. The first item was a bottle of pills. Just by looking at this bottle, one could tell that this item was definitely a first-class item. At this time, the old ancestor of the Shui family introduced, "Little brother Su might not know, Shui Cheng. Come and introduce one by one to little brother Su." Just as old Master Shui's words fell, Shui Cheng immediately walked up and responded, "Yes." Then he said to Su Yan, "Su Yan, this pill is called the Spirit Xian pill. It is incomparably precious. In terms of grade, I'm afraid it is enough to be a saint grade. Although it can't regenerate flesh and bones like in the legends, it's not bad either. No matter how serious your injuries are, as long as you still have a breath left, once you take this pill you'll be able to recover. It can even buy you 15 days of time." Hearing Shui Cheng's introduction, Su Yan was also shocked. This Spirit Xian pill was really a treasure. A person who was about to die could buy him 15 days of time. 15 days in the eyes of ordinary people might not be much, but to a person on the verge of death, it was the most precious. Because with these 15 days, you can think of ways to extend your life. This was a huge hope. Su Yan didn't stand on ceremony and thanked him directly. At this time, Shui Cheng smiled and said to the second item, "Su Yan, don't be in a hurry to thank me. The Spirit Xian pill is naturally precious, but the second item is even more precious." He smiled slightly and then said, "This is a remnant page, and what is recorded in this remnant page is a sword intent. I can tell you that this sword intent was left behind by an emperor. If you can comprehend the sword intent in it, it will definitely bring unimaginable benefits to the path of the sword." After hearing this, Su Yan was completely moved. The sword intent left behind by an emperor. Just these few words were enough to show the preciousness of this item. Although it was only a remnant page, if he could obtain a trace of it, it would definitely be an incomparably precious treasure. At this time, Shui family's ancestor said, "I am ashamed to say that this sword intent has been passed down in my Shui family for hundreds of years, but no one, including me, has been able to comprehend it. Little brother Su, your talent is really extraordinary, but it is also extremely terrifying. I hope that you can comprehend it. Of course, I also have a request, and that is if one day little brother Su can't comprehend this sword intent, and there is an extremely outstanding disciple in my Shui family, I hope that little brother Su can lend this sword intent to him for a look. Shui family's ancestor directly asked, and Su Yan naturally nodded in agreement. This was because he had no reason to refuse. Su Yan said directly, "Okay, don't worry, ancestor." At this time it was finally time for the last item. At this time Su Yan didn't notice that Shui Xinhua, who was standing to the side, had lowered her head, and her beautiful cheeks were stained with a rosy glow, making her seem especially beautiful and moving. Shui Chang took a deep breath and said, "Su Yan, the first two items are naturally first-rate treasures, but to me the last item is my most precious, and I will entrust it to you now." Su Yan was slightly puzzled, but at this time Shui Chang revealed the answer. "Su Yan, I have decided to entrust you to you. From today onwards you have to take good care of you. If you suffers even the slightest grievance, although I can't go against you, I will still fight you to the death." Shui Cheng's words caused Su Yan to be stunned. He said that he would entrust you to him? Which you? Naturally it wouldn't be Feng Yueyu. The Shui family only had one moon, and that was Shui Xinhua. Shui Cheng said that he wanted to entrust Shui Xinhua to him, which meant that he wanted to marry both Shui Xinhua to him. In this trip to the 9 states, Su Yan's most important task was to rescue Lu Lan, Su Tiantian, and find Chu Linger's whereabouts. He had already told Shui Cheng these things, but at this moment, Shui Cheng actually said that he wanted to marry his daughter to him. This really made him extremely shocked. Now he didn't even know how to answer. Everyone's eyes fell on Su Yan, and Shui Xinhua was even more so. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a lively light, and no one knew what she was thinking. Looking at Su Yan's helpless appearance, Shui Cheng said, "What's wrong, brother Su Yan? Aren't you overjoyed? Don't worry, since this old man has said this today, I will definitely keep my word." At this moment, Su Yan finally smiled bitterly and said, "Uncle Shui, you should know my purpose in coming to the 9 states. Moreover, I have always treated you as my younger sister. For you to suddenly ask me to marry you, this is really unfair to you." When Su Yan's words fell, everyone was shocked, because before this, no one had expected that Su Yan would actually refuse. Shui Xinhua was the Shui family's moon, and also one of the Taihang twin moons. One could imagine how beautiful she was. If this matter fell on any of the Shui family's disciples, or Taihang's disciples, they would probably go crazy with joy. But now Su Yan actually refused. Shui Xinhua was stunned, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Of course, she knew about what happened today. In order to keep Su Yan, the old ancestor of the Shui family came up with a plan. Of course, Shui Cheng also agreed to this matter with Shui Xinhua's approval. Everything was perfect, and they thought that this would make a good match. But now Su Yan actually refused. Shui Cheng's expression became somewhat ugly. However, he still said, "Su Yan, it's normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. As for the person you want to save, my Shui family, and even the Taihang sword faction, we'll do our best to help." Su Yan looked like he was in a difficult position. At this moment, Shui Xinhua finally couldn't take it anymore and said directly, "Father, don't force big brother Su Yan. Since he doesn't want to, why should we force him?" Shui Xinhua directly ran out after saying that. The moment she turned around, tears fell like pearls. At this moment, Su Yan was standing in the same spot, and he was somewhat at a loss. At this moment in the hall, everyone's expression was ugly. Shui Chang said hatefully, "Su Yan, although I am indebted to you, if anything happens to my daughter, I will definitely kill you." After saying that, Shui Chang directly chased after him. At this moment, the old ancestor of the Shui family said, "All right, let's leave this matter at that for now. But Su Yan, it's better for you to reconsider. After all, I can see that the girl really likes you." Just as Shui Cheng said, "That girl is the moon of our Shui family. Naturally, we don't want her to be wronged." After saying that, the old ancestor of the Shui family stood up and left. Then everyone finally dispersed. Su Yan felt helpless, but at this moment he couldn't say anything. Another 2 days passed. In these 2 days, Shui Xinhua didn't appear in front of Su Yan again. When the Shui family's disciples saw Su Yan, They also looked unfriendly. If it weren't for the fact that Su Yan and Wang Baichuan had a fierce battle last time, they would have beaten Su Yan up. Not to mention others, even Xuedong didn't dare to approach Su Yan when he saw him. Su Yan was indeed very frustrated because if this continued, the Taihang sword faction would definitely not be able to stay. He even felt that he should leave the Taihang sword faction. Chapter 533. The Taihang sword faction was one of the top 10 sects in the Jiuzhou continent. Their position was not obtained through random means. Instead, it was earned through the hard work of the sect's disciples and elders. While the sect's disciples were under the protection of the sect's disciples, they were also obligated to contribute to the sect. Just a few days ago, an ancient ruin appeared in Yongzhou continent of the Jiuzhou continent. This news immediately caused everyone to seethe with excitement. That was because ancient ruins represented endless opportunities. In the past, people had discovered precious treasures, vast amounts of resources, and inheritances in ancient ruins. Regardless of which one it would cause all the sects to fight for it. The appearance of the ancient ruin this time was naturally the same. Many of the Taihang sword faction's elders had already made a move 2 days ago. After passing through the womb, the ancient ruin this time was extremely huge. It was very likely to be an ancient battlefield. Such a place was truly incomparably precious. Because in such a battlefield, it was very possible to find ancient godly weapons, the remains of powerful cultivators, and even their inheritances. However, the Taihang sword faction was not the only one who had discovered this ancient ruin. In fact, these elders had already fought with each other. However, in the end the Taihang sword faction, the Fiery Blaze faction, and the Devil sect finally came to an agreement. That was, none of the elders were allowed to enter the ancient ruin. Only their disciples were allowed to enter. As for the final reward, it would depend on luck. Of course, other than these 3 sects, there would naturally be other sects that would enter. However, compared to these 3 sects, those smaller forces were pitifully weak. Since this was related to the ancient battlefield, the Taihang sword faction naturally placed great importance on this. The Taihang 10 swords actually came out in full force this time. At the same time, the top 100 experts also came out. Such a move finally made everyone's expression change. They also realized that the inheritances in this ancient battlefield were definitely not to be underestimated. Otherwise, the higher-ups of the Taihang sword faction wouldn't have made such a move. Before leaving, Xuecheng once again found Su Yan. He finally sighed and said, "Su Yan, it was my fault for what happened that day. I only wanted to bring you and you together. However, it's all in the past now, so I won't talk about it with you. However, you must take good care of you during this trip to the ancient battlefield. If anything happens to her, then I'll really go all out against you." Su Yan said directly, "Uncle Xue, I treat you as my younger sister. How can I watch something happen to her? Don't worry, unless I die, I won't let you get hurt." After several reminders, Xuecheng was finally at ease. This time there were 2 elders leading the team. These 2 elders were extremely terrifying people. Su Yan could feel an extremely powerful and terrifying power from them. Although he did not know the specific realm, he clearly knew that they were definitely at the realm above the 7 dragons. Within a radius of 6 mountains, he was at Dragon Realm level 9. He had just stepped into the Dragon Realm and had a long road ahead of him. The 7 dragons of the Dragon Realm were already extremely powerful. Previously, he had personally seen Wang Yuan of the Wang family in action. That kind of power was simply terrifying. A powerful monster like the 9-winged winged serpent was killed in front of him. How terrifying was this kind of power? After that, Su Yan and Wang Baichuan met. When he saw Su Yan, Wang Baichuan was expressionless. He only said one sentence. The outcome of the previous battle was not decided. However, one day the outcome will be decided. As soon as he finished speaking, he left on his own accord. Su Yan did not say anything. This was because he knew that this sentence would definitely come true. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Before everyone left the faction leader appeared and said, "Everyone, this time, you are representing the face of the Taihang sword faction. Therefore, I don't care what grudges you have, but when you are outside you must be united. I hope that all of you can return alive." The faction leader's last sentence made everyone's hearts heavy. The sun rose from the east shining brightly. the disciples of the Taihang sword faction finally set off. The journey to Yongzhou was not short. Even with the best horses from the faction, it would still take 7 days. In order to seize the opportunity, no one dared to delay. 5 days passed quietly. During these 5 days, Xue Xingyue and Su Yan kept their distance. The two of them were like strangers. Su Yan sighed and thought to himself, perhaps this is the best choice. Another night came and the entire group finally decided to stop and rest. This was because in front of them was a famous and dangerous place in the Jojo continent. It was extremely dangerous. There were extremely terrifying demonic beasts here, such as the blue fire wolves. The blue fire wolves were extremely powerful and terrifying demonic beasts. Their fighting strength was extremely strong. More importantly, they appeared in packs. According to legends, in the history of the blue fire wolves, there was an extremely powerful wolf god. His strength was even comparable to the dragon god. Because of the wolf god, the entire blue fire wolf was filled with a mysterious and dangerous aura. What was worse was that the blue fire wolves were not the only powerful existence in this demonic beast plane. There were also extremely terrifying creatures like the ice python. After the two elders gave the order, everyone began to rest. The Wang family members surrounded Wang Baichuan. It was as if the stars were surrounding the moon. The Feng family members surrounded Feng Yuhai. After all, the strength of the Taihang second sword was not to be underestimated. At this moment in the sky, meteors slowly streaked across the sky. Xue Xingyue raised her head and looked at the meteors in the sky. No one knew what she was thinking. The first half of the night quietly passed like this. These few days they had been traveling day and night. Almost everyone felt tired. After all, although cultivators had unimaginable physiques, they were still humans at the end of the day. As long as they were human, they would feel tired. Therefore, at this moment, everyone began to fall asleep. However, at this moment, a wolf's howl directly tore through Yikong. The two elders directly opened their eyes. They looked at each other and saw extreme seriousness in each other's eyes. This wolf's howl was definitely not simple. Just from the sound alone, the two of them felt an immense pressure. If they guessed correctly, the blue fire wolf that let out this howl was probably not inferior to their strength. This time, the Taihang sword faction sent over the top 100 powerhouses. They were definitely powerful. However, the number of blue fire wolves was definitely much more than that. Although most of the blue fire wolves could not be compared to the Taihang sword faction disciples, but thousands of blue fire wolves surrounding them was still a very terrifying thing. At this time, one of the elders said, "That evil beast is so powerful." The other elder nodded. "I'm afraid it's the same as us. Feng Tianluo, what should we do?" Feng Tianluo said, "Judging from the howl just now, this beast is probably really angry. Immediately tell all the disciples to retreat 5 miles away. We can't be involved in this." The two elders, one was Feng Tianluo of the Feng family, the other was Wen Yunfeng, an elder outside the 3 families. Both of them were in the realm of 7 dragons. However, at this time they finally decided to avoid the blue fire wolf. The order was passed down quickly. When all the disciples stood up and were about to leave, Su Yan suddenly found that they seemed to be too late. At this moment, he had already seen the cyan light coming here. The reason why blue firewolves had this name was that their wolf tail looked like a cyan flame. Therefore, they got this name. At night, this flame was particularly conspicuous, just like the ghost fire of the netherworld. At this time, not only Su Yan but almost everyone had seen it. The cyan flame swept over like a wave, as if this group of blue firewolves were coming for them. "Damn it, why are these beasts coming here?" Feng Tianluo directly shouted in a low voice. Now their top priority was to get to the battlefield as soon as possible, not to entangle with this group of evil beasts. If they were entangled with this group of evil beasts here, it would be a huge trouble. What's more, he had a deeper concern in his heart. These damn blue firewolves, they didn't go berserk earlier or later, but they just had to make such a strange move at this time. It could be seen that this was absolutely not a coincidence. Then someone must be playing tricks behind the scenes. This time, the appearance of the ancient battlefield really involved too many people, and too many forces were interested in the ancient battlefield. This time it should be a good thing that those guys did. But it was useless to think about it now because now the blue firewolves were approaching. What was worse was that, unknowingly, Some extremely terrifying demonic beasts had appeared behind them. They were 2 strongmen of the 7 Dragons realm and so many elite disciples of the sect, but they were ambushed unknowingly. This method was really powerful. Humph, I really don't know who is so generous to directly control so many evil beasts. When Yunfeng said directly, Feng Tianluo said, all disciples prepare for battle. Don't retreat. Kill directly. We'll kill a bloody way out. After saying this, Feng Tianluo's voice appeared in the sky again. I don't know who you are, but since you dare to attack the Taiheng Sword faction today, the Taiheng Sword faction will definitely eliminate you from the world next time. Feng Tianluo's voice was very overbearing, but no one thought that he was joking. Chapter 534. As he said, no matter who they were, since they had the intention to kill the Taiheng Sword faction, they had to be prepared for the revenge of the Taiheng Sword faction. Of course, for them this was all in the future. The most important thing was to survive the current situation. If they couldn't survive the ambush today, everything in the future would have nothing to do with them. After all, no matter how fierce the revenge of the Taiheng Sword faction was, no matter how miserable their enemies were, they were all dead. Therefore, the most important thing for them now was to survive. Only by surviving could they make their enemies pay the price with blood, and let their enemies know that they were not easy to provoke. Only by surviving could they feel the heat of their enemies' blood. Su Yan walked to Xinhua and said, Xinhua, try not to leave my side later. Except for the 2 elders, he, Wang Baichuan, and himself were the most powerful people here. As for Wang Baichuan, he must take care of the disciples of the Wang family. To put it bluntly, it was already a good thing that he didn't secretly add insult to injury. At this time, Xinhua just said lightly, I'm a strong person in the dragon realm. I can protect myself. Please take care of the other disciples of the Xue family. Xinua's words were still very calm, but this calmness showed the kind of indescribable estrangement between them. Su Yan obviously had expected that she would say so, but Su Yan had no choice but to smile gently and say, be careful. In the time it took to say these words, the pack of blue fire wolves had already charged towards them. Feng Tianluo and Wen Yunfeng were waiting seriously. At this time, Feng Tianluo said, Senior Brother One, I'm going to find Wolf King and try to pin him down. You protect the team and don't let others attack us. Facing the blue fire wolves, the best way was to escape. But at this time it was obviously unrealistic, so there was only one way to go now, to kill the Wolf King. The Wolf King was undoubtedly the core of the whole wolf pack. As long as the Wolf King was killed, as long as the Wolf King was scared away, this crisis would almost be over. Of course, it was also very dangerous to do so. Since it was the Wolf King, it must be very powerful. The wolf's howl that tore the whole Yikong apart proved everything. What's more, the Wolf King must be surrounded by extremely powerful blue fire wolves. However, as the strongest person in the team, Feng Tianluo was duty-bound to do so. For the Sublime Flow Sword School to be able to survive until now, it naturally had its own strong points. Regardless of the 3 families' internal strife, the Xue family, the Wang family, and the Feng family, they must be united. Only in this way, to ensure the Taiheng Sword faction to survive. When Yunfeng just said lightly, Senior Brother, be careful. If Feng Tianluo wanted to kill the Wolf King, it would naturally be a dangerous matter. But it was to stay. Because he had to take care of the whole team. Obviously, this was a trap set by others. In this case, there must be a sneak attack. Compared with the Wolf King in the open, this was the most dangerous place. The blue fire wolves had already rushed over. The disciples of the Taiheng Sword faction had already pulled out their swords. Immediately, the sword chi rushed to the sky. None of the disciples of the Taiheng Sword faction retreated. How could the top 100 disciples of the Taiheng Sword faction be ordinary? At this time, all of them rushed up directly. Sword shadows burst out one after another. Like a whirlwind, they began to harvest lives directly. This time, just like in a human army, the ones in the front were always the cannon fodder. The wolf pack was the same. These blue fire wolves charging at the very front were naturally the weakest. Just because of this, countless blue fire wolves died one after another and became flesh and blood. Taiheng Sword faction sword chi burst out with an irresistible momentum. Su Yan was right in the middle of it. He was shocked by the aura. The gap between the 5 counties and the 9 prefectures was truly huge. The momentum of such a battle formation was enough to crush the entire 5 counties. It was no wonder that Wang Han was so arrogant when he went to the 5 counties, because the gap between the two sides was too big. It was like a tycoon looking at a slave. Of course, there was a reason for this momentum. It was because the spirit qi between the two continents was too big. Su Yan was not surprised that such a gap existed after thousands of years. The blue firewolves were attacked by the Taihang sword faction, and their formation was immediately in chaos. However, at this time, the loud howls of the wolves were heard again. Even in such a chaotic environment, the sound of the wolf's howl was clearly audible. The Wolf King. At this time, the Wolf King finally started to gain intelligence. At this time, Feng Tianluo directly locked onto the Wolf King's position. Evil creature, die. Feng Tianluo was like a deity as she shot towards the Wolf King. The terrifying power of the 7 dragons realm exploded. The moment this terrifying aura appeared, it crushed a large group of wolves. At this time, the Wolf King naturally noticed Feng Tianluo's arrival. Then, he let out another terrifying roar, and his entire body immediately became extremely huge. Previously, the blue firewolf was clearly the size of a calf. At this moment, it had actually become in existence the size of a small mountain. Soon, Feng Tianluo and the blue fire wolf king started to fight. Torrential storm of rose blossoms. At this time, Su Yan had already rushed to the front of the Shui family disciples. Since he had promised the Shui family patriarch, he naturally had to fulfill his responsibility. Moreover, the Shui family patriarch had treated him well. At this time, he directly performed the elephant's torrential storm of rose blossoms. With Su Yan's current realm, he could naturally perform the elephant's torrential storm of rose blossoms perfectly. The pure white and beautiful pear blossoms appeared and floated in the air. When each petal brushed past a wolf, its life would be taken away. Everyone present agreed that in terms of efficiency, Su Yan was number one. But soon Wang Baichuan also began to show his power. Both of them were at the front of the group, but the sword he used was much simpler than Su Yan's. It was just pure slashing and slashing. Su Yan's power gave people a sense of artistic beauty, while Wang Baichuan's was a violent beauty. The two of them had completely different styles, but their efficiency in killing the blue firewolves was incomparably fast. It was like a harvester of life. At this time in the darkness, a pair of eyes opened and looked over. Is that person Wang Baichuan? He's really powerful. I really didn't know that when he fully unleashed his combat strength, it would be terrifying to the point of death. No wonder old Seven died in his hands. This was an old man with a gloomy expression. He looked at Wang Baichuan, who was slaughtering the wolves, with a serious expression. But at this time he suddenly noticed Su Yan. Who is this guy? His sword chi is quite exquisite, and his combat strength doesn't seem to be weak either. Then he restrained his smile and said, I really didn't expect that the Taihang sword faction would have another genius. But it doesn't matter. After today, whether it's Wang Baichuan or this new genius, they will all die. His killing intent was overwhelming, and his entire body was filled with an extremely strong killing intent. He was the 5th venerable of the ghost-killing hall of the Devil's Sect. The 5 Dragons Realm Elder that Su Yan killed was the 7th venerable of the ghost-killing hall. Although the people of the Devil's Sect were all scheming against each other, he and Old Seven happened to be close friends. Therefore he hated Wang Baichuan very much. This time he ambushed the Taihang sword faction here, so naturally, he couldn't go back empty-handed. At this time Wen Yunfeng suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at them directly. Sneaky scoundrel, are you hiding here? Solitary sword. Wen Yunfeng directly attacked. Then a 15-meter-long sword chi appeared out of thin air and chopped down directly. The 5th venerable frowned and directly hit out with his palm. The two forces met directly in the air. Wen Yunfeng was in the 7 dragons realm of the dragon realm. However, the 5th venerable's palm directly blocked Wen Yunfeng's sword. The 5th venerable showed up and then said to Wen Yunfeng of the Taihang sword faction, you are really something. You can actually find me. Wen Yunfeng's expression was not relaxed. He already felt the threat. He said directly, how dare you ambush the Taihang sword faction? Aren't you afraid that we will directly kill your Saint Devil Mountain with the Taihang swordsmanship? The rules of this exploration were set by the sect masters. At this time, the Devil's sect dared to openly violate the rules. It was simply audacious of them. If this matter was spread out, it would immediately arouse the wrath of the Devil's sect. If the Raging Fire sect and the Tai-Hang Sword faction joined hands, even the powerful Devil's sect would not be able to withstand it. The fifth venerable sneered and then said, "Haha, what does this matter have to do with us? It's just that you are too useless and will be killed by the evil beasts in the monster plane." When Yunfeng moved gently, without any nonsense, he directly rushed to the fifth elder. At this time, all the disciples were in danger. Every bit of time wasted meant that the young disciples of these sects would be in more danger. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly. Su Yan and Wang Baichuan, listen to me. This time, no matter what, you have to protect the disciples of the Tai-Hang Sword faction. Of course, when Yunfeng had witnessed the battle between Su Yan and Wang Baichuan, he deeply understood the strength of these two people. When he was in the battle with the old guy of the Devil's sect, these two people were his biggest hope. Chapter 535. No matter what price they had to pay, they had to bear the responsibility at this time. Because they were the Tai-Hang Sword Chief appointed by the sect master. The title of Tai-Hang Sword Chief was not only a supreme honor, but also an extremely heavy responsibility. In the past, Xue Xingchuan, the supreme genius of the Xue family, died to protect the disciples of the Tai-Hang Sword faction. Su Yan naturally didn't have such awareness. However, if it was within the scope of his ability, he was still willing to do his best to protect the Taixing Sword School, or at least the disciples of the Xue family. At this time, with him in the front, the disciples of the Xue family would not be at a disadvantage. At this time, there was a terrible noise coming from the sky. It was the fight between the Wolf King and Feng Tianluo. The strength of these two people had already reached such a level. That kind of terrifying strength was simply frightening. After all, they were powerhouses of the Seven Dragon realm. At this time, not to mention those low-level blue fire wolves, even the disciples of the Tai-Hang Sword faction were very careful, for fear that they would be swept away by this terrible power. At this time, the fifth elder of the ghost-killing hall suddenly sneered and said, "When Yunfeng, I won't talk nonsense with you today. I will kill you directly next time." The fifth elder's strange smile made Wen Yunfeng uneasy. He always felt that this guy must have other plans. If this old man were to leave at this time, and then carry out a secret operation, it would definitely be an extremely dangerous matter. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he finally followed the fifth elder. When Su Yan saw Wen Yunfeng following the elder of the Devil's doctrine, he immediately knew that things were going to be bad. Damn it, they are luring me away. At this time, Wen Yunfeng was the deterrent force here. However, if he left at this time, the opponent would be unscrupulous. In the sky, the fight between the Blue Fire Wolf King and Feng Tianluo became unprecedentedly terrible. Feng Tianluo was like a prehistoric giant beast, constantly tumbling in the sky. His strength was too terrifying, too frightening. The powerful and terrible power kept coming, as if it was going to tear everything apart. At this moment, Feng Tianluo naturally used his full strength. Even the Blue Fire Wolf King was suppressed by him. At this time, he suddenly noticed that Wen Yunfeng was far away. A trace of uneasiness flashed through his mind. Damn it, this is a diversion. Wen Yunfeng has been irritated, or in other words, induced. Anyway, it is not a good thing for him to leave at this time. However, his opponent, the Blue Fire Wolf King, would definitely not give him any chance. Although he had just suppressed the Blue Fire Wolf King, the moment the opportunity presented itself, the Blue Fire Wolf King would immediately erupt and launch a terrifying counterattack. Blue Fire Wolf King. I know that a powerful demonic beast like you must have extremely powerful intelligence. Why are you working with these people? If the battle continued, Feng Tianluo was naturally not afraid. However, the disciples of the Tai-Hang Sword faction couldn't wait any longer. Even at this moment, the disciples of the Tai-Hang Sword faction were full of vigor. Under the leadership of Su Yan and Wang Baichuan, they were forcing the opponents to retreat. However, he knew that if this continued, the situation would take a turn for the worse. Not to mention that the powerful demonic beasts here would swarm over after sensing the aura. Even the enemies hiding in the dark would be absolutely fatal. At this moment, the Blue Fire Wolf King raised his head and looked at Feng Tianluo, saying, Haha, damn humans, you stole my child. How can I let you go? A terrifying anger came out of the blue fire wolf king's huge body. At this moment, Feng Tianluo finally understood why the blue fire wolf king attacked them so crazily. The blue fire wolf king's child. These damn guys, how could they do such a thing? However, at this moment it was obvious that no explanation could be given. The blue fire wolf king was obviously extremely angry now. No matter what he said, it would be useless. The only thing he could do was to kill his way out. At the thought of this, his gaze gradually turned cold. Then, he turned into a stream of light and charged forward. He was flying in the air, and the sword light in his hand was even more terrifying. He directly shot towards the blue fire wolf king. At this moment, the most important thing was to defeat the blue fire wolf king. 7 huge dragons circled around him. As he attacked, the roars of the dragons reverberated through the sky. Flames exploded from the blue fire wolf king's body. It was as if a volcano had suddenly erupted at this moment. The clash between these two powerhouses shocked all the living beings present. Under such power, it was really difficult to force their way through. At this moment, a scream was heard. In this chaotic battle, a disciple's neck was silently slit. In such a chaotic situation, death was not unexpected. However, he was not bitten to death by the blue fire wolf king. Instead, he was killed by a sneak attack by his companion. This victim was a disciple of the Shui family, and the person who attacked him was his old friend. Until his death, he did not understand why his old friend would attack him. This person's attack was really vicious. Especially in such a chaotic situation, this sneak attack could be considered as silent. It was just that if it was a normal time, it would indeed be like this. However, it was different now. Because Su Yan was constantly paying attention to the Shui family disciples. Su Yan's divine will was much stronger than the average person's. Hence, even in such a chaotic situation, he was still able to control everything. When the dead Shui family disciple cried out in pain, he had already sensed it. However, by the time he wanted to help, it was already too late. He only had a strong divine will, but he was not a god. However, since he had already discovered this guy, Su Yan naturally had to kill him. Otherwise, how could he face the Shui family disciples who had already died? At this moment, his entire body turned into an illusion and charged towards this person. This person killed his old friend, but he did not react at all. It was as if he had just killed an insignificant dog. His gaze was cold as he looked for his next target. However, at this moment, a cold aura suddenly enveloped him. After feeling this aura, his entire body trembled. He did not even need to think before he knew that he was in danger. However, he really could not understand how his opponent had discovered him when he had been so secretive. However, this was no longer important. The most important thing was that he had to survive. Although he was a death warrior, he did not want to die unless he had no other choice. However, before he could do anything, Su Yan's sword flashed and slashed across his neck. That person quickly froze on the spot, his eyes filled with disbelief. Since he had infiltrated the Taihang sword faction, he naturally saw the battle between Su Yan and Wang Baichuan that day. He knew that Su Yan was very strong. However, when he experienced it himself, he realized that this strength was enough to make him despair. At this moment, someone finally noticed that something was amiss. Shui Xinyue turned around and saw that Su Yan had killed that person. She directly killed a blue fire wolf beside her, and then directly questioned, "Su Yan, what are you doing?" Su Yan did not have time to explain anything to her. He said to everyone, "Everyone be careful. We have a mole among us. This person was killed by him." The disciples of the Shui family were stunned. However, when they saw the wound on the disciple who had fallen first, they immediately knew what was going on. Su Yan then channeled his spiritual qi and shouted, "Everyone, be careful of the mole." At this moment, another disciple was killed by his companions in another place. This time it was a member of the Wang family. Wang Baichuan's gaze turned cold as he said, "Everyone be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed the person who had ambushed him. Actually, he should have expected this. How could it be possible that the other party did not have an ambush for them to know their whereabouts in such a timely manner? However, this was the most shocking part. After all, they were the top 100 young disciples of the Taihang sword faction. To put it bluntly, these disciples had a bright future ahead of them. They were the future and hope of the Tai-Hang sword faction. However, there was a mole from the Devil sect among them. The Devil sect was indeed a powerful sect with tens of thousands of years of history. It was terrifying that they were able to plant such a mole in the Tai-Hang sword faction. At this moment, everyone was panicking. Of course, after 2 people were killed in a row, everyone was already panicking. However, as expected of the top 100 disciples, after the initial chaos, they calmed down in an instant. While killing the approaching demonic beasts, they were also on guard against themselves. It was just that after such an unforeseen event, there was an additional layer of distrust between everyone. Obviously, the Devil sect had achieved their goal. At this moment, a group of men in black suddenly appeared. These men in black were very good at concealment. What was even more shocking was that they seemed to be able to dodge the blue fire wolf's attack. The massacre became even more intense and terrifying. Su Yan's heart became heavy. He knew that at this moment, the disciples of the Tai-Hang sword faction had fallen into the enemy's rhythm. If this continued, the situation would become even worse. The other party must have a motive for creating such chaos. Su Yan did not believe that the other party did not have a motive at all. At this moment, a cold murderous intent gathered. Su Yan, Wang Baichuan, and Feng Yuhai felt an extremely terrifying aura lock onto them at the same time. These 3 people were the strongest in the group, but they felt the threat of death from the person who had locked onto them. Chapter 536. From the very beginning, Su Yan had expected this. Obviously, it was not a small thing that they could lure all the blue fire wolves here. If such a big move was just to kill a few ordinary disciples, then it would be a bit of a loss that did not make up for it. But what if the top 3 disciples of the Tai-Hang sword faction died? Or what if all the elders were to die together with him? That would definitely hurt the whole Tai-Hang sword faction. The Tai-Hang sword faction was already in a panic because of the sacrifice of several disciples. What was worse was that the 2 seven-dragon swordsmen were not here. So it was the best time to kill the top 3 disciples of the Tai-Hang sword faction. At this time, 3 figures flashed and directly rushed to the top 3 disciples of the Tai-Hang sword faction. They were Su Yan, Feng Yuhai, and Wang Baichuan. Feeling the strong qi attack, the 3 of them changed their expressions at the same time. Judging from the qi, there were 2 six-dragon swordsmen. Although the last one had reached the 6-dragon realm, his qi was so horrible that he might have reached the peak of the 5-dragon realm. That was really a big deal. What was more, Su Yan, Feng Yuhai did not know whether to leave or not. Because at this time, if they chose to leave, those swordsmen would directly attack the other disciples around. Even Su Yan and the others would find it extremely difficult to deal with the ambush of the 3 great experts. Their lives might even be in danger, let alone the others. So what they could do now was to fight. The 3 swordsmen had arrived suddenly, and Wang Baichuan's opponent was the most powerful one among them. The power in his hand was so horrible that it made people tremble with fear. 6 dragon shadows danced in the air. Among them, there was a trend of improvement. This person was only 1 step away from the 7-dragon realm. Clearly, such a person was an extremely terrifying existence. Compared with Wang Yuan and Feng Tianluo of the Tai-Hang sword faction, Wen Yunfeng was only 1 step behind. And Su Yan's opponent was also a 6-dragon powerhouse. Although he was still a bit weaker than Wang Baichuan's opponent, it was enough to see how much they valued Su Yan. Su Yan? What a young genius. If you join my glory sect from now on, I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will die here today. This person's voice was very gloomy, but the majesty in it was unquestionable. In the face of such a threat, Su Yan only responded with a sneer. Then he said, "Old dog, if you have the ability, then come and kill me. Isn't this kind of nonsense used to deceive children degrading your status?" Su Yan's eyes were brimming with fighting spirit. Not only was he not afraid, but he was eager to try. His whole person was like a madman. Seeing Su Yan's eyes, this person's face turned cold. He said, "You are really arrogant and ignorant." After that, he had already rushed directly towards Su Yan. His movements did not seem fast, and even gave people a feeling of clumsiness. However, Su Yan felt that when this person attacked, he had already blocked all his escape routes. If he did not choose to fight head-on, then as soon as he started to escape, This person's strength would fiercely hit him and then give him a fatal blow. Su Yan never doubted his fighting intuition, and he would not doubt the strength of a six-dragon powerhouse. He knew that this battle was far more difficult than facing Wang Baichuan. He took a deep breath and then a pair of staffs suddenly burst out. At this time the powerful strength directly spread out and turned into a pair of the most terrifying dragon wings. This move was the demonic dragon wings from the bloodline inheritance of the great demonic dragon. After every powerhouse entered the dragon realm, they would be born with a special ability, just like Wang Baichuan's awe-inspiring state. Therefore, when Su Yan entered the dragon realm, no one would doubt him if he used this move again. Once the demonic dragon wings appeared, Su Yan's entire body immediately revealed an extremely domineering and fierce aura, as if he had really transformed into a real dragon. When this person saw this scene, he was also shocked. What? You have already displayed the talent of Dragon Realm? You clearly entered the Dragon Realm not long ago when you fought Wang Baichuan. What a scary kid. Looks like I can't let you live today. One had to know that even for powerhouses in the Dragon Realm, not everyone could awaken the talent of Dragon Realm. Some people, even at the end of the Dragon Realm, were unable to give birth to their own talent of Dragon Realm. For example, he had already reached the sixth Dragon Realm, but had not been born. However, Su Yan was only at the one Dragon Realm, but he had already given birth to the Dragon Clan's special ability. Moreover, his special ability was the Dragon Wings. This kind of talent of Dragon Realm was related to the Dragon Clan and was known for its strength. He could clearly see that if Su Yan could survive and not die, he would definitely become an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. However, now that Su Yan had joined the Taihang Sword faction, he was his enemy. Allowing such a person to continue to grow was an extremely stupid thing to do, could even be considered an idiot. At this moment, from his point of view, Su Yan had already surpassed Wang Baichuan and became the person who should be killed the most. However, after the initial shock, he had already calmed down. No matter what, Su Yan's realm was there for all to see. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to fight against him. After all, the difference between the two of them was too great. At this moment, he suddenly stretched out his hand, and a dense demonic aura gathered on his palm. He suddenly roared, "Go to hell!" The violent attack directly slammed down, causing countless clouds of dust to fly up. At this moment, the powerful and violent energy continuously trembled, and the entire battlefield seemed to have begun to tremble. There was no one around Su Yan and this person anymore, because they could not withstand such a powerful aura, and they all retreated. At this moment, Xue Xinhua looked at Su Yan, her eyes filled with deep worry. At this moment, Su Yan was facing a life-and-death situation, which made her extremely worried. Although on the surface she did not care about Su Yan's life and death, how could she truly be so heartless? However, at this moment she could not do anything. She clearly knew that although they were both in the Dragon Realm, compared to Su Yan she was too weak. She could even be described as too weak to stand up to the wind. Su Yan's expression was extremely serious. The dragon wings on his back flapped, and his entire body turned into a ray of light and flew out. Of course, it was not to escape, but to fight. He actually directly collided with the Devil Sect's six dragons powerhouse. Just like what he had sensed earlier, as long as Su Yan futilely tried to escape, he would leave behind an opening, and this person who had sensed Su Yan's opening would definitely not give Su Yan any chance to escape, and would definitely launch the fiercest attack. Therefore, the best way was to face it head-on. The scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand directly exploded with a blazing light, and then he began to use a sword technique, the Immortal Sword Technique. The Immortal Sword Technique of the Burial Sword Tomb had now become extremely powerful in Su Yan's hands. The shadow of the scorching sun sword directly spread out, turning into a shadow that was 10 meters long, and directly bombarded the Devil Sect Elder's palm. When the Devil Sect Elder saw the scorching sun sword, his eyes immediately revealed incomparable greed. The sacred sword. It really is the sacred sword. This is great. This old man is lacking a suitable weapon, and today I can finally get what I want. His entire body was constantly trembling. This was because he was too excited. Personally killing a super genius, a future invincible powerhouse, and at the same time directly snatching the sacred sword in his hand, this was such a fortunate thing. Therefore, even someone as powerful as him began to tremble. The two forces quickly collided directly. Without any suspense, Su Yan's entire person was directly sent flying out. Even with the help of the devil dragon wings, Su Yan's strength had slightly improved. However, the gap of 5 dragons was still too big. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Su Yan could not win at all. Su Yan's dragon wings flapped again, and then his entire body paused in the air. This short attack allowed Su Yan to know how powerful the opponent's strength was. The 6 dragons realm was indeed powerful, but Su Yan did not give up hope, because he felt that he could defeat him. The 6 dragons realm was of course powerful enough, but he was not a genius like Wang Baichuan. Therefore Su Yan still had a chance. Su Yan looked at the opponent and suddenly said, "I know that you want to kill me, and you also want the semi-divine sword in my hand, but obviously I can't beat you, so now I'm going to run." As soon as his voice fell, Su Yan actually flapped his dragon wings and flew into the distance. The Devil Sect's elder was stunned. He did not expect Su Yan to make such a choice. However, he quickly laughed coldly. "Run? Are you trying to lure me away? Don't worry, you can't escape from my grasp." After laughing coldly, he directly flew into the air and chased after Su Yan. As soon as this elder left, the pressure on everyone immediately decreased a lot. Su Yan's speed began to increase, and then he began to fly into the distance. If he wanted to defeat this old thing, he would need to use many methods. However, it was not convenient for the Taihang sword faction to see these methods. Of course, Su Yan was sure that this old thing would come after him because of his greed. For the Scorching Sun sword in Su Yan's hand, he would definitely do so. At the same time, once the two of them left, the burden on the Taihang sword faction's disciples was reduced. At least when the two of them fought, they would not be affected. Soon Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai made the same choice as Su Yan. Chapter 537. Su Yan's speed was indeed fast. Even with the old man's strength, it still took him half an hour to catch up to Su Yan. For experts like them, how far could they fly in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? At this moment, the two of them could no longer see the Taihang sword faction from where they were. At this moment, the Devil Sect expert looked at Su Yan and sneered. Then he said, "I don't care if you came here on purpose or if you wanted to escape. It doesn't matter anymore. The most important thing is that you can't escape now." His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Then he said again, "I'll give you one more chance. Give me the holy sword in your hand, and I'll guarantee that you'll join the sage sect. I'll also give you enough attention." Su Yan did not take the old man's words to heart at all. He did not come here to escape in the first place. Su Yan said directly, "Give me a chance? No, you're wrong. I never thought of giving you a chance. This place is almost done, so we should make our move." As Su Yan's voice fell, his gaze became extremely sharp. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. "Old dog, let me see how strong the 6 dragons are." Before he could finish his sentence, he had already charged over. The Devil Sect elder was stunned. He did not expect Su Yan to take the initiative to attack at this moment. This was beyond his expectations, but it did not matter. No matter what, Su Yan would never be able to escape from his grasp. When Su Yan charged directly at him, the old man activated his devil technique and struck out with his palm. A majestic force condensed and then violently charged at Su Yan. "You overestimate yourself, kid. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." At this moment he naturally would not hold back. The power of this palm was even more terrifying than before. When this palm landed, there were countless explosions in the air. It was as if the air was directly torn apart at this moment. That terrifying power vividly displayed his strength. At this time, Su Yan's eyes suddenly became as hot as fire. He then chuckled and said, "Very good." The power of the dragon wings on his back became even more profound. At the same time, he focused his power and charged forward. Deity Vanquishing Sword. The inheritance from the heavenly demon made a move at this moment. The great heavenly devil lord's deity Vanquishing Sword had slain God knows how many powerful enemies back then. It possessed extremely terrifying might. This sword had actually amplified his strength by 5 times. Su Yan's strength was very strong. Although he had just entered the dragon realm, he could already fight against a 4-dragon genius like Wang Baichuan. Therefore, He was not too far away from the Devil Sect elder. But at this moment the strength of his sword had actually increased by 10 times. The Devil Sect elder's palm was torn apart without any suspense. However, the terrifying power did not show any signs of stopping. A powerful force descended from the sky. For no reason at all, it was as if a violent storm had been stirred up. The power of this storm was so terrifying that the elder felt like his insides were being torn apart. How is this possible? Looking at the incoming attack, he was actually stunned for a moment. However, in the next moment he had already reacted. With such power he definitely could not take it head-on. Otherwise only death would await him. Therefore at this moment his body directly moved to the side. This elder's speed was indeed very fast. At this critical moment, he finally dodged Su Yan's terrifying attack. If his reaction had been just a little slower, he was afraid that he would have died. At this moment, there was even a trace of fear in his eyes as he looked at Su Yan. He was clearly a kid in the dragon realm, but he was actually able to use such a terrifying move. How is this possible? How did your strength become so strong? No, I understand now. You must have some incredible battle technique or secret technique. Your sword just now seems very similar to the sword in the Sage Sect's legends. As expected of a 6th Dragon Realm elder, he was really experienced and knowledgeable. Very quickly, he recognized the technique that Su Yan had just used. Su Yan's gaze was just like that. It was cold and traceless, as if there was no longer any color in the world. At this moment, there was actually a faint trace of demonic aura on his body. This caused him to frown. The Buddha's heart in his body was gently beating, as if suppressing the power of this demonic aura. Hand it over, kid. Give me your battle technique and I can let you go. The Devil Sect elder roared again. At first, he thought that this kid only had the sacred sword in his hand that was worth fighting for. But now it seemed that the situation was far from that. Who was this guy? He even had the inheritance of the Devil Sect? Could he be the legendary Devil Sect crown prince who had escaped from the Devil Sect's control? But it didn't matter. He was not interested in Su Yan's identity. He only wanted Su Yan's sacred sword and battle technique. At this moment, Su Yan's body moved again. After using the previous move, you actually dare to take the initiative to attack now. According to the Devil Sect elder's estimation, using such a battle technique was really exhausting. Even a genius like Su Yan should be exhausted after using that move. After all, that was the legendary deity vanquishing sword. But at this moment Su Yan actually charged towards him again. The speed of his flight was simply shocking. The extremely terrifying power was incomparably shocking. But this move seemed to be different from the previous one. Of course, after experiencing the previous attack, he no longer dared to underestimate Su Yan in any way. He deeply understood that this kid in front of him had mastered a lot of interesting things. If he could get his hands on all of them, it would definitely be a huge opportunity for him. You can't use the deity vanquishing sword, and you still want to fight me head-on? How foolish. As he spoke, his powerful strength erupted once again, and a mysterious dark aureole appeared behind him. This halo caused his strength to become even more terrifying. Su Yan's sword met the halo directly. This time Su Yan was directly sent flying. The elder of the Devil Sect laughed coldly. His guess was right. This fella could only use the god vanquishing sword once. But this was also good. Because this way this kid's time of death had come. With that thought in mind, he once again charged towards Su Yan to suppress him. But at this moment, Su Yan flapped the dragon wings behind him and charged towards him again. Su Yan's tenacity was beyond the Devil Sect elder's imagination. The scarlet swordlight drew an extremely beautiful trajectory in the air. When it arrived in front of the elder, Su Yan's swordlight turned and slashed at him again. The elder's dark halo countered once again. Similarly, Su Yan was still unable to match up to the elder's halo. But this time Su Yan didn't retreat as much as he did. The elder's gaze was fixed on Su Yan. Although it had only been 2 strikes, he had already sensed something strange. Su Yan's strength seemed to have increased compared to before. What's going on? What kind of technique is this? Why does it feel so familiar? Previously, he had already recognized the deity vanquishing sword. At this moment he felt that the technique Su Yan used was familiar. He felt that this was another technique that he did not know of that was attacking him. Furthermore, this technique felt familiar to him. It was probably another battle technique from the Devil Sex legends. At the thought of this, his eyes became even more fiery. It was as if he was going to swallow Su Yan whole. At this moment, Su Yan did not pay attention to him. The third strike came down again. His sword became heavier and heavier with each strike. By the seventh strike, the elder had already begun to retreat. This was because he realized that the great devil halo that he had condensed had actually begun to tremble. He was already unable to withstand Su Yan's power. This absolutely horrified him to the extreme. He looked at Su Yan as if he was looking at a monster. How is this possible? How is this possible? However, at this moment the eighth strike came down again. The sword that came across the sky had even cut through the sky. This terrifying sound was simply shocking. That violent power seemed as if the entire world was beginning to be destroyed. At this moment all the power began to collapse and even be destroyed. Such power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Between heaven and earth, there was a sinking radiance. At this moment the demonic chi outside Su Yan's body had become even more awe-inspiring. It was almost heavier than the Devil Sex Elder. This is the great heavenly devil master's heaven-crushing 10 slashes. D***im in it. I should have recognized it. He finally remembered the name of this move. His entire body was already filled with fear. One had to know that the great heavenly devil master was originally the Devil Sex Supreme Faith. Thousands of years ago, the Devil Sect's greatest power all came from the inheritance of that person. This time the Devil Sect had paid a huge price to revive the Devil Sect's crown prince, Duanmu Longhu. In addition to needing his demonic blood, they also wanted to obtain the inherited battle technique that had been lost in the long river of history from him. How could he have thought that this kid in front of him had actually mastered such a terrifying battle technique? "You're Duanmu Longhu," he immediately shouted. Then he felt a wave of fear in his heart. At this moment he had already begun to feel afraid. His entire body was trembling. At this moment he no longer had any thoughts of withstanding this strike. Instead, he wanted to immediately escape. No matter what, even if he brought this news back, he would have made a great contribution. As for himself, he absolutely could not die here. However, at this moment the eighth strike suddenly disappeared. In its place was an extremely terrifying and deep dark light. With a flash of light, a huge claw directly appeared. Chapter 538. He was dead. The Devil Sex Elder, a powerful figure whose cultivation had reached the sixth dragon's realm, had died in Su Yan's hands just like that. Su Yan's palm had penetrated the elder's chest. Until now, the elder's eyes were still wide open as if he could not believe the fact that he had died. Su Yan said weakly, "If you had chosen to fight head-on, I'm afraid I would have died because I can't perform the eighth sword at all." The power of each move of the heaven-crushing 10 slashes was stronger and more terrifying than the previous move. When it came to the 10th move, the power was so terrifying that it could almost make one feel despair. However, the power that one had to bear with each move was no small matter. Even Su Yan could no longer bear such a terrifying impact. When the seventh sword fell, he felt that his spiritual chi was almost exhausted and his entire body was about to split open. However, he could not stop at this time because once he stopped, the Devil Sex Elder would definitely be able to see through the clues. If that happened, he would be the one to die. Therefore, he could only risk his life. However, the Devil Sex Elder was still afraid in the end. Facing such a terrifying power, he was still afraid in the end. Because of fear, he chose to escape. It was also because of this that not only did he give Su Yan a chance to live, but he also gave Su Yan a chance to kill him. Taking advantage of this juncture, Su Yan finally performed another powerful and terrifying combat skill, which was the Death Dragon Claw. The Death Dragon Claw was obtained from the great demonic dragon's power inheritance and possessed extremely terrifying power. When the power was directly released, it could be said to be terrifying. It was the true power of condensing all of the power and then releasing a fatal attack. Of course, there was another point to the Death Dragon Claw, which was that if the attack could not kill the enemy, then the user would have to die here. However, that was really his last chance. The Elder had already learned of his secret. Although the Elder's guess was wrong, he still could not let him leave. Otherwise, it would bring him great trouble. Moreover, it was an opportunity that could not be missed. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan didn't hesitate to kill him at the last moment. Finally, the elder was completely dead. Su Yan felt weak all over. He used the last of his strength to descend from the sky and leaned on a hidden boulder. After experiencing this massacre, he was panting heavily. However, other than feeling weak, he was actually excited. He could clearly sense that this was a thirst for blood. In other words, he thirsted for such slaughter. Regardless of whether it's the great heavenly demon master's battle skill or the great demonic dragon's innate battle skill, it seems like I can't use them easily. At this time, Su Yan had already understood. He remembered that when he left the Arctic land of the far north, Yangti had advised him not to use this battle skill rashly. At this moment, he finally understood the other party's intentions. Once he used this battle skill, his entire body would be guided by this power. There was no free lunch in this world. Since the great celestial demon master had passed down his battle skill to Luo Yunyang, he definitely had his own motives. Even someone like Yang Tai was extremely wary of the great celestial demon lord. From this, one could see how terrifying he was. Even though such a person was already dead, if he wanted to scheme against him, he still wouldn't be someone that a small fry like Luo Yunyang could resist. This time he had no choice but to use this battle skill. Although the Stupa sect's battle skill was powerful, it needed to be thoroughly tempered. The Stupa sect was an orthodox sect, so their battle skills were very particular about following the prescribed order. If he had enough time, he could naturally cultivate this battle skill to an extremely profound level. When that happened, he would still be able to kill the elder. Unfortunately, what he lacked the most right now was time. Although the regal sword scripture was powerful, he had only comprehended 2 of its moves. I was lucky this time. However, I might not be so lucky next time. I need to quickly increase my strength. I also need to see if I can learn any new moves from the regal sword mantra. Su Yan's heart had already gradually calmed down. Although he was worried about the situation of the Taihang sword faction Shui family, given his current state, he simply couldn't go over and help them. Thus, he could only calm down and start recovering his strength. Only by recovering his strength in the shortest amount of time could he help the Taihang sword faction. While Su Yan was meditating and cultivating, the battle between Feng Yuhai and his opponent had reached an extremely critical juncture. Feng Yuhai was indeed worthy of being ranked second in the Taihang 10 swords. At the moment, even the 5-dragon realm powerhouse couldn't do anything to him. No, that wasn't all. The one who had gained the upper hand wasn't the 5-dragon realm powerhouse, but Feng Yuhai. The devil sect powerhouse looked at Feng Yuhai in disbelief, his entire body trembling. Damn it! How can you be so powerful? This is impossible. Your cultivation, it's actually... Even for someone like him, his voice was still trembling slightly when he spoke. This was because he had just witnessed something unbelievable. Feng Yuhai was only at the 3-dragon realm earlier. However, when the battle reached an extremely critical juncture, he actually unleashed the power of the 5-dragon realm and completely suppressed the devil sect powerhouse. One had to know that even the Taihang swordmaster Wang Baichuan was only at the 4-dragon realm. However, the person in front of him had already reached the 5-dragon realm. How terrifying was that? Feng Yuhai smiled faintly and said, 5-dragon realm? What's so surprising about that? Isn't that normal? You have to know that Wang Baichuan had already killed an unlucky guy in the 5-dragons realm back then. However, you are also in the 5-dragons realm, so let me kill you. He held the wind sea sword in his hand and walked towards the elder step by step. The elder had already recovered from his shock and said, Since you're so powerful, why are you only ranked second in the Taihang 10 swords? You should be able to defeat Wang Baichuan, right? Feng Yuhai shook his head and looked at the elder. You're really stupid. What's the point of being the Taihang swordmaster to me? Being second place for 10,000 years is pretty good. Look, at the very least, when you guys ambushed me, you left the 2 6-dragons realm experts to the 2 first-place experts. And you left me with a mediocre piece of trash. Isn't that great? It's easy and enjoyable. Feng Yuhai smiled lazily and shook his sword. His long sword vibrated and immediately burst out with an extremely intense brilliance. Then he slashed straight ahead. The power of this sword was truly shocking. Such sword light was simply incomparably shocking. Mediocre. When the elder heard how Feng Yuhai had addressed him, his entire body burned with rage. Although he could not compare to the 2 6-dragon realm powerhouses, he was still a 5-dragon realm powerhouse. Even in the devil sect he had a high status. When others saw him, they were always afraid of him. However, at this moment Feng Yuhai actually called him mediocre. How could he not be furious? Good, what a good unranked. Then let me see how strong a guy like you is. At this moment, as a powerful elder, he was completely enraged. His anger erupted as he charged directly at Feng Yuhai. His violent attack directly hit Feng Yuhai. At this moment he was suddenly stunned, because this was a little too easy and simple. Yes, it was indeed too easy. When he attacked, he did not think that he could hit Feng Yuhai at all. He only wanted to force this arrogant guy to retreat. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. Is he an embroidered pillow? What a useless thing. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. However, at the next moment, a lazy voice suddenly came from behind him. How stupid. How did someone like you become an elder? Can't you even see through a fake body? Hearing Feng Yuhai's voice, the elder immediately felt chills all over his body. How did this guy get behind him? He really couldn't believe that this guy had actually done it. Even if Feng Yuhai hid his strength, the two of them were still in the same realm, so their strength should not be too far apart. However, now the other party appeared behind him silently, and he actually did not notice at all. A kind of fear spread in him, making it difficult for him to even breathe. However, at this time Feng Yuhai did not give him a chance. A stupid person like you should just die. Anyway, there's no point in living. Feng Yuhai attacked with his wind ocean sword. An extremely strong gale suddenly appeared and directly swept him in it. Soon after, an enormous wave appeared. That intense wave simply caused one's mind to be alarmed. Such a terrifying power directly drowned him. In the end, he did not even say a word. Feng Yuhai put away the long sword in his hand with a smile, then said, "What a pleasant battle. Speaking of which, I wonder if Wang Baichuan and that brat called Su Yan are dead. They shouldn't be. Forget it, I'd better go back. My beautiful cousin is still waiting for me to protect her." He put away the long sword in his hand, then walked forward without looking back. Killing a 5-dragon powerhouse was like doing something insignificant. Chapter 539. Wang Baichuan put away his Star Sea sacred sword and left without looking back. He was slightly injured. His abdomen had taken a heavy blow, but it was nothing to him. After all, he had killed his way out. This level of injury was nothing to him. If it wasn't for the battle with Su Yan that allowed me to make a breakthrough, I'm afraid that this battle wouldn't have been so easy. Humph, a fellow that is almost at the 7th dragon level, not bad. However, I don't know how that brat Su Yan is doing. He should have finished off his opponent. If he died just like that, it would be too disappointing. Wang Baichuan said as he walked. But I think Feng Yuhai has already killed his opponent. That fox is hiding his strength. After the 3 strong fighters left, many assassins appeared. The strange thing was, these assassins were actually not attacked by the Blue Fire Wolf. For the disciples of the Tai Hang Sword faction, this was one disaster after another. But even in such an environment, the disciples of the Tai Hang Sword faction still displayed shocking strength. Strictly speaking, the Tai Hang 10 swords should be 11 swords. Now that 3 swords had left, there were 8 left. Even Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu, who were at the bottom, were strong fighters in the dragon realm. Let's not talk about the others for now. Just Boundless was already much stronger than before. At this moment, the sword in his hand was constantly swinging. Wherever his sword light touched, countless lives would be lost. His sword was a famous sword that he had personally forged. The sword's original name was Muyu, but now it was called Boundless. The sword's name was the same as his own. Compared to the last time, his aura was much stronger. Vaguely, one could see 3 dragon shadows swaying. This was the Triple Dragon Realm. On the surface, Feng Yuhai of the Tai Hang second sword was also in the Triple Dragon Realm. At this moment, in a dark corner, a rugged man narrowed his eyes and looked at the battlefield. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was still extremely shocked. Damn it, the Tai Hang Sword faction. Is the Tai Hang Sword faction really that powerful? This man was not from the Devil sect. but an elder of the 100 Beasts sect. The 100 Beasts sect was once a powerful sect in the 9 states. However, the 100 Beasts sect was later destroyed by the Tai-Hang Sword faction. The sect was in tatters. Only a few disciples were lucky enough to escape. This time, the 100 Beasts sect and the Devil sect had joined hands to kill all the young disciples of the Tai-Hang Sword faction. If it weren't for the 100 Beasts sect, the Blue Fire Wolf sect wouldn't have killed the disciples of the Tai-Hang Sword faction in such a frenzied manner. However, he did not expect that even now, the disciples of the Tai-Hang Sword faction were still holding on bitterly. Forget it, the 2 old geezers aren't here. And the 3 sword leaders aren't here either. Today I'll bury all of you here. A fierce look flashed in his eyes and then he pounced. His target was naturally the Tai-Hang Tin Swords. While his body was still in the air, he transformed into an extremely terrifying giant eagle. The cry of the giant eagle was enough to make one's heart tremble. At the same time, his entire body fell from the sky, and a powerful force rushed directly toward the disciples of the Tai-Hang Sword faction. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful sword intent locking onto him. This was an extremely powerful sword intent. The moment the sword intent appeared, he knew that things were not going well. He immediately channeled his spirit chi and forcibly stopped in midair. At the same time, his 2 claws transformed into eagle claws and slapped toward the sword. Oh! When the 2 clashed, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. The elder of the 100 Beasts sect trembled violently. An expert. The strength of the person who attacked just now was probably above his. He really could not understand where this expert came from, and how could he be forced to such a state with just 1 sword strike. At this moment a cold snort was heard. So it's a surviving member of the 100 Beasts sect. How bold of you to plot against the Tai-Hang Sword faction. An elder stood in the air and stared straight at the elder of the 100 Beasts sect. The elder of the 100 Beasts sect was full of vigilance. When he saw this person appear, he immediately knew that he was in trouble. Cui Tianlang of the Tai-Hang Sword faction. He immediately recognized the person in front of him. Cui Tianlang was an extremely famous elder of the Tai-Hang Sword faction. He was not someone from the 3 aristocratic families, but his terrifying combat strength was well known throughout the Jojo continent. Hee, you recognize me? That's good, at least you'll know who killed you. Cui Tianlong's laughter was filled with mockery. Then his entire body pressed forward. The cold light in his eyes was so piercingly cold that it almost made one's heart tremble. The elder of the 100 Beasts sect only felt that his soul was about to be torn apart. However, he was clearly a 7-dragon powerhouse in the dragon realm. Why was the gap between the 2 of them so huge? He could not accept it. He really could not accept it. He had waited for so long for revenge, but now, facing the opponent's powerhouse, he felt as if he was facing a monster. However, Cui Tianlang obviously would not give him the chance. At this moment, the sword in his hand turned again. In an instant, an extremely fierce aura appeared. This aura was like that of a giant wolf. One had to know that Cui Tianlang was not his real name. The 2 words Tianlang referred to his famous consummate skill, the Tianlang sword. This swordsman was born in the Tai-Hang Sword faction, but after he started practicing swordsmanship, he left the Tai-Hang Sword faction and went deep into the grasslands to practice swordsmanship. His swordsmanship had improved by relying on his own battles. After he left for 30 years, when he returned, the Tianlang sword shook the Tai-Hang Sword faction. At that moment, the entire Tai-Hang Sword faction was shocked by his strength. Once he used his swordsmanship, he was like a legendary Tianlang, domineering and ruthless. Once this person made a move, he would not leave anyone alive. Even in the sect competition it was the same. Back then, experts from the 3 big families died at his hands. If the faction leader had not protected him, he would have been killed by the 3 big families. After that, the Tianlang sword became unknown. However, today it appeared in front of everyone again. His opponent was a surviving member of the 100 Beasts sect, who had a 7-dragon cultivation. Then he attacked with his sword. The elder of the 100 Beasts sect watched as he attacked, but he did not move. It was as if he had forgotten that he wanted to resist. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in his eyes. It was a wolf. Arrogant, powerful, bloodthirsty. It was much more terrifying than the Blue Fire Wolf King. He gathered his aura and tried to block it, but he sadly realized that he could not move at all. It was as if a gigantic hand was holding him down. That feeling was unbearable. At this moment he no longer had any intention of fighting. His only thought was to run away. His original thoughts had all been thrown away. He deeply understood that if he were to fight with him now, then he would definitely die. Therefore, he did not have any intention of fighting at all. He immediately turned around and left. You want to leave now? Unfortunately, since you've already jumped out, why are you in such a hurry to leave? You're going to stay here forever today. He laughed coldly, then slashed down with his sword again. The sword was so sharp that it almost made him despair. At this moment, he immediately realized that he was only able to block the attack earlier because that guy was toying with him. Now that he had used his true strength, he could not even block a single attack. This moment he made a decision. He swung his body violently, and an extremely powerful force suddenly erupted. At this moment a bloody light shot into the sky. It was one of his palms that was directly chopped off. However, the elder of the 100 Beasts sect did not lose his composure at all because this was within his expectations. That was because that was his method to begin with. When the bloody palm fell off, it actually erupted with a powerful aura. Then the palm instantly exploded, and a bloody mist instantly enveloped the entire sky. Within the bloody mist, a gigantic blood-colored lizard actually appeared. As soon as the lizard appeared, it immediately charged toward Cui Tianlang. Its body kept twisting, looking extremely ferocious. Cui Tianlang laughed coldly, then said, "Haha, you still want to escape? How ridiculous! You think you can escape from me with such a small trick? What a joke!" Cui Tianlang's sword light finally landed. The moment it landed, it directly erupted with 5 sword lights. The 5 sword lights swept through everything, cutting everything in an instant. The gigantic blood-colored lizard did not even have time to unleash its most powerful strength before it was killed just like that. Everything happened too quickly, so quickly that it was suffocating. The elder of the 100 Beasts sect had already flown away, but he had already sensed something the moment the blood-red lizard was destroyed. Damn it, that guy is actually so powerful. His heart was still extremely heavy. He could not figure out how that guy was actually so powerful. The blood dragon curse that he had used at the cost of an arm did not buy him much time. He was killed in an instant. Cui Tianlang was indeed a ferocious existence. However, it still bought him some time in the end. Just as he was rejoicing, he suddenly realized that there was an additional figure in front of him. It was Cui Tianlang. Chapter 540. Blood Dragon Curse? Although this method is interesting, it's still too weak in front of me. If you only want to escape with these little tricks, then I'm really disappointed. Cui Tianlang shook his head gently, and his sword aura rose again. With him as the center, streaks of sword scars started to rise up. The entire plane could feel his powerful aura and majesty. Even Feng Tianluo and Blue Fire Wolf King, who were fighting in the sky far away, could feel it. Feng Tianluo frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "This lunatic actually came? Sigh, if that's the case, there shouldn't be much of a problem this time." He was of the same generation as this lunatic, so he deeply understood how powerful and terrifying this lunatic was. Back then, he suppressed almost all of his peers in the Taihang sword faction so much that they couldn't raise their heads. He was really too powerful and too crazy, and after disappearing for a few years, he had probably become even more powerful. He gently probed the place where Cui Tianlang was fighting with his divine thought, and understood the current situation of the battle. Just as he had guessed, this guy's combat strength had become even more powerful. Such methods were simply terrifying. When this sword fell, the Devil Sect elder would definitely die. He didn't doubt this at all. However, just as Cui Tianlang's sword was about to land, a black shadow suddenly appeared without a sound. That black shadow directly swept up the elder of the 100 Beasts sect and was about to flee. This black shadow's strength was definitely very strong. From the aura he revealed, this person's strength was probably close to the 9 Dragons realm. In the Dragon realm, the 9 dragons were the sky. It was easy to imagine how terrifying such strength was. Facing such a situation, Cui Tianlang didn't seem to panic at all. He just smiled faintly and said, "You want to save someone in front of me? You're looking down on me. Facing the Nine Dragons expert, Cui Tianlang didn't have any scruples at all. His sword still ruthlessly slashed out. In an instant, the sky was dotted with stars. Countless sword lights were circulating, turning into the brilliance of stars. The starlight directly shrouded the front. The Nine Dragons Devil Sect expert was about to leave, but he found himself still in the starlight. He stopped and laughed. How interesting. Do you want to keep me here? However, do you really have the strength to do so? As he laughed coldly, a dense demonic aura appeared. The demonic aura seemed to have materialized into countless tentacles, which then spread out into the sky. Since Cui Tianlang had created a starry sky, he would tear it apart completely. To him, such a method was nothing to be proud of. At this moment, his power was completely displayed. That terrifying power directly rushed into the sky, and everything was shaking around it. Break for me. Humph. You overestimate yourself. Under his gaze, everything began to condense and even operate. In the end, the endless terrifying radiance finally began to shake this starry world. Overestimating yourself? I really like this description. Cui Tianlang's voice came from all directions, and then his face appeared in the starry sky. He chuckled as he looked at the mysterious expert and said, "A Nine Dragons Devil Sect expert? Interesting. Haha, killing a Nine Dragons Devil Sect expert is far more interesting than killing this piece of trash." Sky Wolf Sword kill. As soon as the word kill was spoken, it seemed to command the laws of the entire world. A powerful force suddenly erupted at this moment, and a huge wolf that flickered with starlight slowly walked out from the starry sky. The mysterious expert from the Devil Sect immediately frowned when he saw the Sky Wolf. That was because he had already sensed an extremely powerful and frightening power within it. Such power was simply shocking, because he actually felt the threat of death from the Sky Wolf. At this moment, his heart suddenly jumped, and he immediately disregarded everything and directly attacked. "Devil Soul Shield, block it for me." He roared, and then a huge shield appeared in front of him. As soon as the shield appeared, the powerful and terrifying force was suddenly impacted. It turned out that even though the Sky Wolf was still in the sky, an invisible sword had actually appeared in front of him. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, then the sword would have pierced through his chest. When he blocked the sword light finally manifested. After that, his true nightmare began. Everything started to change. The terrifying force started to transform, and everything started to transform. Countless starlight condensed towards the sword light. In the end, the Nine Dragons powerhouse felt as if he was blocking the entire starry sky. How inconceivable was this? It caused his entire body to tremble. At this moment, he truly felt fear and the threat of death. At this moment, Cui Tianlang had already appeared behind him, and the elder of the 100 Beasts sect suddenly roared, "Watch out!" After that, he directly transformed into a huge bear and fiercely slapped Cui Tianlang. The huge bear's entire body flickered with an extremely terrifying radiance, and it even faintly resembled the brilliance of a dragon. Obviously, it was extremely strong. Even though the elder of the 100 Beasts sect had lost an arm, his strength was still so strong that it was shocking. It was at this moment that his gaze gradually became unfocused, and his aura became even more valiant. Because in the instant he made his move, a line of blood had already appeared on the huge body of the beast. He was completely stunned because he only wanted to help the Nine Dragons expert of the demonic sect block the attack. However, at this moment he was about to die. "You were originally a person who deserved to die. Now go and die for me." This was the last voice he heard in this world. Then his body directly collapsed. At this moment, the Nine Dragons expert of the demonic sect finally reacted. "Damn it, you actually killed him? Cui Tianlang, you've also reached the 9 Dragons level." At this moment he suddenly woke up. Yes, this guy must have reached this level. Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying strength? At this moment, he immediately realized that a trace of fear had appeared in his heart. Yes, at this moment he had already started to feel afraid. Afraid of the enemy in front of him. This guy was too terrifying. Cui Tianlang, the legendary madman of the Taihang sword faction, was even more terrifying than before. At this thought, he did not have any intention of staying. After all, that piece of trash from the 100 Beast sect was already dead. Therefore, his demonic soul tentacles immediately erupted, and he directly rushed into the sky. He wanted to leave this place. He definitely could not let himself stay in this dangerous place and let himself face this terrifying guy again. If his opponent was still in the 8 dragons level, he was confident that he could fight him with the advantage of 1 level. However, at this moment, he already knew that his opponent's level was the same as his. Under such circumstances, he did not even have the slightest intention to fight. Back then, Cui Tianlong's reputation was too great. Not only was it true within the Taihang sword faction, but it was even more so outside of the sect. It was unknown how many people this guy had killed during the war that year, and how many benefits he had obtained for the Taixing Sword School. Because of this, even though he had killed the disciples of the 3 aristocratic families, he was still living well within the Taihang sword faction. At his current level, it was likely that no one would dare to make a move against him. If he had known that this madman would appear from the beginning, he definitely would not have come here. Clearly, the current situation was very clear. They had schemed against the Taihang sword faction, but the Taihang sword faction was even more ruthless. They had actually set a trap for them and set them up instead. Thinking of this, it was likely that none of the people who had made a move earlier would be able to survive. Thinking of this, he felt a chill in his heart. The faction leader of the Taihang sword faction was truly powerful to be able to set up such a trap. Cui Tianlang, today is not the time for us to fight. But I'll definitely take your life another day. As soon as his voice fell, the dragon roared. At this time, all his strength erupted at once. Then he directly rushed to the sky and flew away. Cui Tianlang smiled. Do you want to leave? It's not easy to meet such an interesting toy like you. If I just let you go, it would be too boring. You'd better stay here. He directly chased after him. As expected by the Devil's Doctrine, the others were indeed killed. Except for the 3 people killed by Su Yan, Feng Yuhai, and Wang Baichuan, the elder of the Devil's Doctrine in the 7 Dragons realm was not spared either. Of course, he was not killed by Wen Yunfeng, because Wen Yunfeng's strength was at most on par with his. What's more, he lured Wen Yunfeng into a trap. When Wen Yunfeng saw the 3 elders of the 7 Dragons realm in front of him, his heart trembled. He even prepared to fight to the death. However, he did not expect that at this critical moment, an 8 Dragons realm expert from the Wang family of the Taihang sword faction arrived. Then, a powerful sword chi swept over and killed the 3 elders of the 7 Dragons realm directly. It should be known that in an ordinary sect, an elder of the 7 Dragons realm would be the faction leader. Today was destined to be an unforgettable day for the Devil's Doctrine. They thought that they had everything under control, but they did not expect that they were schemed against and finally paid a heavy price. This was a huge price that they could not bear. Chapter 541. The Blue Fire Wolves finally retreated, because their Wolf King was killed directly. The horrible Blue Fire Wolf King was finally killed by Cui Tianlang. After all, it was not easy to kill an expert in the 9 Dragons realm. If that guy wanted to escape, even Cui Tianlang couldn't do anything to him. Finally, he escaped. After Cui Tianlang returned, he directly killed the Blue Fire Wolf King with 1 sword. The Blue Fire Wolf King, who forced Feng Tianluo to retreat, was killed by Cui Tianlang in less than half an hour. What was more terrifying was that Cui Tianlang didn't use his full strength in this process. Feng Tianluo was even more fearful of this powerful existence in the past. Cui Tianlang looked at Feng Tianluo and said with a smile, "Isn't this junior fellow apprentice Feng? I didn't expect that you have become a 7 Dragons realm expert. It's really surprising." Feng Tianluo was about to collapse at this moment. This guy had become a 9 Dragons realm expert secretly, but he said this. It was really a blow to him. However, facing this person, he didn't dare to say anything. He just smiled and said, "I'm not as talented as senior fellow apprentice Cui." After all, Cui Tianlang helped him this time. Although it was arranged by the sect, he didn't dare to annoy this guy. This time, Su Yan just crippled several disciples of the Wang family. He didn't really kill anyone, but this guy directly killed many people at that time. He was simply unscrupulous. If he went crazy, he was afraid that he couldn't stop him. Therefore, he didn't want to offend Cui Tianlang. Cui Tianlang chuckled and then said, "Well, this time's trip has come to a happy end. Since that's the case, we'll be leaving. Junior brother Feng, be careful on the way." After that, Cui Tianlang left without looking back. Of course, the other 8 Dragons Realm expert also did the same. When Yunfeng finally came back and began to count the casualties. In this battle, 8 disciples of the Taiheng sword faction were killed or injured. Almost 1/10 of them were killed. In addition, 3 traitors were killed. That was to say they had lost 11 people at once. Burying the dead and taking care of the wounded took 2 days. In these 2 days, Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, and Su Yan returned one after another, causing everyone to feel admiration. They all knew what level of existence these 3 people's opponents were at, and now all of them had actually returned safely. To them, this was simply a mythical existence. Su Yan returned to the Shui family's camp to rest. This time, the attitude of the Shui family's disciples towards Su Yan was much better. After all, in this battle, Su Yan had done his best to protect them. Although Shui Xinyue was still cold to Su Yan, she still had some feelings for Su Yan. When Su Yan had just returned, she had secretly come to see Su Yan. 3 days later, the repairs were finally completed. After that, the group of people once again set off for the ancient remnant. This time, the ruins were definitely no small matter. Otherwise, the various sects would not be so nervous. This was especially so for the Devil sect, who probably knew something. Of course, the Devil sect's ambush of the Taiheng sword faction would be remembered, and they would definitely get revenge on another day. This time, the Devil sect was clearly the one who had suffered a loss. After another 5 days, everyone finally arrived at the battlefield of the ruins. At this time, there were already many people around the battlefield. After all, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Moreover, the news of the appearance of the ruins had been spread like wildfire over the past few days. Many rogue cultivators who did not belong to a sect immediately flocked over. Without the support of a sect, it was very difficult for rogue cultivators to obtain high-level cultivation techniques. Many rogue cultivators were actually very talented, but because they did not have suitable techniques or treasures, they had always been at the bottom of the cultivation world. The appearance of the ruins gave them an opportunity. Although it was very dangerous to enter alone, as long as they could obtain something from it, they might be able to amaze the world with a single feat. One had to know that there were still a few abnormally powerful rogue cultivators, and there were even terrifying powerhouses like venerable ones. They had obtained the inheritance of the ruins when they were young. Therefore, to everyone, taking the risk was definitely worth it. However, rogue cultivators did not have the support of a powerful sect, and it was very difficult to even enter the ruins. Therefore, they could only wait for the arrival of a powerful sect. This was because when a sect discovered such a ruin, there would definitely be powerhouses who would explore it first, and then they would let their disciples enter to train. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to enter and train. Of course, it also depended on luck. In the past few days, the Fiery Flame sect had arrived. The Fiery Flame sect was one of the top 10 sects in the Jiuzhou continent. They were so powerful that many rogue cultivators could only leave the area where the Fiery Flame sect was located. Soon after, the disciples of the Devil sect arrived. The people of the Devil sect were even more dangerous than the Fiery Flame sect. They were a group of perverts who killed without batting an eyelid, and were publicly known as the Devil sect in the Jiuzhou continent. However, so what? The weak were prey to the strong in this world. Everyone knew how powerful the Devil sect was. If they wanted to destroy this sect, they would have to pay a huge price. The Futu sect was so powerful in the past, but now it was gone. Finally, the team of the Taiheng sword faction arrived. The whole team was like an unsheathed sword, making people retreat. The Fiery Flame sect, the Devil sect, and the Taiheng sword faction. Out of the 10 great sects, there were actually 3 great sects gathered here. As if they had an agreement, the teams of the 3 sects began to gather. The leader of the Fiery Flame sect was a middle-aged man, and his hair and eyebrows had turned red. He was also a very famous person, and his name was Fiery Flame 13. He had cultivated the mysterious Fiery Flame technique to an extremely high level. What was more terrifying was that his mysterious Fiery Flame technique had been combined with his dragon chi. Once he used it, he could explode with a jaw-dropping power. Although he was only at the 7 Dragons realm, in terms of combat strength, Tianfeng Luo and Wen Yunfeng could not defeat him. The leader of the Devil sect was the 4th elder of the Ghost-Killing Hall. When he saw the people of the Taiheng sword faction, he smiled coldly and said, Congratulations, Brother Feng, for successfully coming to the ancient ruins. He naturally knew about the failure this time, but he could not say anything about it. After all, there was nothing he could do about it. The death of 4 dragon transformation elders was, of course, a huge loss, but the Great Devil Sect could still bear it. The strength of the Devil Sect was definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This was why the Devil Sect could still be so arrogant and unfettered. Of course, the most important thing was the battle this time. The elders of the 3 sects had already begun to explore this place. Although the aura of the ancient ruins was too strong, they could not go deep, but they had already sensed that there was a huge inheritance in the depths of this place. If they could get their hands on it, the strength of the entire Devil Sect would increase by another level. Of course, it would also be of great help to the Devil Sect's 100-year plan. At this moment, the sky was extremely gloomy. Just like Tianfeng Luo's expression, he sneered and said, "Humph, the ghost-killing hall will be annihilated by my Taiheng divine sword sooner or later." He spoke directly, showing no mercy. The 4th elder of the ghost-killing hall did not say anything. The two of them just stared at each other. Vaguely, a powerful and terrifying aura had already surged up at this moment. At this time, Lai Hua 13 walked over. He directly stepped into it and said, "All right, we are all hundreds of years old. What's the point of staring at each other? Don't waste everyone's time. Let's first blast open the ruins and let the young people in. This is interesting." After he finished speaking, the two of them snorted coldly. However, they also knew that Lai Hua 13's words were reasonable. After all, the most important thing at this time was to enter the ruins. There was a thick miasma barrier around the ruins. If it was a venerable one, an expert above the 7 dragons realm, they would naturally be able to enter. However, if their cultivation did not reach the 7 dragons realm, they would not even be able to enter. As a result, if the 3 great sects and rogue cultivators wanted to enter, they could only rely on the combined strength of these few experts to directly blast open the miasma barrier. Su Yan stepped into it, and then used his own divine sense to investigate the miasma barrier in the distance. This barrier was indeed very powerful. In terms of height, it was almost 50 meters tall. More importantly, this was a sealed barrier, and the power inside was terrifyingly strong. As a result, if they wanted to directly destroy it, even if all the experts above the 7 dragons realm worked together, they would not be able to do so. However, the experts of the 3 great sects had never thought of completely destroying it. Instead, they wanted to open a gap. As long as the gap was opened, everyone would be able to enter. Since the experts of the 3 great sects had already investigated the inside, they naturally had a certain level of analysis. Inside this barrier was an extremely strange world. Furthermore, there was an extremely strange mist inside. Not only could it obstruct one's vision, it could also obstruct one's divine sense from probing. When the seniors of the 3 great sects were investigating, they each discovered something and then drew a map for the leader. At this time, Feng Tianluo, the 4th elder of the ghost-killing hall, and Lai Hua 13 walked out at the same time. These 3 were all experts of the 7 dragons realm, and their battle prowess was extraordinary. The 3 of them looked at each other, then finally began to take action. Chapter 542. The 3 of them looked at each other and prepared to attack. All 3 of them had their own methods and were extremely powerful. The 4th elder of the ghost-killing hall suddenly let out a strange long howl. Then a very strange shadow appeared in his hand. The appearance of this shadow was almost exactly the same as him, which was extremely strange. He smiled faintly and threw the shadow into the sky. Then he said, "Let this old man show off his skills first." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force rotated in the sky, and then an extremely strange sharp light directly changed at this moment. In the end, the black shadow turned into an extremely terrifying black giant. Of course, the existence of this black giant was very unreal. It was like a shadow. When the two of them saw this scene, their hearts were filled with astonishment at the same time. This was because the Devil Sect's methods were the most bizarre, making people unable to guard against them. Obviously, even with Feng Tianluo and Lai Hua 13's experience, they had never seen this move before. At this moment, the ghostly shadow suddenly charged towards the huge barrier. The terrifying power that erupted in an instant was simply incomparably shocking. At this moment, The rogue cultivators were immediately alarmed. They all felt extremely shocked. This kind of strength was something that they could not compare to, unless those experts among the rogue cultivators came. At this moment, the shadow giant directly collided with the barrier, and an earth-shattering sound was immediately heard. At the place where the shadow giant came into contact with, a huge karst cave immediately appeared. Su Yan had been staring at this elder of the Devil Sect's ghost-killing hall, because the Devil Sect would be his greatest enemy in the future. No matter what, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. At this moment, all of the fourth elder's power condensed. The violent power gathered into the most terrifying power, and actually began to melt the barrier. At this moment, Lai Hua 13 and Feng Tianluo looked at each other. Feng Tianluo said directly, "Brother 13, let this little brother show his incompetence next." After he finished speaking, his palm shook slightly and a huge longsword appeared. The moment the longsword appeared, the entire world began to become heavy. An extremely violent power shook at this moment, as if the world was about to collapse. The long sword fell directly from the sky. It was righteous and majestic, yet incomparably simple. This was the Taihang sword faction's sword control. To the Taihang sword faction, everything was useless except for one sword. Their swords were the most powerful laws in their hands. If one did not have an extremely high understanding of the way of the sword, it was absolutely impossible to execute this sword move. Su Yan focused on comprehending. To be able to witness such a senior display his power with his own eyes was truly a great opportunity. No matter what, he could not miss such an opportunity. Feng Tianluo's sword only had one point, and that was toughness. There was no change at all. When the sword fell, countless cracks immediately appeared on the barrier, as if it could no longer withstand it. At this moment, Raging Fire 13 also attacked. Compared to the previous two, his attack was much simpler. Because when he attacked, it was only a simple punch. His fist blasted out, and an extremely terrifying flame immediately appeared. The radiance of the flames gradually grew, and in the end, it turned into a flaming fist with a diameter of 10 meters. The fist landed heavily on the barrier, and the barrier immediately cracked. The three powerhouses joined forces and finally tore a hole in the barrier. At this moment, many of the rogue cultivators had long been paying attention to the changes here. The moment they saw the hole being torn open, a few of them immediately rushed towards the crack. After all, in such a battlefield in the ruins, being a minute or a second ahead might make a world of difference. However, just as he stepped into the barrier, a force suddenly appeared. Everyone stared blankly at him. They saw that under this force, his body actually started to distort. In the end, his entire body was directly broken, and in the end, a bloody mist erupted from his body. Such an unforeseen event was beyond everyone's expectations. No one expected death to come so suddenly. Not to mention the rogue cultivators, many people from the three major sects did not know much about it. At this time, Feng Yuhai said, "This guy is really courting death. You should know that although such a barrier has been torn open, there is still a strong energy remaining in it. With his strength, he actually wants to force his way in. This is simply courting death." He was not a rookie, and naturally he had explored many secret realms. Many secret realms were similar to this one, but those secret realms were not as powerful as this one. However, forcibly breaking into a secret realm was still courting death. At this time, another experienced person said, "Tearing open the crack in the barrier is only the first step. What we need to do next is to build a portal that we can pass through. Only when the portal is built can we enter safely." The so-called passageway was the passage that connected the two places. It was not easy to build such a passageway, and it required a person with high cultivation to preside over it. For example, when Yunfeng built the passageway for the Taihang sword faction. With the previous lesson, no one dared to act rashly. The powerhouses of the three major sects directly entered it. After a long time, the crack began to shine. Finally, the passageway was built. Then they began to enter through the passageway. Of course, the disciples of the three major sects had the priority to enter. If the rogue cultivators wanted to enter, they naturally could, but they had to pay a certain price. This had already reflected the shortcomings of rogue cultivators. If they encountered a secret realm that was easy to break into, it would be fine. However, in such a secret realm they only had two ways to go. One was to leave here in disgrace, and the other was to pay a tax to enter it. No matter which path it was not a pleasant choice. However, for the sake of that illusory opportunity, they could only choose to enter in the end. The passageways built by the three major sects led to different places. Dozens of disciples of the Taihang sword faction began to go directly to the secret realm. When entering the secret realm, everyone was given a transmission tablet. If they encountered an irresistible crisis, they had to quickly crush the transmission tablet. The transmission tablet had a very secret connection with the passageway that had just been built, which could transmit them to the passageway. This also eliminated the possibility of future worries to the greatest extent. When Yunfeng gave the map that the seniors of the three major sects had found to everyone, and then he told them to be careful. Finally, Su Yan stepped into the secret realm with the others. As soon as they stepped into the secret realm, they felt an extremely heavy feeling. Although they had already known it in their hearts, when they really felt it, they were still shocked. This kind of unforeseen event was truly shocking. It seemed that even the clothes on their bodies had become heavy, as if they were going to be pressed into the ground. Compared with the other surprise, Su Yan was not surprised. After all, with the knowledge of the last world, he knew that there was a change in the gravity of this place. In a place where the gravity was strong, not only the outside of the body, but also the inside, such as the blood and the internal organs, would become heavy. This was inevitable. They followed the map, and it was very smooth for half a day. The seniors marked some dangerous areas and they could take a detour. Some places had some opportunities such as natural precious materials and so on. At this moment, everything was very smooth. However, just after half a day there was a sudden change. Because the wind rose. When the breeze blew gently, no one took it seriously. However, just in a moment the wind became very violent, which could be called a demon wind. Those who were able to enter this place were all incomparably powerful, and had profound cultivation bases. However, under such a violent wind they were actually unable to stand. After a while, more than half of the disciples were directly blown away. For a time, painful howls and panic screams rose and fell one after another. Su Yan's feet never left the ground, as if a giant tree had taken root in the ground. At this time his eyes fell directly on Xue Xingyue. Although Xue Xingyue was not blown away by the wind, obviously, she had reached the limit. At this time suddenly, a disciple directly bumped into her. Although it only grazed her body lightly, she was still directly sent flying. At this point, how could Su Yan continue to stand by and do nothing? He took a deep breath and leaped up. In the nick of time he grabbed Xue Xingyue's hand. Xue Xingyue wanted to struggle, but in a hurry, a gust of cold wind poured in, causing her to lose all strength in her body. In the next moment she was about to be blown away by the wind. However, at this time, she suddenly felt that her hand was grabbed by someone. She forced herself to turn her head, and just happened to see Su Yan's concerned gaze. At this moment she was suddenly delighted. He still cares about me after all. The nightmare was getting more and more intense. Not only did the wind not stop, but it became even more terrifying than before. Even Su Yan could no longer withstand it, and in the end, his entire body was directly blown away by the wind. However, Su Yan's hand held onto Xue Xingyue tightly, preventing her from leaving him. Woo woo woo. The wind was still blowing, but this place seemed to be somewhat lonely. Previously there were dozens of people here, but now there were not many people left. Everyone had been blown away by the wind. Chapter 543. Originally they had entered as a group, but now they were all scattered. Everyone from the various sects had gone their separate ways. Such an unforeseen event came too suddenly. Even the experts did not expect such a thing to happen. And now they had no idea what was going on inside. When the terrifying pressure finally disappeared, Su Yan finally opened his eyes. Previously, he had experienced the power of the formation. In front of such a great power, no matter how hard he tried, it was not enough. Unless he could reach the level of a supremacy. At this moment he could not help but think of a saying. In front of nature, any power was insignificant. In that world back then, no matter how powerful a person was or how brilliant their sword skills were, when the power of nature exploded, they would still die without a burial ground. However, after transmigrating to this world, A person's power was directly magnified. They could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. They were almost omnipotent. It was also because of this that they lost the respect they should have for nature. However, at this moment he realized how foolish such a thought was. In this world, was there anything more powerful than the heavens and earth? No matter what, they were still ants living in this world. The strength of his power had caused his cognition to begin to expand. However, when he truly faced the power of nature, he immediately understood how insignificant he was. Just like before, when the demonic wind blew directly, its power could be said to be terrifying. Even with his current realm, he could not resist at all. At this moment, streams of light were constantly swaying in the sky. It was like a beautiful meteor shower that was constantly swaying. Such a scene was very beautiful, but now Su Yan was not in the mood to appreciate it. Because at this moment, there was a beautiful girl in his arms with her eyes closed. Shinua, wake up. Su Yan was a little anxious. Previously it was better, but now this place gave him an extremely uneasy feeling. It was as if there was an invisible terrifying giant beast staring at him. Indeed, there was no safe place in the ancient mystery realm. Su Yan gently patted Shinhua's cheek. After a while, Shinhua finally opened her eyes. After the initial confusion, she finally remembered what had happened. Seeing that Su Yan was looking at her with a face full of concern, her heart was filled with joy. So, he still has me in his heart. When this thought appeared, it immediately made him feel much happier. I'm fine, she said softly. Shinhua's face was a little red because she was leaning into Su Yan's embrace. She struggled to leave Su Yan's embrace. At this moment, Su Yan also felt a little embarrassed. However, he quickly changed the topic and said, Warm Moon, now that we have been separated from everyone, I don't know where this place is or what kind of dangers there are, so the two of us need to work together to get through this. Shinhua nodded. She naturally knew that this was not the time to throw a tantrum. The two of them looked around, only to find that the surroundings were actually empty. In the howling cold wind, the two of them seemed so thin. Even Su Yan still felt a lingering fear towards the wind here, because this kind of power was simply too terrifying. Who knew how many people had died in this kind of wind? The two of them took out the map that they had obtained when they entered this secret realm. It was a map that the Taihang Sword faction seniors used to explore the path. However, at this moment the place marked on the map was already very far away from here, and there was no place that they could refer to at all. Warm Moon, choose a direction. Then we'll keep walking in that direction. Su Yan said directly. Shinhua was startled, then asked, Why me? Su Yan's mouth twitched slightly, then said, Because I heard that beautiful girls who like to smile have good luck. Hearing this, Shinhua's lips immediately curled into a smile. Big brother Su Yan, what kind of situation is it now? And you're still joking here? At this time, saying this to Su Yan only made her feel that this was the happiest thing in the world. If she could be like this for the rest of her life, then even if she never left this secret realm, it did not seem to be a bad thing. However, at this time Su Yan said very seriously, Warm Moon, I'm not joking, I'm serious. You should understand that right now we're completely ignorant of this place. If we continue to stay here, none of us know what will happen. So, we can't continue to stay here, so we can only choose a direction. Since it's all unknown, then just choose a direction casually. Warm Moon, at this time, your luck is very important. Hearing Su Yan's words, Shinhua finally nodded solemnly. Su Yan said again, Warm Moon, you don't have to be nervous, just do whatever you want. Anyway, it's the same for any direction. Shinhua nodded, then she looked forward seriously and finally said, Although we don't know where we're going, let's just go forward. When she said this, she also had a smile on her face. It was clearly an extremely dangerous situation, but at this time, the two of them were talking and laughing as if they were on an outing. In fact, the two of them both knew that the current situation was not optimistic. However, it was better to have fun than to be sad. This was a road with no end, and after an unknown amount of time, the two of them saw a barren mountain. Instead of saying that it was a mountain, it was more like a small mound. On the boundless plain, seeing this small mound was considered good news. Then, the two of them did not stop at all, and directly walked forward. However, whether it was Su Yan or Shinhua, neither of them expected that this seemingly short road would be so far away. The The two of them did not know how long they had spent at the foot of the mound. As soon as they arrived at the foot of the mound, the first thing they smelled was a faint smell of blood. This feeling made one's hair stand on end. Shuexinue's gaze fell on Su Yan. Obviously at this time she was very afraid. Instinctively, she was not willing to step into this mountain. However, Su Yan said in the end, "Let's go, I think we have nowhere to go other than here." Rustle, rustle, rustle. When they stepped on the sand, a slightly ear-piercing sound was naturally produced. At this moment another sound was heard. The two of them were stunned at the same time. Su Yan looked alert. This was the first time he had heard another person's voice after such a long time. In such an environment it was not necessarily a good thing to meet other people. If it was a disciple of the Taihang sword faction, it would naturally be best. However, if it was a disciple of the devil sect, a battle would be inevitable. Although Su Yan was not afraid of fighting at this time, it was best to avoid fearless battles. At this moment, this person's shadow finally appeared in front of Su Yan. Su Yan did not expect that the first thing to appear would be an indigo light. The light was attached to this person's body. It was like a flaming armor. However, this was not the case. Instead, this young man's entire body had been ignited. In less than 50 seconds, this man disappeared from this world, leaving behind only a pile of bones. Although Shuexinue's cultivation was high, and she had participated in the sex missions before, this was the first time she had seen such a strange scene. Out of fear, she leaned towards Su Yan and then nestled her head in Su Yan's arms. Su Yan's gaze, however, remained motionless as he stared at the corpse. Then he squatted down and extended his hand to probe the corpse. Shuexinue gently pulled Su Yan and said, "Brother Su, be careful." The strange scene just now had really scared the girl out of her wits. Su Yan raised his head and smiled. Then he said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. It can't hurt me." Then he had already reached his hand out. Just as his palm neared, the indigo flame actually shot up directly. The flame directly attached to Su Yan's hand. At this moment, Su Yan's hand suddenly released spiritual energy. Due to the barrier of spiritual energy, the indigo flame couldn't touch Su Yan's skin and was extinguished by the wind. Su Yan's expression was somewhat serious because he felt the strangeness and tyranny of this flame. This is the bloodstained flame. Once this indigo flame comes into contact with blood, it will directly burn. Of course, spiritual energy can suppress it, but once it loses the suppression of spiritual energy, then Su Yan didn't finish his sentence because this ending was already in front of them. "Xinue, you must remember. Don't let yourself get hurt," Su Yan said seriously to Shuexinue. At this moment, a shout suddenly came from the hill. This voice was mixed with pain and fear. Su Yan and Shuexinue's expressions froze. Su Yan directly said, "Let's go and take a look." Judging from the sound on the hill, there weren't just one or two people here. However, there were so many people crying out at the same time. Su Yan and Shuexinue were both in the dragon realm. The two of them went all out and this small hill was naturally nothing. Soon they saw this scene. This hill was actually hollow. Below the mountain peak was a place that looked like an arena. Chapter 544. At this moment, Su Yan's palm condensed, and an extremely powerful force directly erupted at this moment. This force condensed in the sky, and in the end directly captured a green flame. This green flame immediately began to struggle with all its might in Su Yan's hand. Su Yan stared straight at it and in the end he finally saw this thing clearly. It was actually a small lizard. No, it should be called a four-legged snake. It was just that this four-legged snake's tail and limbs were emitting an indigo-colored flame. It seemed that the person from before had died at the hands of this little thing. This little thing was something that Su Yan could easily crush to death. However, when he looked down at the countless cyan flames that resembled clouds, Su Yan found it hard to breathe. It was hard to imagine what it would be like to be directly swarmed by this group of things in one breath. Even Su Yan would definitely not be able to withstand that. Su Yan looked down again, and was surprised to find that among the more than 30 people, half of them were actually disciples of the Taihang sword faction. At this moment behind them, there was an extremely terrifying huge lizard continuously chasing after them. This huge lizard was an infinitely enlarged version of the small lizard in Su Yan's hand. What was even more frightening was that this huge lizard actually trembled with its hind legs. And then its front legs turned into extremely sharp claws, directly tearing forward fiercely. Which one of those who could come here was not a powerhouse? But now they were like pitiful worms struggling helplessly. So yeah, you know that I definitely can't let them continue. He directly turned to Xinhua and said, Xinhua, wait here. I'll go down, but don't be rash. You have to remember, if I can't take it, you have to be my backup. Su Yan already knew Xinhua very well. He knew that if he did not tell her in advance, she might directly come down because she was worried. However, if that happened, not only would she not be able to help him, but she would also bring him a lot of trouble. This was something he didn't want to see. Su Yan immediately jumped down. Sensing his aura, this group of four-legged snakes directly pounced on Su Yan. From afar, it looked like endless flames were directly charging at him, wanting to completely devour him. At this moment, Su Yan sneered. Torrential storm of rose flowers. In an instant, the sky full of sword chi burst out. Countless sword chi condensed into pure white pear flower petals. The petals danced gently, and wherever they passed, those small four-legged snakes would lose their lives. To Su Yan, killing these things was really not worth mentioning. His target was the big guy. The big guy's disgusting tongue turned into a long whip at this moment, directly wrapping around a young man. This young man was a disciple of the Fiery Flame sect. When the long snake swept towards him, he was stunned. He directly used his own means, and a huge fireball exploded out of thin air. The powerful force was like a huge wave smashing towards the tongue. This young man's strength was not bad. He was at the 4th level of radius state. This kind of combat strength was already considered extremely strong. Moreover, he had already used all his strength in this attack. He believed that even if he couldn't burn the disgusting tongue, he could use this time to escape. However, reality was always so cruel. Just when he thought that he had escaped, the tongue had already ruthlessly lashed at him. The fireball that he condensed was actually directly broken just like that. What kind of unbelievable strength was this? At this moment, he only felt that all the light in this world had dimmed. In front of him, there was only that scarlet and long forked tongue left. In the next moment, he already realized that his life was going to end here. However, he really didn't want to die here. He was an outstanding disciple of the Fiery Flame sect. Although he wasn't the top disciple, he was already a mainstay of the sect. He really didn't want to die here if he wanted to live. However, that ugly and terrifying huge four-legged snake didn't care about his thoughts at all. To it, this young disciple was just food in its mouth. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly descended. With a flash of light, the long snake was actually directly cut in half. Without the threat of the long snake's power, the young disciple's entire body was exhausted. He finally fell to the ground and looked up at the sky. At this moment, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction had already recognized Su Yan. It's Su Yan, the Taihang swordmaster. Although in most people's hearts, the Taihang swordmaster was Wang Baichuan, it was an indisputable fact that Su Yan and Wang Baichuan had fought to a draw. When the two of them had fought that day, the powerful strength that Su Yan had displayed had also shocked everyone. At this moment, his appearance here was like seeing hope in the darkest of times for everyone. Su Yan didn't care about the crowd. Instead, he focused his attention on the ugly four-legged snake in front of him. At this moment, he finally understood one thing. That was why these 30-over disciples were unable to fight back against the four-legged snake. One had to know that these people were all talented people. The four-legged snake was indeed powerful, but under normal circumstances, as long as they worked together, they should be able to kill this huge four-legged snake. However, the current situation was completely different from what he had expected. Su Yan didn't understand at first, but at this moment he completely understood. That was because of the dragon's aura. This four-legged snake had an extremely dense dragon's aura. This wasn't the kind of aura that a dragon realm expert emitted, but the aura of a true dragon. In other words, this four-legged snake had the bloodline of a true dragon. Only a true dragon's bloodline could suppress the cultivation of these geniuses, and even dull their fighting spirit. Unfortunately, Su Yan was the least afraid of such dragon's aura. In fact, after feeling the might of the dragon, he became very excited. Now what he wanted to do the most was to kill. This was because of the instinct of the great demonic dragon's bloodline in his body. The great demonic dragon was a traitor of the dragon clan, and was being hunted down by the dragon clan. Similarly, he also wanted to kill the dragon clan. At this moment, after feeling the aura, his body immediately became excited. At this moment, the four-legged snake had already felt the threat from Su Yan's body. Although it was somewhat illusory, the terrifying aura clearly existed, causing it to become extremely irritable. Then it directly swung its body, and its tail directly turned into an extremely terrifying long whip, viciously lashing towards Su Yan. At this moment, a powerful force was directly displayed. The terrifying light and the power that erupted was simply unimaginable. Su Yan's scorching sun sword emitted a blood-like light. Then, his entire body directly flew towards the huge four-legged snake. This huge four-legged snake was indeed very powerful. According to the human's cultivation level, it should have the strength of the second dragon in the dragon realm. That was not all. Thinking that it was because it originally had the bloodline of the dragon clan, this guy's strength was far more terrifying than imagined. However, after Su Yan's sword was unleashed, the huge four-legged snake actually stopped in its tracks. Its tail directly stopped in the air, and its entire body almost became stiff. This scene looked very strange, but it was because it was suppressed by an extremely terrifying aura. That was the dragon blood in Su Yan's body completely erupting. At this moment, Su Yan directly cut down the sword light. He did not know why, but what Su Yan hated the most was this big guy's tail. The powerful force directly cut off the tail, and in the end the tail directly broke. The moment the tail broke, the blue flame instantly became incomparably vigorous. Then the tail directly burned just like that. How inconceivable this was. This indigo flame was originally the power of this huge snake, but at this moment the indigo flame directly burned and was completely destroyed in the end. This caused Su Yan to be completely dumbfounded. At first he thought that the flame was born from these guys' bodies. However, if it was really born from their bodies, it did not make sense that even their bodies would burn. In other words, this indigo flame was residing in their bodies. Once these lizards had wounds on their bodies, the flame would directly erupt and directly burn the lizards to ashes. After its tail was cut off, the intense pain caused the big guy to be completely enraged. Its huge body kept trembling, and then its eyes locked onto Su Yan's body. At this moment, the dragon power of the great demonic dragon released by Su Yan's body was dispelled bit by bit. Su Yan immediately knew that this huge guy had gone crazy. However, Su Yan did not mind this because this was a ferocious beast to begin with. At this moment it was even easier for Su Yan to deal with it when it went crazy. The huge four-legged snake, which had lost its tail, seemed to be unable to maintain its balance. His terrifying body continued to tremble. Although the speed and power of his attack were much stronger than before, it could no longer affect Su Yan in the slightest. Su Yan kept dodging, and then finally found an opportunity to directly cut down with his sword. At this moment a powerful sword light suddenly fell, and the sword light directly cut the huge lizard in half. His ugly and huge body landed on the ground with a loud crash, and then directly ignited with an indigo flame. Chapter 545. With a wave of his hand, Su Yan unleashed another burst of sword chi. The powerful sword chi immediately killed all the four-legged snakes that were charging towards him. Then Su Yan looked towards the bottomless dark cave. He could feel a kind of power calling out to him from there. At this moment, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction were overjoyed when they saw Su Yan killing the giant four-legged snake. They quickly thanked Su Yan, while the disciple from the scorching flame sect almost knelt down. If it weren't for Su Yan, he would have been completely devoured by that big guy. However, Su Yan didn't take it to heart. At this moment, Xue Xingyue also jumped down from above and stood beside Su Yan. Su Yan said to the disciples of the Taihang sword faction, "Follow Xue Xingyue and leave this place." When everyone saw Su Yan's solemn expression, they felt uneasy in their hearts. After all, everyone had seen how powerful Su Yan was. The giant lizard that they couldn't do anything to was cut in half by Su Yan's sword. Thinking back to the battle between him and senior brother Wang Baichuan, it was obvious that he was a very powerful person. However, it was precisely because of such a powerful person that they had to leave this place as soon as possible. Xue Xingyue looked at Su Yan and wanted to ask something. However, at this moment Su Yan directly said, "Xinyu, listen to me. Try to leave this hill as far as possible." In this bottomless place, Su Yan felt an extremely ominous aura. It was as if there was a terrifying devil hidden inside. However, there was also a kind of power that was calling out to him. Su Yan finally decided to step in. He wanted to find out what was going on. However, these people would only be a burden if they stayed here. If it was any other place, their combat strength could not be underestimated. But now it was impossible. If Su Yan didn't guess wrongly, the existence in this abyss was definitely related to the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, it was the Dragon Clan with an extremely powerful bloodline. If these people could reach the Dragon Realm, they would naturally be able to resist such a powerful dragon aura. Unfortunately, there was no such powerful existence here. Xue Xinyue looked into Su Yan's eyes and finally compromised. She nodded and said, "Big brother Su Yan will wait for you not far away. We'll also let our senior brothers heal their wounds." Su Yan thought about it and said, "Okay. Then wait for me at the foot of the mountain. But if anything happens, get away from here as soon as possible." After he finished speaking, he directly jumped into the arena. The bottomless cave was in the center of the arena. Although Su Yan had already exterminated a large number of small four-legged snakes when he attacked earlier, it was as if there was no end to this group of four-legged snakes. At this moment, there were actually many things that pounced over and directly ate the giant lizard's corpse. The indigo flames were so disgusting. In the end, Su Yan directly ignited a bit of red spirit fire. The crimson flames quickly melted everything. Then Su Yan directly stepped into the dark and deep abyss. As soon as he stepped into it, his body fell straight down. This was an extremely abnormal falling speed. Obviously, the gravity here was much stronger than the outside world. Su Yan directly opened the demon dragon wings. With a flap of the wings, his speed was forcibly reduced. He looked around. Under the effect of the blood dragon pupil, he could see clearly even in the darkness. The surroundings of this place were filled with sharp scratches. Obviously, these were left behind by some terrifying creature. Su Yan could only think of one word for such a creature: dragon. Plop! Su Yan finally landed on the ground, directly shaking up smoke and dust that was more than a person's height. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the left in front of him. This was because about 700 meters away from here, Su Yan saw a palace. Under the erosion of the long river of time, this palace had long lost its magnificence. However, Su Yan could still see the greatness of this palace. Moreover, this palace was different from a human's palace. The most obvious point was its size. The door was over 100 meters tall and about 60 meters wide. Su Yan walked in front of this huge door and only felt like a tiny ant. Su Yan placed his hand on this door. A wave of icy coldness directly passed from his palm to his brain. At this moment, he immediately felt that the material used to build this door was extremely precious meteoric iron. This meteoric iron was enough to forge a famed sword. Moreover, with such two tall doors, how many famed swords could be forged? At this moment, Su Yan even had the thought of directly tearing down this door. However, he didn't do it in the end. After all, he didn't know anything here. Su Yan took a deep breath and then suddenly exerted his strength. The 100-meter-tall door was actually directly pushed open by him. Of course, the door only revealed a small gap, but for Su Yan this was enough. He directly entered through the gap in the door. Without the support of his strength, the door was quickly closed. To Su Yan's surprise, this place wasn't pitch black, but was illuminated by light. The light source came from above. Su Yan raised his head and looked. There was a huge light there. And this light was the indigo light that Su Yan didn't like. Then Su Yan walked forward. This road appeared to be so extraordinary because there were dried bloodstains everywhere on this road. The power of the blood was so strong that it deeply stimulated Su Yan's sense of smell. When he first entered the range of this hill, he had already smelled the smell of blood. He originally thought that the smell of blood was emitted by these dead disciples, but now it seemed that his judgment was wrong. The real smell of blood actually came from here. What kind of battle had happened here back then to turn this place into a bloody hell? After spending a full hour, Su Yan flew to the end of this continent. What appeared in front of him was another huge door. Outside the door there were two statues guarding. These statues weren't hellhounds but creatures with dragon wings. After the last battle, Su Yan already had a guess in his heart. These two stone statues guarding the door were probably not simple, and had extremely powerful strength. At this moment, Su Yan was considering whether to provoke them. After all, fighting with such terrifying creatures should be a very dangerous thing. However, at this moment Su Yan actually didn't have any room to consider. Because at this moment, the two stone statues had already opened their eyes. Their cold gazes fell directly on Su Yan, and all the light was concentrated on Su Yan. This caused Su Yan to suddenly feel a chill run down his spine. Clang! The scorching sun sword had already appeared in his hand. At this moment he had no choice but to fight. The two stone statues began to rumble, and then their huge bodies began to move. The moment they moved, an extremely powerful aura directly burst out. This aura was so powerful that it was a true majesty unique to giant dragons. Compared to the four-legged snake that Su Yan killed outside, it was much more powerful. Then their dark bodies began to shine with light. Waves of low lion's roars were emitted. This sound was not loud, but it directly turned into sound waves that spread to the surroundings. After feeling such power, even Su Yan directly retreated. Just from this aura, he could feel the strength of the two giant beasts guarding the door. 7 dragons. This majesty was at least comparable to the 7 dragons of the human race. The current Su Yan could kill a 6-dragon powerhouse. However, if he encountered a 7-dragon powerhouse, unless he was completely dominated by the great demonic dragon's bloodline and went crazy, he had no chance of winning against such a powerhouse. As such, Su Yan did not even think and directly retreated. However, it was already too late at this moment. The moment he turned around, he immediately found that there was an additional shadow in front of him. This shadow looked like the terrifying giant beast. Su Yan's heart suddenly jolted. At this moment, he did not even notice how the other party had arrived. This was a powerful and terrifying ability. It was simply shocking. At this moment, the giant beast's eyes were suddenly fixed on Su Yan. Su Yan immediately knew that things were not good. In his sea of consciousness, the soul-suppressing seal suddenly burst out with light. The terrifying fluctuations that invaded his mind were immediately stopped, preventing Su Yan from losing his mind. However, at this moment, a terrifying demonic claw directly grabbed Su Yan. As expected, it directly grabbed Su Yan in its hand. Caught by the claw, Su Yan immediately channeled his spirit chi, trying to break free. However, he regretfully found that at this moment, his spirit chi was also directly imprisoned. If the giant beast wanted to kill Su Yan at this moment, it would be as easy as flipping its hand. However, the giant stone statue had no intention of killing Su Yan. Its body swayed again, and then it returned to the front of the door. This was simply a strange and unpredictable method because Su Yan did not feel that he had moved at all. It was as if he had always existed here. He became even more shocked. He immediately knew that this was an extremely powerful and terrifying spatial technique. After coming to this world, this was the first time he had seen an existence that could easily travel through space. It was no wonder that he did not feel that the other party was approaching at all. The door guarded by the giant stone statue slowly opened. Then the giant beast grabbed Su Yan and stepped inside. Chapter 544. Giant beast. Damn, the Dragon King Su Yan had been trying to resist this powerful force, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. This force was simply too strong. Finally, the giant stone statue stopped. He slowly knelt down and kowtowed to the front. Su Yan's gaze shifted to the front and his entire body froze. This was because there was actually a crystal coffin in front of him. And in this crystal coffin laid a giant dragon. It was a real giant dragon. Its enormous body exuded an unimaginable majesty. Yes, even though it was already dead and had turned into a cold corpse, its body still exuded such an enormous majesty. Su Yan even felt that this giant guy was clearly still alive. At this moment, the giant stone statue that grabbed him put Su Yan down. To Su Yan's surprise, this giant guy's actions were very gentle. It did not hurt him at all. Then it turned around and left the door. Su Yan stared blankly in front of him. His entire being had fallen into a sluggish state. The development of the situation had far exceeded his expectations. No matter what, he did not expect things to develop to this stage. At this moment, a dull voice suddenly sounded. Don't tell me this dragon has been resurrected. Thinking of this, he could not help but take a step back. However, at this moment he felt an aura. This made his heart calm down a little because it was this aura that had summoned him and brought him to this place. Just as he was in a daze, the lid of the coffin slowly opened. The giant dragon still had not been resurrected. However, a spiritual body slowly appeared. Your Majesty, Great Majesty, I finally feel your aura. As soon as this voice appeared, Su Yan's entire body trembled. It was not because of fear but because of excitement, or rather joy. This joy did not originate from him, but from one of the hearts in his body, the demonic dragon's heart. That was the great demonic dragon. At this moment, the great demonic dragon was completely excited. Even if it had been sealed by Yangtea before, it still became extremely hot at this moment. Great Majesty, please save me. Let me be resurrected, Great Majesty. This was a cry that originated from the soul. At this moment, countless images suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan's eyes. One after another, the dark dragons were killed, and their blood dyed the sky red. The great demonic dragon roared furiously. That terrifying murderous aura made one's heart tremble. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Yan had practiced the Futu-sex Futu boundless technique night and night, his mind would have become extremely strong. He would have collapsed directly at this moment. This was the great demonic dragon's memory. Ever since the heart of the demonic dragon entered his body, he had obtained the power of the heart of the demonic dragon. He felt the power of the great demonic dragon, and was even more afraid of the terror of the great demonic dragon. However, he had never known the great demonic dragon's memory. It was not only him. Perhaps no one would have thought that such a powerful great demonic dragon in the legends would be in such pain. The sad memory fragments continuously poured into his mind. At this moment, Su Yan quickly learned some things that he did not know, and did not even dare to imagine. According to this memory fragment, at the very beginning there was no demonic dragon clan. They were the great and mysterious dark dragons. They were even the superior dragons among the dragon clan. However, in a battle, the dark dragon clan was all contaminated by demonic energy, and finally became demonic dragons. Even so, they still repelled the enemy. However, they did not receive the cheers of the dragon clan. Instead, they were greeted with a massacre by the dragon clan. They began to slaughter the dark dragon clan. The scenes in the great demonic dragon's memory fragment were scenes of death battles. In the end, the dark dragon clan almost disappeared from this world. As the king of the dark dragon clan, the great demonic dragon's heart was filled with incomparable sadness. Then he began to fight alone. The furious great demonic dragon killed an unknown number of dragons. Unfortunately, he was finally killed by the joint forces of the 5 dragon gods. The giant dragon in front of him was the youngest genius of the dark dragon clan. In the end, he also died in battle. However, he did not die in the end. He carried the hope of the demonic dragon clan and became half dead. Then, he waited for the king to come and save him. However, the great demonic dragon fell in the end. Now, it was only the great demonic dragon's heart. Su Yan didn't know why, but he still felt sad and angry. He suddenly opened his mouth and said something that even he did not expect. I, the king of the dark dragon clan, will definitely wake you up completely in my lifetime. This was an extremely solemn vow. Hearing this, the giant dark dragon finally calmed down. However, at this moment a huge dragon horn on his huge head fell directly. Then the dragon horn flew in front of Su Yan. Great king, you have also fallen into a calamity. Baal is unable to help you, so I give you Baal's dragon horn. Let it become your weapon and accompany you on your great journey back. Su Yan took the dragon horn. Then his entire body began to tremble. At this moment, he no longer cared about anything else and began to roar in anger. His voice echoed throughout the entire underground palace. It was no longer the voice of a human, but the anger of a dragon. After a long time, Su Yan finally calmed down. Have I shouldered another karmic burden? Forget it. Since the great demonic dragon's blood flows in my body, I must also bear this karma. However, I can't do that for the earth fiend dragon. If possible, I will revive this dark dragon in front of me. Su Yan muttered to himself. Then, he took the dragon horn and turned to leave. When Su Yan left, the door opened. The giant stone statue that had sent him in earlier slowly knelt in front of him. The giant stone statue's face was full of excitement as if it was on a pilgrimage. Su Yan stepped on its head. The giant beast roared at the sky and then its huge body soared into the sky. At this moment, Xue Xingyue was looking at the hill with a worried expression. This hill made her feel worried. She knew that there was definitely an extremely powerful existence within it. Although she was very confident in Su Yan, she also knew that something that could emit such a terrifying aura must be extremely powerful. After all, Su Yan had just entered the dragon realm. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction surrounded her. The disciples of the Blazing Flame sect also gathered in their own groups. They were also waiting. These people were supposed to be geniuses with outstanding talents. In the sect, they would receive a lot of attention. However, this time they truly felt despair. The terrifying giant beast from before had almost killed them directly. If not for Su Yan's appearance, it turned out that reality was so cruel. Of course, what they hoped for the most now was to meet a Dragon Realm senior from the sect. This was because although the relationship between the Taihang Sword faction and the Blazing Flame sect was not as bad as the relationship between the Devil sect and the Taihang Sword faction, they were definitely not good friends. If there was a real crisis, the powerful Dragon Realm elite would definitely take care of the Taihang Sword faction disciples first. However, they had already sent out a message. They believed that the senior who received the message would rush over as soon as possible. It was at this moment that an extremely terrifying sound of vibration suddenly rang out. It was the sound of wings flapping. The previous giant poison fire lizard had already caused them to suffer heavy losses. However, it seemed that the one that appeared at this moment had become even more terrifying. Xue Xingyue immediately took out her storm sword and said, "Everyone, prepare for battle." At this moment, her heart was filled with anxiety. Su Yan had entered this mountain valley, but what came out now was a gigantic beast. In that case, could it be that something had happened to big brother Su Yan? At this moment, Su Yan's voice was heard. "Xingyue, don't be nervous. It's me." Su Yan's voice was so clear that Xue Xingyue immediately felt relieved. When she saw Su Yan, she was overjoyed. At this moment, Su Yan was standing on top of the giant stone statue. When everyone saw this scene, they felt as if they were looking at a god. "That's great. It's Senior Su Yan. Senior Su Yan has come out." Many disciples began to exclaim. They could feel the strength of the giant stone statue. But Senior Su Yan had subdued it. The giant beast slowly descended, and the disciples immediately moved aside. Su Yan jumped down from the top of its head. Then, with a slight movement of his hand, the giant beast in the air began to change and gradually shrank. It turned out that the giant stone statue was not a real life form. It was a puppet beast that had been injected with the blood of the dead black dragon. The black dragon in the palace had not only given its dragon horn to Su Yan, but it had also given him the sword. At this moment, Su Yan could control it according to his will. Everyone looked at Su Yan with envy in their eyes. However, no one dared to have any other thoughts because Su Yan had already displayed his strength in front of everyone. Many disciples of the Blazing Flame sect immediately stood up and thanked Su Yan, especially the disciple who was supposed to be killed. At this moment, an extremely tyrannical aura suddenly appeared in the distant sky and rapidly approached this place. "Junior brothers, are all of you all right?" Hearing this voice, the disciples of the Blazing Flame sect were all excited. This was because the most powerful senior brother of their sect had arrived. Once he arrived, they would no longer have to worry about him. Su Yan and Xue Xingyue looked at the sky at the same time, and saw a man riding a red flaming dragon horse towards them. Finally, he landed on the ground. Many disciples of the Blazing Flame sect immediately surrounded him. Su Yan looked at this person. This person was really powerful. His entire body was exuding a fiery aura. His body was like a small volcano that was burning fiercely. Judging from this person's cultivation, he should have the strength of 3 to 4 dragons. While Su Yan was sizing him up, he also looked at the people of the Taihang sword faction. His first gaze landed on Xue Xingyue. This was because Xue Xingyue was simply too beautiful. As one of the Taihang twin moons, she was the most lively moon. Then this person's gaze landed on Su Yan. Su Yan keenly sensed that someone was probing his cultivation base. At this moment, he slowly walked over and said to Xue Xingyue and Su Yan, Thank you, friends from the Taihang sword faction, for saving my junior brothers. He smiled and continued, let's not talk about these empty words. By the way, junior brother, I vaguely saw that you seem to have obtained a puppet beast. I wonder if you can transfer it to me. Junior brother, don't worry, I will definitely not let you suffer a loss. As soon as he finished his words, Su Yan immediately squinted his eyes. As the saying goes, one's heart is moved by treasures. It seems like this person from the Blazing Flame sect is interested in my puppet beast. Chapter 546. The smile on Su Yan's face did not fade away as he stared at the person in front of him. This person's cultivation was not bad, but wasn't he looking down on Su Yan a little too much if he wanted to take something from him with just one sentence? Su Yan naturally would not give the puppet to him, but he still decided to reject this person in a more tactful way. Then he looked at the person and said, I don't agree. The 4 simple words were within everyone's expectations, but they were also a little unexpected. The reason why they said this was because Su Yan's rejection was expected. However, his rejection was a little too decisive. The other party did not even state any conditions and directly replied with 2 words. At this moment, the young powerhouse from the Blazing Flame sect's expression changed. In the Blazing Flame sect, he had always been the center of attention. It could be said that among the younger generation in the sect, other than a few people, no one dared to go against his wishes. However, his request was rejected at this moment. Of course, it was not a big deal to be rejected. In fact, it was a very normal thing. However, the other party's rejection was simply too decisive. It was as if he was trying to get rid of a beggar. This was what annoyed him the most. Of course, he did not explode his anger in front of so many people. He only smiled coldly and said, Brother, I'm Xiangju from the Blazing Flame sect. I have some status in the sect, so I won't let you suffer a loss. As he spoke, he was about to take out his precious collection. He believed that Su Yan would be tempted when he saw these things. However, at this moment Su Yan spoke again. I've already said that I'm not willing. This time, Su Yan did not even let him finish his sentence. At this moment, the atmosphere between the Taihang sword faction and the Blazing Flame sect had become a little strange. After all, Su Yan was their savior, but on the other side was their senior brother. At this moment they didn't know what to say. The people from the Taihang sword faction didn't think much of it. After all, Xiangju's name was a little distant to them. However, as long as one was a member of the Blazing Flame sect, there was not a single person who did not know about Xiangju. Xiangju's own strength was very strong. He was one of the top 10 experts of the Blazing Fire sect, and his strength could even be ranked in the top 5. However, this was not the most terrifying part. What was truly terrifying was his birth. Similar to the Taihang sword faction, the Blazing Fire sect also had a large family, and the Xiang family was one of the large families in the Blazing Fire sect. There were venerable level experts in the family. Xiangju was a genius of the Xiang clan. More importantly, Xiangju's brother Xiang Yunfei was a true super freak. Xiang Yunfei had also killed a 5 Dragons Realm expert, and his reputation was not below that of Wang Baichuan. However, at this moment Su Yan did so. He directly rejected Xiangju's request, and didn't even leave him any face. How could a person like Xiangju tolerate such humiliation? At this moment he was very angry. At this moment he couldn't care less about the beauty in front of him. He sneered and said, Humph, you don't want to? Those 3 words need to be backed up by enough strength. Unfortunately, you don't have that kind of strength. At this moment, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction immediately glared at him. At this moment, Su Yan was a hero in their hearts. One had to know that if it wasn't for Su Yan, they would have already died. Moreover, Su Yan was the sword leader of the Taihang sword faction, and Wang Baichuan had fought to a draw. What right did this guy, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, have to say such words to Su Yan? At this moment, Xiangju suddenly laughed out loud. Then he looked at Su Yan and said, Very good. Even I have forgotten how long it has been since someone said such words to me. This is really a surprise. Since you don't want to, I can only rob you. Su Yan smiled lightly and said, You really are a straightforward person. To be able to make robbery sound so dignified. This person's face was indeed thick. However, everyone from the Blazing Fire sect knew how domineering Xiangju was, And they deeply understood that since Xiangju had said such a sentence, he was absolutely serious. He was really going to snatch it from her. Xiangju said with a smile, "We're all men. What's the point of being wishy-washy? I Xiangju have always been like this. What's more, entering this secret realm is based on one's own strength. What's the point of saying so much nonsense?" At this moment he directly rushed towards Su Yan. It was no wonder that this person was so bold. Turned out that he really was extremely powerful. With this move one could see how terrifying he was. A blazing blade light flew directly towards Su Yan. It was one of the unique skills of the blazing fire sect, the roaring flame blade. He was able to directly transform the spirit chi of the blazing fire sect into a long blade, and then burst out an attack. If one was injured, then the blazing fire spirit chi would immediately burn the wound. If it was someone with a lower cultivation, they would have been burned to death in the next moment. At this time he made such a move. It could be seen that this person's heart was very fierce, and he didn't leave any mercy at all. However, although such a move was fierce, it was still a little lacking if it was to deal with Su Yan. When the roaring flame blade arrived in front of Su Yan just smiled faintly, and then moved his hands gently. Immediately, a force directly pointed out and landed on the roaring flame blade. The roaring flame blade, which was erupting with extremely blazing power, immediately disappeared under this force. Seeing that Su Yan easily broke the other party's move, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction cheered. Of course, such cheers were more of a mockery towards the other party. Xiangju's face became even colder. However, he was so angry that he laughed and said directly, "Very well, Su Yan, you're really strong to be able to break my roaring flame blade. No wonder you dared to reject me directly. However, how about we have a bet?" Xiangju looked at Su Yan and then continued, "I know that you're very strong, and you even fought to a draw with Wang Baichuan. However, Wang Baichuan was defeated by my brother back then. If I defeat you today, it will prove that I'm stronger than Wang Baichuan," he said very casually. At this time everyone understood his intention. It turned out that this guy had known Su Yan's identity from the beginning. Perhaps he really did have the intention to steal the puppet, but what he really wanted was to defeat Su Yan. Just as he said, Su Yan and Wang Baichuan fought to a draw, and the Taihang sword faction sect leader personally announced this matter. Therefore, if he defeated Su Yan, it would naturally be said that he was stronger than Wang Baichuan. At this time everyone exclaimed, "Impossible, how could senior brother Wang lose?" Although Su Yan and Wang Baichuan fought to a draw, Wang Baichuan was still a legend in their hearts. Even the disciples of the Shui family and the Feng family thought the same, because Wang Baichuan had always occupied the throne of the Taihang Ten Swords. He had almost become the belief of the younger generation of the Taihang sword faction's disciples. However, Xiangju was telling them that their belief had been defeated. Xiangju looked at the furious disciples of the Taihang sword faction and said disdainfully, "I don't care what you think, but this is the truth. It's a pity that my cultivation was not complete back then, so I didn't have the chance to fight with Wang Baichuan. Otherwise, He did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. At this moment Su Yan gently waved his hand. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction immediately quieted down. Su Yan looked at Xiangju and said, "If you want to fight with me, that's fine. We'll do as you said. If you win, I'll give you the stone behemoth puppet I just obtained. But what if you lose? Don't try to gain something without risking anything. It's meaningless." Su Yan continued, "I'm not afraid to tell you that if my stone behemoth puppet is fully activated, it can fight with the 7 dragons." Hearing Su Yan's words, Xiangju's gaze became even more heated. He saw Su Yan's stone behemoth puppet from afar, and immediately knew that it was a good item. However, when they heard Su Yan's words at this time, they were still incomparably astonished. This thing could actually fight against the top 7 dragons. This was simply an unbelievable thing. However, he would rather believe that it was true. However, he also understood what Su Yan meant. If Su Yan had something good, then what about him? Did he also have something valuable that could be on par with this stone behemoth puppet? This moment he was hesitant. The value of Su Yan's stone behemoth puppet was far beyond his imagination. What he had imagined from the beginning was a joke. In the end, he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll bet with you. What do you think of this item?" He flipped his palm and an item appeared in his hand. It was a fist-sized ruby. The ruby looked very ordinary, but Su Yan could tell at a glance that it contained a terrifying amount of energy. Yes, even to Su Yan at this moment, this energy could only be described as terrifying. He cultivated the solar-colored glaze sword manual. If he could get his hands on this item, the solar-colored glaze sword manual would transform to an extremely profound level. The solar-colored glaze sword manual was the first cultivation technique that he started cultivating after coming to this world. It was also left behind by his father. However, as his opportunities gradually increased, this sword manual reached a bottleneck. Chapter 547. Su Yan said directly, "This gem is indeed precious, but do you think it can compete with a stone statue that has the battle strength of 7 dragons?" Xiangju's expression froze, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. Naturally, he knew that the ruby was of great value, but it was still far from being comparable to a stone statue puppet that could contend against 7 dragon powerhouses. Finally, he suddenly sighed and said, "What you said makes some sense. How about this? I'll add this." After saying that, his palm flashed again, and then an item appeared out of thin air. "This is the blazing fire sapling produced by my blazing fire sect. It's extremely precious, and it's like a treasure to those who practice fire attribute cultivation methods. How about it? Are these 2 items enough?" Su Yan looked at the blazing fire sapling, and his heart was a little moved. Although this guy in front of him was arrogant, he was really a child with many treasures. However, he still smiled faintly and said, "The value of these 2 items is naturally extraordinary. However, this is only for those who cultivate fire attribute cultivation methods. I don't cultivate fire attribute cultivation methods, so what use are they to me?" Su Yan didn't wait for him to speak and continued, "I see that the jade pendant on your waist seems to be pretty good. How about this? If you add this jade pendant, I'll reluctantly fight with you." After hearing Su Yan's words, Xiangju was furious and almost went berserk. The 2 items he took out earlier were already extremely precious, but Su Yan's casual words made him choke to death. He was a disciple of the Taihang sword faction, and he didn't practice fire attribute cultivation methods. More importantly, the jade pendant that Su Yan mentioned was Xiangju's most precious item. This was the jade pendant passed down in the Xiang family, and it had incredible power. If it wasn't for his brother doting on him, he wouldn't have had the chance to wear this jade pendant. At this moment, Su Yan spoke again. "Of course, if you don't want to gamble and want to snatch it by force, that's fine too. None of the disciples of the Taihang sword faction are afraid of death, let alone killing that ungrateful bastard." As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, the Taihang sword faction disciples immediately said, "We're not afraid of death." When these words were spoken, it was truly imposing. However, it was obvious that the Taihang sword faction had the upper hand. Everyone from the Blazing Flame sect was grumbling in their hearts. Xiangju wasn't an idiot. He knew that it wasn't a good idea to fight recklessly at this moment. Whether it was in terms of strength or morality, he was at a disadvantage. In the end, his expression hardened and he directly said, "Fine, I'll add this ancestral jade pendant to the bet with you. But during the battle, you can't use this stone puppet." Su Yan chuckled and nodded. If he used the stone puppet now, his opponent wouldn't even need to fight. He would be killed instantly. It should be known that in the underground palace, Su Yan had been caught by the stone statue beast in an instant. At this moment, Su Yan directly rose into the air and stood in front of Xiangju. "If that's the case, let's begin." Before he could finish speaking, Xiangju could no longer hold himself back. He coldly snorted and said arrogantly, "I want to see what's so special about a guy who can fight Wang Baichuan to a draw. Or is Wang Baichuan so decadent that he can't even defeat a guy who has just stepped into the dragon realm?" The reason why Xiangju dared to fight Su Yan was because he saw through Su Yan's cultivation level. Su Yan smiled and said, "We'll know after the battle. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" As he spoke, he directly flashed towards Su Yan. Xiangju was so arrogant because, other than his background, the most important thing was his strength. At such a young age, he had already reached the 3 dragons realm. Naturally, he had the qualifications to be proud. At this moment, he directly slapped out with his palm. A flaming palm print appeared out of thin air and slapped towards Su Yan. Blazing palm. The palm kept expanding in Su Yan's eyes. In the end, it was as if it was going to envelop Su Yan. Xiangju did not show the slightest bit of mercy, although he looked incomparably arrogant. Although he looked arrogant, he was still very cautious of Su Yan in his heart. One had to know that although his brother had defeated Wang Baichuan, he had only won by half a move. Xiang Yunfei's evaluation of Wang Baichuan was very high. He had even directly told Xiangju that if he met Wang Baichuan, he must choose to retreat. It was precisely because of this sentence that the proud and arrogant Xiangju had the heart to challenge Wang Baichuan. At this moment he saw Su Yan and learned that Su Yan and Wang Baichuan were evenly matched. Only then did he have the desire to win. The blazing palm grew bigger and bigger. In the end, it was actually bigger than Su Yan's entire body. Humph! I'd like to see how you break my blazing palm. This move was not considered a profound move, but in his hands, it exploded with incomparable power. He wanted to see how Su Yan was going to break such a move. Soon, Su Yan's entire body was surrounded by the blazing palm, and he was even drowned. Many disciples of the Taiheng sword faction saw this scene and frowned. They had absolute confidence in Su Yan, but they did not expect that this time, Su Yan would be drowned by the opponent's move so easily. Of course, this did not necessarily mean that Su Yan had lost, but at the very least, it meant that Su Yan was at a disadvantage. This was not a good sign. There were even some disciples who were ready to make a move. Once Su Yan was really defeated, they were going to fight. However, Xue Xinyue, who was most concerned about Su Yan, did not have the slightest change in expression. She could naturally see that Su Yan was doing this on purpose. If Su Yan wanted to avoid this move, he would be able to do so easily, but he did not do so. She was afraid that big brother Su Yan had another purpose. Xue Xinyue had to admit that she knew Su Yan very well. Just as she guessed, Su Yan naturally had his own purpose. Virokana-colored glazed sword scripture had not had a breakthrough for too long, and now Su Yan was looking for this opportunity to break through. The Virokana-colored glazed sword scripture not only cultivated the sword Dao, but also used the blazing sun to condense a little bit of blazing fire intent. Su Yan naturally made rapid progress in cultivating the sword Dao, but at this moment, he had already encountered a bottleneck, and that was the blazing fire intent. Although he had the scarlet spirit fire, but this scarlet spirit fire was a yin fire, and could not help him cultivate the Virokana-colored glazed sword scripture. Today, he finally met such a person, so he naturally had to experience it properly. Xiangju's strength was indeed powerful. The high temperature contained in this palm was simply terrifying. This terrifying flame directly engulfed Su Yan, and Su Yan began to comprehend the power of the blazing fire. After a while he sighed softly and then said, "Although this power is strong, it seems that it is not enough. Looks like I can't let him be lazy." Su Yan's voice fell. Then two fingers condensed into a sword and split open, and lightly slashed. A streak of sword light directly erupted at this moment, the sword light flashing, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Xiangju looked at the Su Yan surrounded by the blazing palm, but he did not act blindly without thinking, because he finally felt that this kind of Su Yan seemed to be a little too weak to actually be hit so easily. If it was merely this bit of strength, how could he possibly contend with Wang Baichuan? Could it be that there was some conspiracy? Thinking up to here, his entire person was already on full alert, waiting for Su Yan's next move. Right at this time, his blazing palm suddenly trembled. Is it going to break open? At this time his power erupted once more, extremely terrifying flames directly bombarding towards that blazing palm. Although he did not know what Su Yan's purpose was at this time, Su Yan was already trapped by the blazing palm. Then don't come out. At this time the blazing palm had already opened up a gap, and everyone could feel Su Yan's powerful sword qi. However, the moment this sword qi was revealed, that extremely terrifying flame power suddenly descended, and in the end, Su Yan was completely drowned in it. Su Yan's entire body was surrounded by intense flames, and the terrifying flames were like a huge beast that swallowed him up. Damn brat, I don't care what kind of plan you have, but one wrong step will lead to many wrong steps. Since you've already lost the opportunity, then I will definitely not be polite and will definitely let you die without a burial place. As his words fell, he continuously bombarded Su Yan with power. Soon that terrifying power suddenly expanded, and in the end, it turned into an extremely terrifying flame vortex, completely trapping Su Yan inside. At this moment, the spectators were even more nervous. This was because they all knew that what Xiangju said was the truth. In a battle between two powerhouses, unless one was the most proficient in defense, the attacker would have the absolute advantage. Xiangju's power was originally known for being domineering, and at this time, letting him unleash his power to the extreme was definitely not good news for Su Yan. However, this was Su Yan's own choice after all, and they did not understand what Su Yan wanted to do. The only thing they could do now was to believe in Su Yan. After all, Su Yan was the Taixing sword leader. At this moment, Su Yan was in the middle of a sea of flames, and his entire body was enduring the extremely terrifying flame power. However, there was not the slightest hint of panic on his face. Instead, there was only calmness. His soul was completely immersed in it. At this moment, he was analyzing the flame power, and then trying to learn how to improve his solar-colored glazed sword scripture. Chapter 548. In his sea of consciousness, a blazing sun was faintly discernible. However, the current blazing sun did not have much heat. Su Yan was trying to communicate with and sense the power within it, so that the blazing sun would become even more perfect. The solar glazed sword manual was an extremely domineering sword technique that used the boundless power of the raging flames. However, although he had made some progress in his sword technique, he was still unable to comprehend the intent of the raging flames. However, Xiangju's attack allowed him to gain an additional understanding in his heart. He suddenly realized that it was actually not difficult to completely master the solar glazed sword. That was to allow one to comprehend the ultimate power of the raging flames. In other words, it was to continuously devour the power of the raging flames and use it for oneself. At this moment, since Su Yan had a plan in his heart, he directly displayed an extremely powerful sharpness. His gaze was fixed straight ahead as if he wanted to pierce through the entire world. In that case, it'll be fine as long as I win this battle. As long as he won this battle, he would be able to obtain the ruby and the raging flame sapling. With these two items, he would be able to directly absorb the power of the raging flames and use it to condense the solar glazed sword. Furthermore, that mysterious jade pendant seemed to be extremely precious. Sword Dance of the Fish Dragon. Su Yan immediately activated his sword chi. An extremely terrifying sword chi instantly exploded out. The dense sword chi directly transformed into a gigantic sword. As Su Yan's palm moved, the huge sword sliced through the air. Wherever the huge sword passed, all the flames were stripped away layer by layer. The powerful sword aura cut through everything. Xiangju was desperately displaying his power. He wanted to defeat Su Yan directly without giving him a chance to retaliate. He wanted everyone in the Taiheng sword faction to know his name. Everything was going smoothly. His opponent was going to pay the price for his arrogance. However, at this moment, a powerful light suddenly flashed. With this flash of light, the flame vortex he had created actually split apart layer by layer. What? This guy actually managed to break free from my flame vortex? That's impossible. This was his first reaction. However, the dissipating flames told him that this was the truth. When the last ray of light flashed past, all the flames had disappeared. Su Yan's figure reappeared. In his hand, the scorching sun sword was emitting a scarlet radiance. His expression was somewhat solemn. Although it seemed very easy to destroy his opponent's flame vortex, it had actually taken him quite a bit of effort. For this Xiangju to be so rampant, he indeed had some strength. But that was fine as well. It was more interesting to fight with such an expert. At this moment, Su Yan's fighting spirit surged. He looked at Xiangju and said, "Alright, let's begin the second round." Su Yan already had a rough idea of the great sun-colored glazed sword manual's progression, so now was not the time to drag things out with this guy. There were too many dangers in this damned place. Since he saw this black dragon coffin in this valley, it was very likely that there were other things. What's more, those people from the devil sect would not let Su Yan have peace of mind. Xiangju looked at Su Yan and suddenly laughed. "Good, very good. Su Yan, I suddenly realized that you are my benefactor. The sword in your hand is a sacred sword, right? Such a sword should be given to a true powerhouse. So, for the sake of this sword and that stone giant beast puppet, I will spare your life." At this time, Su Yan was no longer interested in listening to his nonsense. He just shook his head and said, "Although I don't understand why you are so confident in yourself, I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. Since you are not going to make a move, then let me." While speaking, Su Yan disappeared from the spot. Although Xiangju was laughing wildly, in fact, he was paying attention to Su Yan at all times. The moment Su Yan made his move, he was already on guard. Su Yan's speed was indeed very fast, but it was not enough to make him panic. In the next moment, Su Yan's sword light had already arrived in front of Xiangju. Xiangju suddenly shouted in a low voice and then punched out. This heavy punch directly bombarded Su Yan. On the fist there was actually a fire snake coiling around. Raging Flame Flying Snake Fist. This fist was a very high-level skill of the Fierce Flame sect. It could compress the spirit chi in the body to the extreme and then turn it into a fire snake. Finally, this fire snake would directly explode, like a surging river, oppressing the enemy. If hit by this fire snake, not to mention other things, just the terrifying power was enough to cause severe internal injuries, not to mention that this fire snake contained a monstrous flame energy. It could almost burn a powerhouse of the same level alive. Xiangju was very confident in his fist. As long as Su Yan dared to face him head-on, then he would let Su Yan know what pain was. Of course, if Su Yan chose to evade, then he would directly seize the initiative. In this kind of close combat, once he obtained the initiative, then he would be able to erupt with extremely terrifying destructive power. At this moment, Su Yan actually held the Scorching Sun sword in his hand, and then chopped down with the palm. He actually really chose to prove it. A look of viciousness flashed across in Xiangju's eyes. He was already looking forward to Su Yan's miserable cry. In the next moment the fist and palm met. Berserk power erupted fiercely at this time. In the sky, a sound similar to a wild beast's low roar erupted. Between the two people, powerful spirit chi directly faced each other head-on. Bang! Xiangju's spirit chi was filled with endless berserk, while Su Yan's spirit chi was as sharp as a long sword. These two spirit chi collided continuously. This kind of power simply made people endlessly alarmed. After this strike, Xiangju's expression immediately changed. Because Su Yan's strength was clearly just at the One Dragon realm, but at this time the two people actually came to a draw after exchanging blows. One had to know that this time he did not hold back. His expression had already become solemn, and Su Yan was also surprised by Xiangju's strength. His previous palm seemed ordinary, but in fact he had already integrated the Devil Dragon Claw battle technique into it. Under this strike the power was terrifying and unparalleled. Both of them retreated after a single strike. However, after Su Yan retreated, he immediately activated his long sword and then slashed towards Xiangju. Swordfish Dragon Dance. When he used the Regal Sword technique, his speed became even faster, much faster than before. The sudden acceleration, and it was in the opposite direction. Xiangju could not react for a moment. Until Su Ya's sword light was already on his face. Only then did he realize it. Fire Dragon Divine Armor. At this time, he already knew that it would be extremely difficult to block this sword with his own strength. Fortunately, he still had other means. After those 4 words fell, the aura all over his body became incomparably vigorous. Then, an extremely berserk power suddenly appeared and directly enveloped him. After this power appeared, the air around him became incomparably hot in an instant. Even Su Yan did not dare to stay any longer after sensing this power. Instead, he directly retreated at an extremely fast speed. This was because this power was simply too strong. Finally, the berserk power quietly dissipated, and then the figure of this person appeared again. At this time there was an additional set of fiery glass-like armor on Xiangju's body. The armor was burning with raging flames, making him look like a fire god that existed in the mortal world. "I really didn't expect your strength to be so strong." He gritted his teeth and said this sentence. He originally thought that he could easily deal with a person in the One Dragon realm. However, he never expected that his opponent's strength had actually reached such a level. If he did not summon the fire dragon armor, he was afraid that he would have been directly killed by that sword earlier. That terrifying shadow of the dragonfish directly descended like a demon, causing him to be extremely frightened. Fire dragon armor? Su Yan felt an extremely strong oppressive force from this set of armor. He vaguely felt as if he was facing the god of fire. Moreover, Su Yan was very clear that this feeling came from the armor itself and had nothing to do with Xiangju. Xiangju smiled faintly and said, "Originally, I didn't want to summon this armor, but I didn't expect you to be far more troublesome than I expected. Now I believe that you really have the strength to fight Wang Baichuan." Xiangju took a deep breath and continued, "It's your honor to be able to see this set of armor, but it's also the beginning of your nightmare. Fire dragon soaring." In an instant, flames bloomed on the armor. The scarlet flames directly dyed the sky above the small hill red. Then Xiangju charged at Su Yan with an extremely powerful aura. At this moment he was like a real dragon, carrying an extremely strong and violent aura. The closer he got to Su Yan, the more heavy pressure Su Yan felt attacking him. That was the majesty of a real dragon. Fire dragon. Su Yan finally understood why this set of armor was called the Fire Dragon armor. It was because this armor actually contained the soul aura of a fire dragon. If Su Yan's guess was correct, this armor sealed the soul of a fire dragon. This was really a big deal. There was no need to mention the strength of a real dragon, but he was sealed in it and became a pitiful dragon soul. How powerful was such a power? At this moment, after the appearance of the fire dragon armor, Xiangju directly merged with the fire dragon armor, erupting with extremely terrifying power. It was as if he had risen a level out of thin air. Su Yan turned the scorching sun sword and directly used the scorching sun glass. Then the sword light suddenly shone. Chapter 549. Hehe Su Yan, now you know my power. Xiangju laughed wildly. He did not give Su Yan any chance at all. After sending Su Yan flying with a punch, his entire body once again chased forward. His terrifying speed was displayed once again. In just a moment he had already caught up with Su Yan, who was flying backward. He stopped directly behind Su Yan, then sneered and said, "Even if you beg for mercy now, I won't stop." The powerful flames appeared once again and surrounded him. His eyes were filled with a scarlet radiance. At this time his killing intent had been completely ignited, and he wanted to kill Su Yan directly. At this moment, a light suddenly flashed behind Su Yan, and then dragon wings appeared directly. "It won't be that easy to kill me." The great demonic dragon bloodline inheritance. Demonic dragon wings. At this time Su Yan's figure was clearly still retreating, but behind Xiangju, there was a ghastly sword light that directly burst out. Xiangju's eyes were startled, and he immediately understood that Su Yan had long deviated from his original trajectory and appeared behind him. As for the one in front of him, it was just an illusion. At this moment he became extremely angry. This was because he was actually played by Su Yan in front of everyone. Although the crowd was not able to see this scene clearly, to him, this was already a great humiliation. His eyes revealed incomparable ferocity, then he turned around and fiercely clawed down. "Why are you able to show dragon wings? Is this your dragonization talent?" The dragonization talent was extremely rare. Until now, he had not been born with his dragonization talent. However, Su Yan in front of him, who was only in the one dragon realm, had actually been born with the dragonization talent, which made it difficult for him to accept. Therefore, his eyes were already filled with anger, and violent power continued to rise. Of course Su Yan wouldn't care. Although Xiangju was powerful, in the end he was just a spoiled child. The demonic dragon wings shook again, and then directly pounced on him. At this time, Su Yan's Virokana-colored glaze sword scripture was directly activated, and at the same time, his Buddha's heart began to beat violently. At this moment, his entire body's power directly rose to the extreme. The sword light continued to shine, and the two forces continued to collide, erupting with terrifying power. With the help of the fire dragon armor, Xiangju's power was naturally strong. This battle until now, he had the upper hand. This battle until now. Every time they clashed, it was Su Yan who was retreating, while he did not move. However, at this time he was extremely angry, because only himself knew how passive he was at a disadvantage now. Although he had the advantage, Su Yan had the upper hand. He did not receive any damage did not suffers. When his terrifying raging inferno spirit chi clashed with his opponent, he always felt that his spirit chi would be absorbed by his opponent. Although this was not obvious, it was already unbearable for him. Damn it, you're devouring Mises. At this moment he suddenly blasted out a punch. The shadow of a dragon directly appeared, crushing towards Su Yan. He used a lot of power in this move, and that terrifying and enormous power directly pressed towards Su Yan, causing Su Yan to fly backward again. The power of this punch was naturally strong, but Su Yan directly dissipated more than half of its power. However, Su Yan could see that this guy was doing it on purpose. His real intention was to use this move at this moment. Su Yan, so what if you've comprehended your dragon transformation talent? Today you're still going to die in my hands. With this fire dragon armor, my strength has completely reached the 4 dragons realm. Moreover, I've already fought those of a higher level before, and my combat strength is far from ordinary. However, since you're able to force me to use this move, you can be considered strong. Flames seemed to be burning in his eyes, and that terrifying power continued to erupt, finally forming 4 cyclones around his body. The scarlet cyclones continued to gather. 4 extreme blazing dragon wave. He suddenly roared, and the power that he had finally gathered finally erupted at this moment. Then it directly rushed towards Su Yan. That violent power was truly terrifying, as if the sky had directly enveloped him. At this moment, Su Yan immediately sensed that under such power, it was probably impossible for him to escape. This was because no matter where he escaped to, this aura would catch up in an instant. Moreover, this kind of power was enough to kill a 6 dragons powerhouse. Of course, this was not his own power, but that set of armor. The fire dragon armor was truly extremely powerful. And at this moment, Su Yan could even hear the roar of the fire dragon soul. At this moment, Su Yan's entire person became incomparably dignified. He already understood that at this moment, he was not only facing Xiangju, but also the fire dragon soul. Su Yan fully unleashed his power, and at the same time, the dragon blood ice fire shield directly appeared in front of him. As Su Yan poured in a large amount of spiritual energy, the dragon blood ice fire shield immediately shone with an extremely dazzling light, and in the end, it actually formed into a shield. That huge shield showed an image of an intersection of ice blue and scarlet red, and then it blocked in front of Su Yan. In the next moment, that terrifying 4 extreme blazing dragon wave finally arrived. It was also at this moment that a violent wind whistled, and within the violent wind, a terrifying ripple directly tore through the sky, and then spread out in all directions. That terrifying power was constantly fluctuating, and the powerful radiance seemed to want to sweep everything away. Regardless of whether it was the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction or the Fierce Flame sect, at this moment, their hearts were already trembling. This was a battle between the top powerhouses of the 2 major sects. Go to hell! Xiangju's eyes were already wide open, and he was already using all his strength to launch his strongest attack. In front of Su Yan, the huge shield was constantly shaking, stubbornly resisting the powerful force. However, as time passed, Su Yan suddenly felt that he actually did not seem to be straining at all. Xiangju's power did not weaken, which meant that Su Yan's power had become even stronger. At this moment, the great sun-colored glass sword scripture rolled again, and the flow of spiritual energy was simply like a tidal wave. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly realized that the regal sword scripture had also started to operate. Gradually, in his soul, the regal sword scripture suddenly derived a new move. After the dance of the fish dragon and the sword that settles the universe, the 3rd move appeared, the regal raging flame slash. Su Yan's body trembled. He never expected that the upgrade of the great sun-colored glass sword scripture would actually bring about such a change. This was simply a pleasant surprise for him. At this time he suddenly howled wildly, his voice piercing through the clouds. Su Yan casually waved his hand, and that shield formed by the dragon blood ice fire mantle directly disappeared. The instant the shield disappeared, that violent and terrifying power already arrived in front of Su Yan. That violent power was virtually going to directly melt Su Yan. It was just that Su Yan suddenly did not care. The long sword in his hand danced lightly. In an instant, endless blazing flames directly surrounded the blazing sun sword. It was as if the blazing sun sword was the controller of that terrifying power. Along with the continuous gathering of power, the blazing sun sword's light became even stronger. In just a short while, this ray of light could actually already rival the light released by the 4 extreme blazing dragon wave. And later on, this light was even more terrifying, already blotting out the sky and covering the sun, thoroughly suppressing the light released by Xiangju. Xiangju's entire person was already stunned, and he immediately said, "This is impossible. How could the One Dragon realm erupt with such powerful power? This was absolutely impossible. This had to be an illusion." He kept telling himself that this was not real, but that violent power in his trembling body told him that all of this was real. At this point, he no longer had any thoughts of resistance in his heart. His only thought was to leave. "I'll die, I'll be killed." At this time, his heart was filled with fear, and he no longer had his initial pride and confidence. He directly activated the power of the fire dragon armor and turned to leave. However, just as he was about to pass, Su Yan's voice rang in his ears. "Supreme sun-shattering slash." These 5 words were like 5 dull tolls of a bell, directly exploding in his sea of consciousness. Then, in the depths of his sea of consciousness, an extremely terrifying blazing sun directly rose from the mountainside. That blazing sun was like a huge cage in reality, and Xiangju was imprisoned within it. The moment the last word fell, that blazing sun actually shattered bit by bit. Visible cracks could be seen with the naked eye, and it was simply despairing. Xiangju felt that his body would also be directly crushed by those cracks. This was a power that he could not resist at all. "I've lost, I admit defeat." Just as he was at his most desperate, a little spiritual light appeared, and he used his loudest voice to shout these few words. Yes, he was scared, and because he was scared, he admitted defeat. His voice reverberated in the empty space. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction were naturally very happy, but the disciples of the Fiery Flame sect were surprised and even confused. No matter how domineering Xiangju was usually, his cultivation and combat strength were real. However, at this time, he admitted defeat in such a terrified and humble manner. They raised their heads and watched the blazing sun's radiance dissipate bit by bit. Xiangju's entire body was covered in sweat, and he did not have any strength left as he directly fell from the sky. Boom! A loud sound was heard, followed by smoke and dust. His body crashed heavily into the ground, but with the protection of the fire dragon armor, this bit of power was naturally nothing to him. Chapter 550. Before he could react, another loud noise came from beside him. It turned out that Su Yan had descended from the sky and stood beside him. Su Yan looked at him and said, "Give it to me." Su Yan did not have a good impression of this person in front of him. This was because if he did not have some tricks up his sleeve, he would have ended up in a worse state than this person. Moreover, they were not friends in the first place, so there was no need to be so polite. At this moment, Xiangju finally raised his head and looked at Su Yan with eyes full of anger and killing intent. At this moment, his entire body was trembling. This was probably the first time he had felt this way. He felt like a dog lying on the ground while the other party was looking down at him from above. This feeling was really terrible. Suddenly, he sneered and said, "All right, Su Yan, I'll remember you. I'll leave this with you for now, but sooner or later, I'll get back at you with double the price." Su Yan did not answer him. He had heard such words countless times, and there was a saying that went, "It's useless to say more." In the end, Xiangju handed over the flame gem, the flame tree sapling, and the other parts to Su Yan. With the 3 items in hand, Su Yan ignored Xiangju and walked to the front of the Taihang sword faction disciples. "Sorry for the wait, everyone. Let's leave this place." In this place, Su Yan's battle prowess was the strongest. Hence, no one would object to his words. As for the hill, Su Yan had completely sealed it after he left. Even a venerable one would not be able to open it, so Su Yan was not worried at all. The Taihang sword faction disciples followed Su Yan away, leaving the blazing flame sect disciples at a loss. They even forgot to help Xiangju up. After walking for a long time, Xue Xinhua said to Su Yan, "Brother Su Yan, where should we go now?" Xue Xinhua wasn't the only one who wanted to know. All the disciples wanted to know. This battlefield was filled with terrifying dangers. Originally, they thought that with their powerful strength they would be able to run amok. Then, a hurricane made them realize how small they were. Speaking of where to go, Su Yan actually didn't know. He could only follow his instincts. Of course, this wasn't an unreliable sixth sense, but rather the guidance of the great demon dragon's bloodline. The black dragon's corpse was buried on this piece of land, So something related to the black dragon must have happened here in the past. The great demon dragon's bloodline gently pulsated, calling Su Yan forward. Clearly, the place ahead was definitely not ordinary. However, all of this didn't matter anymore. The most important thing now was to move forward, because other than this direction, Su Yan didn't know where to go. Since that was the case, then he would just follow his instincts. If there was really something in that place, it would definitely attract enough powerhouses to go there. At that time, he should be able to meet up with the people from the Taihang sword faction. Moreover, Su Yan also believed that after such a big thing happened here, the seniors of the Taihang sword faction would definitely have noticed it and started to make preparations. Su Yan walked at the front, followed by Xue Xinyue and the other disciples of the Taihang sword faction. Su Yan felt more and more lonely as he walked. Although there were many disciples behind him, he was starting to miss the 5 counties. He wondered how Yun Wanqing was doing. She must be worried about him leaving the 5 counties alone. Also Lu Fei. He wondered if the blood-sucking Scourge King's blood in his body was still important. If the blood-sucking Scourge King really went berserk, he wondered if Lu Fei could handle it. There was also the people from the Monster Palace. After the revival of the 10,000 Devil Ancient Tree, they should be even more powerful. Xue Xinyue followed behind Su Yan. She looked at Su Yan's back and realized that Su Yan seemed to have sunk into loneliness. She was so close to Su Yan, but she felt that Su Yan's heart was so far away from her. This was probably what it meant to be so close yet so far. However, it didn't feel good. The wind was still blowing. When it was at its strongest, it made people a little unsteady. Fortunately, the violent hurricane at the beginning didn't appear. The sky gradually darkened. Su Yan finally led the group out of the plains and into the forest. Compared to the plains, the forest was actually more dangerous. This was because there were many unknown things hidden under the lush branches. There were poisonous snakes, worms, other powerful monsters, and miasma. All of this was a huge threat to the crowd. After stepping into the forest, Su Yan frowned. As expected, spiritual force will be suppressed in this place. He sighed. When he first saw the forest, he had already felt that something was strange. He always felt that there was a very oppressive aura in the forest. This kind of aura made him feel a little uneasy. When he really stepped into this place, he immediately felt a kind of pressure. His spiritual force was suppressed. Even Su Yan's spiritual force was suppressed to a frightening extent, let alone the disciples behind him. For the few disciples with relatively weaker cultivation, their spiritual force perception was not as good as directly seeing with their eyes. Everyone follow closely. Don't fall behind, Su Yan said to the people behind him solemnly. Then he directly walked forward. Unexpectedly, Su Yan did not encounter too much trouble along the way. The occasional small interlude was cut off by Su Yan's sword. After all, Su Yan's strength was great. With the scorching sun sword opening the way, the journey was quite smooth. However, this smoothness did not last for long. Gradually, a vast expanse of white fog began to form. In this forest, spiritual force was already suppressed. At this time, when the fog appeared, even vision was greatly affected. When the white fog appeared, Su Yan immediately felt a slight chill. He directly said to everyone, "Everyone be careful. Use your spirit chi to protect your body." This white fog was very fatal. If they were not careful, they could lose their lives. Therefore, they had to use their spirit chi to protect themselves. After walking for another 15 minutes, Su Yan's ears suddenly twitched. Then he unsheathed the scorching sun sword again. The blazing sword light dispersed a large area of the thick fog. With a flash of the sword light, a huge ancient tree fell. All the disciples were nervous. This was because they did not notice anything at all. At this time, after Su Yan's sword, the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. "Senior brother Su Yan, what happened?" someone asked. Su Yan did not look too good. This was because just a moment ago, he clearly felt a shadow darting through the crowd. However, the speed of the shadow was too fast. Even he couldn't see it clearly. However, he was sure that it was definitely not an illusion. Suddenly, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. "Is everyone here?" After Su Yan asked this, the disciples looked at each other. At this time, someone suddenly exclaimed, Luo Xiaohu is gone." This exclamation shook everyone's hearts. At this time, everyone looked and saw that it was really as he said. Luo Xiaohu was gone. Luo Xiaohu was one of the more outstanding disciples of the Taihang sword faction. He was ranked 79th in the top 100 of the younger generation. It was not high, but it was definitely not low either. His cultivation had already reached the 2 mountains of Fengyuan. He was clearly in the crowd just now, but in such a short time he had disappeared. The most creepy thing was that no one knew how he disappeared. If it wasn't for Su Yan's sudden shout, perhaps no one would have noticed it until now. This was really too strange and too terrifying. Su Yan's expression became even worse. He was sure that it was the guy from before who had taken Luo Xiaohu away. His gaze was directed towards the sky. Countless tree branches were blocking the light from the sky. At this time he directly said, "Start a fire. Everyone, rest here and be alert." Although powerful demonic beasts were not afraid of fire, the burning fire could still avoid some trouble. At least with the light of the fire, the damned fog could be dispersed, at least within this range. All of you stay here. Furthermore, you must be extremely careful. I'll go and see if I can save Luo Xiaohu. Oh right, there's a sword here. I've already placed a spiritual imprint on it. If there's a mysterious change, break the sword. Su Yan handed a sword to Xue Xinyue and instructed the others. Then he directly left the crowd. Although it was very vague, he could sense that guy's aura. He just hoped that there was still enough time. In order to save Luo Xiaohu, Su Yan naturally did not dare to hold back any of his strength. His body directly shuttled between the huge trees and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Xue Xinyue sighed softly. At this time she really wished that she could be by Su Yan's side and fight with him. However, she also knew that these disciples still needed someone to take care of them. She definitely could not leave like this. The aura is still there. Looks like this is the right direction. However, I hope that there's still time. Although he did not know what kind of creature it was, the other party's speed was too fast. Even if he chased after it, the Taihang sword faction disciple Luo Xiaohu would most likely die. However, he was still willing to give it a try. Firstly, it was a life after all. Chapter 551. Luo Xiaohu was not dead. In fact, he was still very conscious at this time. However, at this time he felt extremely uncomfortable. When the fog rose, his heart was beating rapidly. When Su Yan told everyone to be careful and defend, he naturally increased his vigilance. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly shot over. In the fog, such a ray of light was not conspicuous. However, he never expected that the ray of light was actually coming for him. Before he could react, the ray of light had already swept him up. Then his entire body directly soared into the sky and flew towards the sky. At this moment his entire body was constantly flying. In the sky, the sound of the air being torn almost pierced his eardrums. This speed was extremely fast. However, this speed was not his own. It was the thing that was grabbing him, or rather, that person. Until now, Luo Xiaohu still did not understand what exactly was grabbing him. After an unknown amount of time, he finally felt that the other party had stopped. Plop! A heavy sound was heard. His entire body had fallen into a pit. At this moment, Luo Xiaohu finally had the chance to see the existence that had captured him. When he got a good look at this guy, he was stunned. An eagle demon. This was one of the powerful monsters recorded in the Taihang sword faction. It had the body of an eagle but the face of a human. The one in front of him was completely black, and its pair of wings were extremely terrifying. However, its face was that of a gentle and beautiful woman. If it was just this face, Luo Xiaohu even felt that he would fall in love with it. However, when coupled with this body, it was too terrifying. Luo Xiaohu immediately stood up. Then with a clang, he held his longsword in his hand. Due to an opportunity back then, his sword was also a famous sword. The blade was cold and very sharp. At this moment, he channeled his spirit chi, and the sword began to emit light. Die demon! After he snorted coldly, he directly charged towards the eagle demon. He directly performed the Taihang sword technique, causing an extremely sharp light and shadow to appear. Light and shadow swept across and sword shadows filled the sky, incomparably awe-inspiring. However, the moment the sword light pierced the harpy, the monster snorted and flapped its huge wings. Just like that, an extremely violent power directly attacked. That violent power swept out and actually shattered his sword light in an instant. However, this power did not stop, and even fiercely collided with Luo Xiaohu's body. Luo Xiaohu was sent flying once again. At the same time, he sucked in a breath of cold air. So powerful. As expected of a powerful demonic beast that was marked by the Tai Hang sword faction. Even though he was at the level of the 2 mountains of radius, he couldn't resist at all. Even so, he still stood up resolutely. Even if he was already in an extremely dangerous situation, even if he was about to die in the next moment. But he still chose to stand and die. At this moment, he suddenly saw a smile appear on the beautiful face of the harpy. It was a smile of disdain. This damned harpy was actually mocking him. This caused his aura to completely sink. Therefore, at this moment his sword chi was activated again. 13 Taxing swords. He once again swung his sword. Although it was just an ordinary sword, there were cold specks of light on the sword light. The intense radiance emitted a heart-palpitating light. Such a sword light was indescribably brilliant. The powerful sword blade slashed down directly, stirring up a boundless wind. Although it was just a simple sword, there were a total of 13 sword shadows. Moreover, each sword shadow was real. At this moment, Luo Xiaohu's aura had risen to its peak. Originally, it was not easy for him to perform this sword move. However, for some reason, he was able to perform this sword move so smoothly today. The powerful sword chi swept out and had already sealed off all directions of the harpy. Luo Xiaohu believed that this sword move would definitely be able to injure this damned monster. When he performed this sword move, he even felt that his realm was loosening, and there were actually signs of a breakthrough. However, at this moment the harpy moved again. Its wings suddenly flapped, and then its eyes emitted a dangerous light. In the next moment its body suddenly soared into the sky. A huge wave of demonic chi burst out and actually tore all the sword chi apart. The harpy seemed to be impatient, and its entire body directly crashed toward Luo Xiaohu. Boom! With a loud sound, Luo Xiaohu only felt his entire body tremble. The web between his thumb and index finger had already split open, and even his internal organs were greatly shaken. At this moment, his face was already ashen. His most powerful strength was actually so weak in front of the other party. Is it bitten to death? At this moment, the harpy's claws had already pressed directly on his body. The intense pain instantly swallowed all of Luo Xiaohu's nerves, and his entire body was trembling. At this moment, the harpy suddenly bent down, and its cheek and Luo Xiaohu's cheek were very close. Luo Xiaohu could even feel the other party's aura. Of course, this could not be the fragrance of a beautiful girl, but an extremely fishy smell. After all, the other party was a demonic beast. However, a strange smile suddenly appeared on the face of the harpy, and then a strange chirping sound was released from its throat. It even opened its mouth and charged toward Luo Xiaohu. At this moment, Luo Xiaohu's mood was desperate. He felt that he should not have attacked the other party with his sword just now, but should have decisively committed suicide. However, at this moment he really wanted to cry but had no tears. Could it be that his chastity was no longer guaranteed? At this moment, a sword intent suddenly appeared, and whether it was Luo Xiaohu or the harpy, they were all enveloped by this sword intent. At this moment, Luo Xiaohu, who was already in despair, suddenly felt inexplicably happy. Senior brother Su Yan. Yes, among their group, who else could release such a terrifying sword intent other than senior brother Su Yan? He did not expect that senior brother Su Yan would actually come to save him. At this moment, he only wanted to shout for help, but under the pressure of the harpy, it was very difficult for him to even open his mouth. The harpy body human face demon was still suppressing Luo Xiaohu's body, but its head was already raised high, and its eyes were filled with deep fear. One sword to settle the universe. At this moment, a cold and angry voice was heard directly. The feathers on the harpy's body stood up one by one, and then it directly let out an almost shrill cry. Such a cry could almost tear a person's soul apart. However, as it screamed, the sword shadow had already arrived in front of it. At this moment, its huge body was suddenly fixed in place. Even its scream was also stopped. At this moment, Su Yan directly slapped over with his palm. This palm directly materialized in the air and finally turned into a huge dragon claw, directly slapping the harpy away. Su Yan also took advantage of this opportunity to drag Luo Xiaohu out. Are you okay? Su Yan asked directly. I'm fine. Senior brother Su Yan, don't worry. At this moment, Luo Xiaohu's heart was filled with gratitude. If senior brother Su Yan had come a little later, his chastity would have been lost. He had secretly decided in his heart that he would sell his life to senior brother Su Yan. Of course, he was indeed fine. Except for the skin and flesh on his body being lifted up extremely quickly, his internal organs seemed to be a little shaken, and the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, there was really nothing else. Su Yan's gaze fell on him, and then he nodded non-committally. Of course, he saw Luo Xiaohu's miserable situation at this time, but since this guy insisted that he was fine, he certainly would not say anything because he had more important things to do now. That was to deal with the harpy in front of him. At this moment, the harpy-body human-faced demon had already broken free from Su Yan's one sword to decide heaven and earth. Its eyes were filled with anger as it looked at Su Yan with a ruthless gaze. Su Yan directly attacked. Staying in such a place for one more second meant one more second of danger. Xue Xinyue and the others were still waiting for him in the forest, so he could not waste time here. Su Yan immediately used his power and directly used the heaven-crushing 10 slashes. The heaven-breaking 10 slashes was combined with Su Yan's sword art. When it was displayed, the incomparably sharp sword chi was combined with the vast and majestic aura. It was simply ferocious, causing people to be terrified. Oh! A metallic clanging sound erupted, and Su Yan's sword had already landed on the harpy body demon beast's feathers. So powerful, so fast, and so powerful. Luo Xiaohu's blood was boiling as he watched. He only felt that his whole body was about to burn. Su Yan's sword just now was really powerful, and his whole body was constantly trembling. Previously, he had used all his strength to activate the Taxing 13 swords, and even reached his peak, but he could not even touch the monster's body. However, senior brother Su Yan's casual swing of his sword had actually cut off its feathers. While Luo Xiaohu was still in shock, Su Yan had already used the second sword. This sword was even more terrifying than the previous one. When the sword light fell, the harpy human-faced demon even started to tremble. It wanted to go berserk, but in front of Su Yan's power it had no chance at all. Chapter 552. In the end, the harpy-faced demon died. The fifth sword was even more terrifying than the fourth sword. The huge momentum even affected the surrounding air. Facing this sword, Luo Xiaohu only felt that he was like a tiny ant. If this sword was aimed at him, even if it was just a graze, it would be enough to make him pay with his life. However, he clearly remembered that when Su Yan was fighting with Wang Baichuan, he did not use such a move at all. If he had already displayed such a terrifying power at that time, then would he and senior brother Wang Baichuan still be able to fight to a draw? Su Yan put away the scorching sun sword and walked in front of Luo Xiaohu. For some reason, when Luo Xiaohu faced Su Yan at this moment, he actually unconsciously took a step back. Then he immediately realized that he had lost his composure and said with a smile, "Senior brother, thank you for saving my life this time." Su Yan nodded and said, "Don't worry about it. It's fine as long as you're fine." Of course, although Su Yan still said so, he still grabbed Luo Xiaohu. Luo Xiaohu was immediately shocked. Could it be that senior brother Su Yan wanted to do something to him? However, he was definitely not such a person. He still had a junior sister that he liked, so he definitely would not betray her. At this moment, Luo Xiaohu's mind was filled with thoughts. However, at this moment, a very cool aura directly entered his body. Then, he suddenly realized that there were many inexplicable clouds around his body. Under the encirclement of these clouds, his wounds were gradually healing. The blurry flesh had already begun to solidify, and was even forming scars at a speed visible to the naked eye. In his body, the internal organs that had almost shifted also recovered at this moment. Magical! Although he knew that many sects were good at healing, the method that Su Yan used still shocked him to the extreme. The way he looked at Su Yan quietly changed. This was simply inconceivable. Su Yan didn't take this to heart. After a long time, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "All right, your internal organs are fine now. As for your wounds, they have healed a lot. However, you must remember to recuperate properly after this, because I don't know if there is any poison in this harpy human-faced demon's body." Luo Xiaohu felt like he was dreaming. However, he immediately said, Luo Xiaohu will never forget senior martial brother Su Yan's kindness. Su Yan smiled and said, You have already thanked me once. Moreover, since you call me senior brother, it's natural for me to save you. Alright, since you don't have anything else to do, let's go and meet with them. How could Luo Xiaohu have any objections? Naturally, he nodded in agreement. But at this time he suddenly thought of something and said to Su Yan, Senior brother Su Yan, please don't tell anyone about what just happened. Is that okay? Don't worry, Luo Xiaohu will definitely repay you well. One had to know that he had almost been beheaded by a harpy humanoid demon, maybe 100 times. If his friends knew about this, it would definitely become a stain in his life. Su Yan's expression changed a little, but in the end he smiled and said, Yes, don't worry. I will naturally keep these things a secret for you. Su Yan had already left for a while. Everyone surrounded the fire. Although they were already tired, no one dared to rest because the forest was full of unimaginable dangers. At this time there was a long sword beside everyone. The long sword pierced the ground and then intertwined with each other, forming a mysterious formation. As soon as this formation was formed, it immediately enveloped everyone. Not only the surroundings, but also the top of their heads and even the ground were all included in the protection of this sword formation. Only then did everyone dare to rest at ease. One had to know that this place was full of unimaginable dangers. Just a while ago, a disciple was almost killed by a 1-meter-long centipede that crawled out from the ground. Fortunately, Xue Xinyue directly attacked with her sword and killed the monster. Everyone held their breaths and concentrated. Although they couldn't fall asleep directly, they could meditate to recuperate and recover their strength. Just as everyone was resting, suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard. Although due to the fog and the special geographical location, the perception ability here was greatly reduced. However, the sound of such footsteps could still be heard clearly by everyone. Xue Xinyue was the first to open her eyes. Is Big Brother Su Yan back? She wasn't the only one who thought this. The other disciples were also looking forward to it. At this moment, Su Yan had already become their backbone. Regardless of whether it was the disciples of the 3 great families or the other disciples, it was the same. If Su Yan returned, they would be able to relax a lot. Unfortunately, the person who came was not Su Yan. The footsteps were very messy. From the sound of it, there were at least 10 people. Naturally, it couldn't be Su Yan. At this moment, everyone finally saw who it was. These people were all wearing black robes, giving off a very oppressive feeling. Among the 10 great sects of the 9 provinces, there was probably no other sect other than the devil sect that would dress like this. At this moment, someone in front of the devil sect chuckled and said, Hee hee, I really didn't expect to meet fellow cultivators from the Taihang sword faction at this time. This is really good. His voice was very calm, but there was no gentleness in it at all. On the contrary, it was like a ghost whispering in one's ear. Xue Xinyue's beautiful eyes looked straight at the other party, then said, So it's the little demon king of the devil sect's ghost-killing hall, Rosen. Within the devil sect, the ghost-killing hall was definitely an extremely powerful force. Many of the elders of the ghost-killing hall were skilled in assassination. And this little demon king Rosen was a rising young figure in recent years. His reputation was almost on par with people like the Taihang sword factions Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, and the Blazing Flame sect Xiang Yunfei. Rosen was slightly startled when Xue Xinyue called out his name. Then he laughed. Ha ha ha, so it's one of the Taihang twin moons, Xue Xinyue, junior sister Xue. It's my honor to be able to see junior sister Xue's face. Junior sister Xue. This forest is indescribably dangerous. I think why don't you guys come with us? Junior sister Xue is naturally powerful and can come and go at any time. But if the other brothers here are killed, I'm afraid you won't be able to take care of them. When he said this, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction were immediately enraged. This guy's words were so straightforward that he was practically threatening everyone. Xue Xinyue naturally understood what the other party meant, but how could she agree to it? The entire cultivation world of the 9 provinces knew that traveling with the devil sect was simply courting death. Who knew when they would become cannon fodder or scapegoats? Rosen, there's no need to talk nonsense. If you want to fight with my Taihang sword faction, then feel free to come. In any case, on the demonic beast plane, our two families can be considered to have fought, and it seems like a few elders of your ghost-killing hall have died. Humph. Xue Xinyue was incomparably beautiful, and at this moment, she displayed the demeanor of a heroine. At the mention of the ghost-killing hall's defeat on the demonic beast plane, a strange look flashed across Rosen's eyes. However, he quickly suppressed this trace of anger and said calmly, "Haha, junior sister, what are you saying? The people of the Sage sect have always prioritized friendliness. Why would we get into trouble with your sect for no reason? I only invited you out of kindness." Although he said this, his aura was quietly increasing. A person like this would naturally not be tempted by mere beauty. At this moment, he was already prepared to strike as soon as the opportunity arose. Since the Devil sect had already made a move against the Taihang sword faction, they would naturally not let it go so easily. As long as they had the opportunity, they would immediately kill everyone here. After all, this group of people were also the young elites of the Taihang sword faction. If they could kill all of them here, it would be a heavy blow to the Taihang sword faction. Many of the disciples of the Taihang sword faction had already placed their hands on the hilts of their swords, ready to strike at any moment. Although Rosen was famous for his fierceness, they were not inexperienced people. They would not be afraid or even retreat just because of a few words from the other party. Even if they died, they would bite off a piece of meat from the other party. Moreover, as long as senior brother Su Yan could rush back in time, they would not necessarily be afraid of Rosen. Both parties did not speak. In an instant, the cold killing intent formed a small whirlwind that spread towards the surroundings of the forest. Xue Xinyue's wind and thunder sword had already surged with a weak wind and thunder. If she were to make a move now, then the little demon king, Rosen, could only be dealt with by her. Although she knew that this was extremely difficult as one of the 10 Taihang swords, this was a responsibility that she had to bear. "Move aside, you're blocking my way." At this moment a calm voice could be heard. After hearing this voice, everyone was stunned for a moment. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction were immediately pleasantly surprised, and their fighting spirit soared. On the other hand, the people of the Devil sect were confused. Where did this idiot come from? How dare he speak to the people of the Devil sect like this? However, that person did not even wait for them to speak. He directly sent a flying kick, and the Devil sect disciple at the back was immediately sent flying. After all, that Devil sect disciple was an expert of the 4 mountains of the circumference realm. Yet, he was sent flying with a kick just like that. At this moment, the expressions of the Devil sect disciples turned ugly. They all turned around to look at the person who had appeared out of nowhere. However, that person did not seem to have any awareness and continued to walk forward. Chapter 553. Su Yan stood in front of Rosen. The distance between the two of them was less than a meter. Such a distance could be said to be within reach. However, neither of them made a move. This was because they both felt threatened by each other. "I am Rosen. You are neither Wang Baichuan nor Feng Yuhai. Then you must be Su Yan, the disciple of the Taihang sword faction who has just risen to prominence, right?" Rosen said directly. He still had the same smile on his face, as if he didn't see the scene of the disciples being kicked away. Su Yan smiled and nodded, then said, "I am Su Yan. However, I have never heard of Rosen." Rosen's smile became even wider. "I have never heard of you." Was this simple sentence a slap in the face? He was the little demon king of the ghost-killing hall. He was famous and fierce. However, this damn Su Yan dared to say this in front of everyone. This was an insult and provocation to him. However, he did not know that Su Yan had indeed never heard of his name. After all, Su Yan had just arrived in the Jojo continent. Rosen said, "It doesn't matter if you have never heard of me before. After all, there are always some country bumpkins who are ignorant and ill-informed. However, from today onwards I believe you will remember my name." While he was speaking, he suddenly made a move. He directly stretched out his palm and immediately slapped towards Su Yan's forehead. The speed of his attack was incomparably fast. It was like an illusory shadow. A cold light burst out from Su Yan's eyes. This kind of power really surprised him. However, he was just a little surprised. Similarly, he also directly countered with a palm. These two people's movements were so fast that some people did not even see them make a move. When the two palms met, Rosen's sneer deepened. Because at this moment, a ghostly shadow directly pounced towards Su Yan's palm, as if it wanted to directly drill into Su Yan's body through his palm. This move of his was called the Limitless Palm, and was one of the most sinister methods of the ghost-killing palace. It could hide a ghost seed in his palm, and after this palm strike, the ghost seed would directly enter his body. Once the ghost seed was planted, it was almost silent. However, if he controlled it in the future and the ghost seed erupted, he would immediately be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Of course, at this moment on Su Yan's palm, an extremely hot flame power directly erupted. Virokana. Su Yan concealed the great sun-colored glazed sword chi in his palm and slammed it towards Rosen. Of course, such a palm could not take Rosen's life, but it was enough for him to bear. Rosen's expression changed continuously, and in the end, he directly took a step back. As expected of someone who could fight Wang Baichuan to a draw. You really have some tricks up your sleeve. This time let's part ways. I only hope that the next time I see you, you're still so spirited. Otherwise it would be too boring. After saying that, he waved his hand and left with the people of the Devil Sect. Su Yan calmly watched the people of the Devil Sect leave, but did not make a move. This was because at this moment, he still had to take care of the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction. One must know that these people's realms were not weak. If they really fought, the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction would be at a disadvantage. Of course, since they were in this arcane realm, there was bound to be a chance for them to meet. When that time came, Su Yan would definitely not show mercy. Moreover, although it was only a short exchange earlier, in reality, the two of them had already determined the victor. Of course, from Rosen's point of view, he had won. This was because although he was hit by Su Yan's sun-colored glass palm and suffered some minor internal injuries, he had already planted the ghost seed in Su Yan's body. During this period, the ghost seed would erupt and then torture Su Yan's body. Moreover, once the ghost seed was planted in the body, it would be very difficult to force it out. Unless an expert of the venerable level expended a lot of energy, it would be possible to succeed. However, in this arcane realm, where could he find an expert of the venerable level? However, he did not know that after he turned to leave, the soul-suppressing seal in Su Yan's body gently moved, and the ghost seed that did not have time to do anything was directly eaten by the square seal. That's right, it was really eaten. If he were to find out about this, he would probably fly into a rage. At this time, Luo Xiaohu walked over. When the disciples saw that Luo Xiaohu had returned safely, they were very happy and then asked Luo Xiaohu. Luo Xiaohu said vaguely that he was captured by a demonic beast and was almost used as food. It was Su Yan who saved him. Xue Xinhua asked, "Brother Su Yan, what should we do next?" Everyone's eyes fell on Su Yan. Su Yan said, "Everyone rest for the night first. Don't worry, I will keep watch. When we are refreshed tomorrow, we will continue to move forward. Those bastards of the Devil Sect will not go on an outing for no reason. I think they must have found something. If it is something good, our Taihang Sword faction will naturally not decline." As soon as his voice fell, all the disciples became excited. After all, in every man's heart, there was actually a beast living in it. This kind of snatching prey was actually the kind of thing that they liked the most. Moreover, they were going to rob the Devil Sect, which was even more exciting. Therefore, every disciple began to rest quietly today. This was precious time that was hard to come by, and no one would waste it. Everyone fell into a state of rest. Xue Xinhua originally wanted to keep watch with Su Yan, but Su Yan said, "Xinhua, you rest for a while too." Xue Xinhua finally did not say anything and closed her eyes. Su Yan's power was slowly revolving. Ever since he was not in the dragon realm, his battle strength had increased again. That day, he even killed a strong warrior with 6 dragons. However, Su Yan would not let this go to his head. He knew very well that although his current battle strength was strong enough, in reality, his true cultivation was still far from it. The dragon realm was definitely not the end of his journey, but the beginning. Now, he only knew that Lu Lan might be in Panzhou. However, he did not know where she was. Lu Lan was one of the most important keys to the Devil Sect's plan. One could imagine how difficult it would be to rescue her. He had to work harder. Now, his cultivation technique was not bad. Whether it was the inheritance of the heavenly demon, the inheritance of the great demonic dragon, or the inheritance of the Buddha sword sect, they were all top-notch inheritances in this world. Moreover, he still had the regal sword scripture. However, sometimes Su-Yen would wonder if fate was really so mysterious. Everything would revolve around him. Of course, since this was fate, there were many things that were not up to him. The Buddha's infinite technique was silently circulating, and the regal sword scripture's regal chi was constantly cleansing his body. Whether it was the great demonic dragon's inheritance or the great heavenly demon lord's power inheritance, they had extremely terrifying explosive power. They could even directly increase his strength in a short period of time. However, Su-Yen was instinctively resisting. He was very clear that there was no free lunch in this world. He had obtained the mystery, so he had to pay with his life. Whether it was the great demonic dragon or the great heavenly demon lord, they were the top existences in this world. Even though they were already dead, they were still revered. Now that he had obtained their power inheritance, this was only the beginning of a plan. He might have to bear more responsibilities in the future. Just like now, he had to bear the responsibility of the great demonic dragon, and that was to revive the Black Dragon King. This was an obsession that came from his bloodline, and he could not reject it at all. All of this was actually very heavy, and Su-Yen even felt a little breathless. However, he was also very clear that all of this had to be built on the foundation of strength. Only with enough strength could he live a better life. He was a dead person, and since the heavens had given him a second chance, he should not give it up. The forest was not quiet at night, but Su-Yen released the dragon chi on his body. The dragon chi that he cultivated would inevitably contain the aura of the great demonic dragon. Under such an aura, no one dared to be presumptuous. It was because of this that the night was so quiet. When bits and pieces of sunlight penetrated through the dense branches and leaves, everyone woke up one after another. After a night of rest, everyone's spirits were surprisingly good. Then, they took out some dry rations from their interspatial equipment one after another to eat. Su-Yen asked everyone. Everyone has rested well, right? Since you've rested well, we should go up and join in the fun. When everyone saw Su-Yen's expression, they knew that Su-Yen had made a discovery. However, Su-Yen had clearly been keeping watch here the night before, so how did he do it? Naturally, no one asked this question. After all, everyone had their own hidden means. In fact, Su-Yen had indeed been guarding here the night before, but he had summoned the bat demon from the square seal to track the movements of the demonic sect's disciples. Just as he had expected, the demonic sect's disciples had made a new discovery, which was really a big surprise. It turned out that the demonic sect's disciples had found an underground palace, and there was a wooden coffin in the underground palace. What was buried in the coffin was naturally not the black dragon, but the skeleton of a human. There was also an extremely terrifying power hidden in the skeleton. Not to mention other things, the skeleton itself was a supreme treasure. If one could obtain the energy in it, they could immediately create an extremely powerful expert. Moreover, Su-Yen knew that the demonic sect's current plan required such demonic chi energy. Chapter 554. Rosen's brows were tightly knitted together. At this moment he wished he could turn around and hack Su-Yen into 1,000 pieces. Their goal for this trip was the palace below. However, what made him angry was that because of the power of Su-Yan's great sun-colored glaze sword scripture sword chi, he had suffered some minor injuries. And it was precisely these minor injuries that caused his entire condition to drop a little. What was even more despicable was that it was precisely because of this small difference in condition that he was unable to successfully blast open the door and enter. Hurry up! Haven't you guys eaten yet? Of course, in order to show off his strength, after the first strike he did not make a move. He only said, I have already shattered more than half of the restrictions. Do you still need me to make a move on the remaining ones? Our devil sect has never raised trash. When these words were spoken, the other disciples of the devil sect felt a chill in their hearts. This was because they could already hear the threat in his words. If they were still unable to blast open the door, this person would probably kill them. Killing people seemed inconceivable, but in reality in the devil sect, especially in the ghost-killing hall, it was a very common thing. Especially the one in front of them, the little demon king Rosen. His demon king name was not only cruel to his enemies, but also to his own people. In the past few years, The number of disciples of the devil sect who had died at the hands of this little demon king was no less than 20. Therefore, what he said was absolutely true. Even though they had tried their best earlier at this moment, they still used all of their strength and bombarded the door together. Under the threat of death, the door was finally blasted open. The huge stone door directly fell and landed heavily on the ground. A heavy sound echoed, as if it was resounding in one's soul. Rosen looked at the stone door and finally revealed a knowing smile. His gaze was already looking behind the stone door. He wanted to know what kind of existence was behind the stone door, to be able to attract the interest of the ghost-killing hall's venerable one. He even gave the order that he must bring it back. Back then, if it was not because he was a venerable one and suffered too much backlash from the ruins, he would have made a move by force. What a powerful devil chi. I'm really looking forward to it, he said softly. But at this moment a voice suddenly sounded. Indeed, I am also very much looking forward to it. What kind of good things can be so important to your devil sect? Rosen's expression instantly changed. An extremely cold light flashed across his eyes. He looked towards the source of the sound and saw Su Yan flying over from the sky. As soon as he finished his sentence, he paused in midair and looked at Lawson with a provocative gaze. I was just talking about you. Do you want to break your bones? I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Seems like you're tired of living. Rosen did not hide his killing intent in the slightest. Although he did not know how the other party discovered him, he did not believe that the other party's arrival was just a coincidence. Moreover, no matter what, since the other party had already discovered this place, then they could only fight to the death. He would definitely not give the other party any chance. Previously, they had only fought in a hurry. But now, he would let this brat called Su Yan truly understand the terror of his little demon king Rosen. In his eyes a shocking killing intent appeared. That extremely powerful and terrifying power erupted at this moment. Like a whirlwind, it slowly swept towards Su Yan. Although I don't know why you have the courage to appear in front of me again, but since you're here, I will let you know what true pain is. I originally wanted you to slowly enjoy the torture of the ghost seed, but now I can only let you experience it in advance. He spoke slowly and unhurriedly. However, every word of his was filled with cruelty. Su Yan was startled at first, then asked, Ghost seed? What a strange name. Is it the shadow soul remembrance that you sent into my body yesterday? Other than the taste being a little bad, everything else is not bad. It has already become my tonic. It has become my tonic. The taste is a little bad. When Rosen heard this, he almost could not restrain himself and was about to charge towards Su Yan. However, he immediately grasped an even more crucial piece of information. This guy had refined the ghost seed. How was this possible? The ghost seed was an extremely precious item in the ghost-killing hall. Once it entered the enemy's body, even a venerable realm expert would find it difficult to expel it. However, this brat said that he had already refined it. This must be a joke. However, in the next moment, he was certain of Su Yan's words. This was because the ghost seed had always been divided into sons and daughters. His body retained the mother seed, and the one that was previously inserted into Su Yan's body was one of the sons. He could activate the mother seed to control the son seed. However, after he tried it just now, he discovered that there was no response from Su Yan's body. Impossible. How did you do it? With your cultivation level, it's impossible to refine the ghost seed. Yes, this was what Rosen was most concerned about. The ghost seed was one of the ghost-killing hall's trump cards. It was unknown how many powerful enemies had died under the ghost-killing hall's ghost seed. But at this moment, it was directly broken by an unknown brat. Little demon king? I think this name is just a joke. Do you really think that I would tell you these things? I really don't know where your name Demon King came from. Su Yan said without any trace of politeness. These words immediately ignited Rosen's anger. He said to the disciples of the devil sect below, Leave a group of people to guard the door, the rest of you go in and scout the way. After he finished speaking, he had already pounced towards Su Yan. At this moment, he had already attacked with all his might. The moment his figure shot out like lightning, a dense and gigantic ghost shadow appeared behind him. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a terrifying demon. wanting to tear Su Yan apart. "Come at me." Facing the dense ghost shadow, not only was Su Yan not afraid, he was even extremely excited. At this moment his power erupted, and the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture activated fiercely. A sword light that was like a scorching sun appeared, and directly slashed towards Rosen. The power of this change was extremely sinister and gloomy. On the other hand, the power on the other side was vast and imposing like the sun in the sky. The two forces clashed, immediately triggering a bolt of yin and yang lightning. Such a powerful yin and yang lightning was simply terrifying. The aftermath of such power could almost kill any powerhouse below the dragon realm. After the sudden clash, Rosen directly retreated a little, and of course Su Yan did the same. However, Su Yan still had a faint smile on his face. On the other hand, Luo Sen's expression was dark and gloomy. After all, he had suffered a small loss from the previous attack. As expected of the sacred sword, it can actually make you burst out with such terrifying power. In terms of real combat strength, Su Yan and Rosen were at most on par or even worse. After all, Rosen had the strength of the 4 dragons, and in terms of realm, he was already on par with Wang Baichuan. Although Su Yan's battle strength was strong in a head-on clash, he would still be a little weaker. Unless he directly let the Buddha's heart or the devil dragon's heart go berserk, causing him to overload and go berserk. However, the scorching sun sword in his hand was compatible with his great sun-colored glaze sword scripture, allowing Su Yan's battle strength to increase by at least 1 level. Although it was only 1 level, in reality it was already an extremely impressive power. In the current battle, he relied on this 10% to gain the upper hand. He did not deny Rosen's words at all and only said, possessing the sacred sword is also my strength. What, the dignified ghost-killing hall of the devil's sect can't even take out a sacred artifact? Looking at Su Yan's face, Rosen wanted to beat Su Yan to the ground even more. Could it be that sacred artifacts were all cabbages? It was said so simply by Su Yan. One had to know that some venerables without any background might not even have a sacred artifact. Of course, as one of the most outstanding disciples of the ghost-killing hall, Rosen would definitely have a sacred artifact. However, his sacred artifact was originally meant to be used to deal with the top geniuses like Wang Baichuan and Xiang Yunfei. Although he had already received the news that Su Yan and Wang Baichuan had fought to a draw, no one really treated Su Yan as an expert on the same level. Firstly, it was Su Yan's realm. Secondly, according to the information they received at that time, Wang Baichuan's fighting strength did not seem to have truly erupted. Although he had already used the state of sinister, a portion of his strength seemed to have been sealed. However, he now realized that this Su Yan's fighting strength was truly terrifying. Since you're in such a hurry to die, then I'll satisfy you. Now, I'll let you understand the fear of death. As he spoke, a set of sharp claws suddenly appeared on his hands. The moment this set of sharp claws appeared, his entire aura swelled a little. This is my ghost-killing hall's sacred artifact, the Netherworld Claw. I didn't want to use it, but since you have such strength, I'll let you die under this Netherworld Claw. I forgot to tell you, no matter who it is, as long as they are killed by the Netherworld Claw, their souls will forever be captured by the Netherworld Claw and then become its food. Ghost-killing Nether Shadow. Chapter 555. The terrifying claw marks directly sealed off Su Yan's path of retreat. What Rosen wanted was to clash head-on with Su Yan. This pair of Netherworld claws was an extremely powerful sacred artifact in the ghost-killing hall. It possessed extremely terrifying power. When Rosen had just revealed his talent, he had already defeated all of his opponents and then obtained it. After so many years of compatibility, this pair of Netherworld claws had practically become a part of his body. The Netherworld claws fused with the mysterious Netherworld energy, and could directly increase his strength. More importantly, the overbearing Netherworld energy itself was a huge threat to the enemy. Su Yan naturally already knew Rosen's goal. At the same time, he also already expected that this pair of sacred artifacts was probably not simple. But the current him had no fear at all. During this period of continuous fighting, he only felt that his realm was about to increase again. Not long ago, he had just stepped into the dragon realm. But at this moment, his realm was about to increase again. If outsiders knew, they would probably be angered to death. However, Su Yan did not feel that way. On the contrary, he felt that his realm was increasing too slowly. Whether it was Wang Baichuan, Rosen, or even Xiangju who was directly defeated by him last time, they were all stronger than him in terms of realm. Although realm did not represent battle strength, in reality, a high realm naturally had a unique advantage. At the very least, the dragon aura they obtained would be more powerful. Although he had defeated his opponents time and time again, the biggest reason was actually the Buddha's heart and the devil dragon's heart. Because of the existence of these two things, he was able to erupt with abnormal energy. It was precisely because of this that he could fight with others. However, Su Yan had a sense of crisis in his heart. He clearly knew that some things did not truly belong to him. He also did not know why this sense of crisis appeared and why he had such a feeling. But he only thought that he had to increase his realm as soon as possible and then control everything. And if he wanted to increase his realm, fighting was the best way. Rosen's body, accompanied by the shrill roar of evil spirits, had already arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan waved his sword casually, and the immortal sword technique appeared out of thin air. Compared to back then, he had completely changed. Back then, the immortal sword technique was extremely profound to him. Every time he fought, he needed to gather his spiritual energy in preparation. But now his strength had completely transformed. The immortal sword technique was already at his fingertips. The immortal sword techniques of the burial sword mound were extremely powerful. Combined with the blazing sun sword and Su Yan's powerful true energy, the power they could unleash was something that even Taoist heaven sword would find hard to imagine. And such a terrifying swordsmanship was just a casual strike from Su Yan. The huge sword chi collided with Rosen's terrifying ghost claw. This Rosen's nether claw was indeed powerful. Even such a powerful strike from Su Yan was directly broken by him. On the netherworld claw, dark runes flickered continuously, as if they wanted to destroy everything. Looking at the huge immortal sword being torn apart bit by bit, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. This guy was from the Taihang sword faction. His swordsmanship was really powerful. It was no wonder that he could be on par with Wang Baichuan. It was just that there was no news about him in the past. Perhaps this guy was the secret weapon of the Taihang sword faction. But all of this was no longer important. Today this guy was going to die in his hands. The netherworld claw had a powerful tearing power. Even if it was a sharp sword chi, it could directly tear it apart. The so-called sacred weapon was naturally not to be underestimated. But at this moment he suddenly realized that Su Yan was looking at him with a cold smile. He didn't know why. But when he saw this smile, he immediately felt that something bad was about to happen. Did this guy have a backup plan? Maybe Su Yan was going to activate the sacred sword's powerful ability to unleash an even more terrifying sword chi. Just as Rosen was guessing in his heart, Su Yan suddenly spat out 4 words from his mouth. Thunder roar. Suddenly, thunderclouds gathered above Rosen's head. Then in an instant a bright bolt of lightning struck down directly. Such a scene was the true definition of what it meant to be a bolt from the blue. Rosen didn't even have time to react before this bolt of lightning struck his body. At this moment his heart was dark. Damn it, where was the powerful sword chi? Why did a bolt of lightning suddenly appear at this time? Wasn't he a swordsman? Why was he able to use the lightning technique? Was this the legendary cheating technique? Under the roar of thunder, the netherworld claw's eerie ghost howl disappeared directly. Su Yan didn't care about what this guy was thinking. At this moment, an opportunity presented itself. A cold look flashed across Su Yan's eyes. Then, his whole body charged directly at the netherworld claw. Great sunglass slash. This sword came out of nowhere. The sword light was as resplendent as the sun. The light flickered, and the intense light covered everything. However, Rosen was indeed a genius of the ghost-killing hall. Although he was a little flustered under such an unforeseen event, he quickly adjusted himself. Before Su Yan's great sunglass slash arrived, his hands intertwined and then pushed away. Ghost King cross slash. The power of the netherworld claw directly erupted. Then, a dark red cross of death appeared out of thin air, fiercely clashing with Su Yan's sword light. A loud rumbling sound immediately erupted in the sky. The terrifying aftermath of the power was still spreading. However, the current Su Yan seemed to be in a killing frenzy. He didn't care about this at all. In an instant, his entire body directly charged forward. The power of these aftershocks was naturally very terrifying, but Su Yan didn't care at all. He directly broke through and then charged towards Rosen. Rosen's expression became even colder. Su Yan's ferocity had already exceeded his expectations. However, under such circumstances, he could only passively accept the battle. However, although he was passively accepting the battle at the very least, he had already stalled Su Yan. This bought time for the other disciples of the ghost-killing hall. As long as they could successfully enter the tomb and bring out the things inside, it would be worth it. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly said, "Rosen, didn't you want to kill me? If it's just this state, it's impossible to kill me." Facing Su Yan's ridicule, Rosen was furious in his heart. Originally, he had planned to directly kill Su Yan. However, Su Yan had actually refined his ghost seed without making a sound. This had already caused him to have a layer of fear towards Su Yan, and the power that Su Yan had displayed made him even more fearful. He immediately knew that this was not the time to fight to the death with Su Yan. This was because once the two of them truly decided the victor, even though he was worried that he could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. One had to know that this secret realm was incomparably dangerous. Furthermore, there were several other sects and some rogue cultivator experts eyeing them covetously from the side. Even if the other sects did not mention it, the disciples of the other halls of the devil sect were also tigers and wolves. There were a few people among them that he was afraid of. Once the things here were discovered by them and his condition was low, he was afraid that he would immediately be killed. At this time, Rosen directly said, "Su Yan, don't be too complacent. In the end, there is no hatred between you and me. How about we call it quits today?" Rosen's question had already shown that he did not want to fight to the death now. If he was not a disciple of the devil sect, Su Yan might have really agreed. Unfortunately, he was from the devil sect. They were already enemies above the Khanate realm. Su Yan did not speak at all. He just directly attacked with more power. This made Rosen even angrier. The netherworld claw suddenly erupted with a dark light, and even ghosts began to appear on the claw. "Alright, since you must fight to the death, I'll fulfill your wish today." The second state of the sacred artifact, ghost manifestation. At this time, his aura had increased again, and then his own aura became rather illusory. Su Yan directly pulled away from Rosen because he felt danger. The scorching sun sword was slanted, and the Buddha's infinite skill and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture were activated at the same time. He knew that the real battle was about to begin, and at this time the battle would probably determine life and death. However, at this time, there was a sudden scream from the graveyard below. The shrill scream directly pierced through the clouds. It was the wailing of the devil sect's disciple. Rosen's expression changed and he shouted in a low voice, "What a piece of trash!" At this time the entire graveyard exploded, and then an extremely terrifying aura suddenly shot into the sky. It was an endless death aura, and also an extremely terrifying devil chi. The two auras intertwined, and the sky above their heads immediately became gloomy. At this time both Su Yan and Rosen no longer had the intention to fight. Their eyes were fixed on the entrance of the ancient graveyard. He saw a white skeleton slowly walking out of it. It was still holding half a person in its hand, and blood was still dripping from it. This was the devil sect's disciple who was wailing. At this time only half of his body was left. His body was still twitching, and it was obvious that he was not completely dead. Such a scene made the other devil sect's disciples retreat. This white skeleton was very strange. The height of the white skeleton was almost 2 meters. It could be seen that if he was alive, he would be sweating profusely. The white skeleton looked around. Wherever its gaze passed, all the disciples felt as if they had fallen into an ice house. At this moment, everyone thought that the white skeleton was laughing. Chapter 556. Rosen immediately realized that something was wrong. Although these disciples were nothing to him and were just tools for him to use, they were still elites after all. It was not a big deal for a few of them to die. After all, how could there be no deaths in such a ruin exploration? However, if all of them died here, then even he could not bear the anger of the hall master. At this moment he no longer paid attention to Su Yan. Instead he descended and shouted, "Everyone spread out." As soon as Rosen shouted, the disciples immediately reacted. At this moment they did not dare to stay here and fled. However, it was too late. When the white bone saw someone move, it immediately moved. It was clearly just a skeleton, but whether it was speed or strength, it was indescribably terrifying. Without seeing how it moved, it had already appeared in front of the nearest disciple. One had to know that this disciple's cultivation was close to the dragon realm. Other than Rosen, he was one of the strongest people. However, at this moment facing this skeleton, he was like a weak little chick. At this moment, he did not even think of using his strength to fight back. At this moment, Whitebone's bony arm was already grabbing towards him. Other than trembling, this disciple did not react at all. Fortunately, Rosen had already noticed it. Because of this, he suddenly rushed down from the sky, and the Netherworld Claw directly rolled up a powerful energy wave. Ghost King Cross Kill. The Dark Cross appeared again. This move was not inferior to Su Yan's Great Sunglass Slash. It had an extremely powerful and terrifying strength. However, Whitebone suddenly did not care and only grabbed towards that disciple. Soon the Ghost King Cross Kill landed on Whitebone's. Meanwhile, Whitebone's bone arm had already arrived in front of that disciple. Ghost King Cross Kill directly cut off the bone arm along the joint, and that bone arm directly pierced into that disciple's heart. Luo-sun was enraged to the extreme. He roared, "Get out of my way!" At the same time, his power rose again. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill this strange white skeleton. Just as he was about to make a move, something strange happened. The disciple who was struck by the white bone spear suddenly shriveled up. In less than a breath's time, all that was left of him was skin and bones. He was truly skin and bones, which meant that he was wrapped in human skin and bones. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Although they were disciples of the Devil Sect, they had never seen such a strange scene. More importantly, the hand that was chopped off by Luo-sun had actually been reattached by him. At this moment, none of the disciples dared to stay any longer. They were so scared that they retreated. At this moment, the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction finally arrived. Su Yan's expression changed. With the appearance of the White Bones, this place had become an extremely dangerous place. Coming here at this time was simply courting death. He leaped down from the sky. "Big brother Su Yan, what are the people of the Devil Sect doing? Are you okay?" The one who asked so concernedly was naturally Xue Xinhua. Su Yan did not have time to explain. He said, Go everyone, leave this place." The disciples of the Taihang Sword faction could see Su Yan's anxiety. Su Yan's strength was deeply ingrained in their hearts. They could not understand why the powerful Su Yan would be in such a state. Su Yan said directly, "I don't have time to explain it to you. Anyway, leave this place as soon as possible." At this moment, Rosen had already begun to attack the White Bones. A powerful aura erupted. When Xue Xinhua saw how anxious Su Yan was, she immediately knew that something terrible had happened. She said directly, "Okay, let's leave immediately." At this moment, Su Yan's expression changed. He suddenly realized that the White Bones aura was coming toward them. Rosen, that damnable bastard, had actually lured Bai Gu over to this place. He was simply courting death. At this moment, Su Yan did not hide his killing intent at all. The powerful killing intent even made the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction tremble. Su Yan said, "Hurry, leave quickly and return to the valley. I'll stop him." The hill was where the Black Dragon King's tomb was, and he had already gained the Black Dragon King's approval. Although the tomb of the Black Dragon King had been closed, this huge White Bones could probably sense the existence of the Black Dragon King and thus be afraid. Therefore, that place had become the best place to hide. The reason why the three major sects sent so many disciples into this ancient battlefield was to train them. However, this training was under the condition that they survived. The situation in this ruin was far more complicated than when they first explored it. Whether it was the Black Dragon King or that mysterious existence, they were not to be trifled with. If they were not careful, they might be wiped out immediately. Compared to surviving, nothing else mattered. "Xinhua, take this and activate it when necessary." Su Yan directly handed the stone statue puppet to Xue Xinhua. That was a puppet equivalent to a Yuqilong realm expert. Once it was activated, its power was terrifying. If the stone statue puppet could recover, it would be even more terrifying. It should be enough to protect them. When Su Yan handed the stone statue puppet to Xue Xinhua, He had already infused his blood into it. This drop of blood contained his will. Xue Xinhua did not dare to say anything. Although she cared about Su Yan, she also knew that these disciples of the Taihang sword faction could not die here. Thus she nodded and was about to leave with everyone. However, at this time Sun Luo and the White Bones had already arrived. So many of my ghost-killing hall's people have died, and your Taihang sword faction wants to leave just like that? Su Yan, I hope you will like this gift I brought you. It turned out that in just a short moment, another 5 people from the ghost-killing hall had died. Rosen spent a lot of effort to attract this white bone to this place. This white bone seemed to have enough intelligence to be able to distinguish the strength of Su Yan and Rosen. Thus, its target was definitely not these 2 people. When it sensed the Taihang sword factions group, it gave up on Rosen and chased after the Taihang sword factions people. When the Taihang sword factions disciples saw the white bone coming towards them, a chill instinctively rose in their hearts. Just like the devil sex disciples from before, when they were facing the white bone, they even forgot to run away. At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly appeared in front of him, separating him from the white bone. When this person could not see the white bone, his entire body was immediately baptized by cold sweat. Then his entire body seemed to collapse. Luo Xiaohu, take him away, the faster the better. Luo Xiaohu immediately ran over. Brother Su, don't worry. When he was saved by Su Yan last time, he had already made up his mind to follow Su Yan. He even directly called Su Yan Brother Su. Moreover, last time in front of the harpy demon, his strength had increased. At this moment, when he heard Su Yan's call, he did not say anything else. He carried the disciple and directly fled. Suddenly, a flame was released from the hollow skull of the white bone. When this pale white flame appeared, a powerful soul wave directly rushed towards Su Yan. Su Yan immediately knew why these disciples could not even escape when facing this white bone. This white bone's mental strength was simply terrifying. It was also at that moment that its mental strength directly exploded and directly stunned its prey, making it difficult for him to escape. Yes, in the eyes of this white bone, these people were just prey. And now, he had become its prey. However, it was not easy to hunt down a prey like him. This powerful mental strength could not do anything to him at all. Su Yan's soul-suppressing seal suddenly activated, and a majestic force directly burst out. In an instant, it had already suppressed this thought. Then sparks appeared in Su Yan's eyes. At this moment, his eyes were already flickering like stars. At this moment, he moved again. His entire body turned into an extremely powerful bolt of lightning, and the roar of thunder appeared once again. The radiance of the lightning directly hit the white bone. The power of lightning was the most domineering. This white bone seemed to be afraid of the power of lightning, and directly retreated. Although it was only a white bone, its speed was so fast that it directly dodged the attack of the lightning. After dodging the lightning, the white bone directly turned around and left. At this moment, for some unknown reason, the killing intent in Su Yan's heart became incomparably intense. His intuition told him that this white bone would definitely be a huge problem. Moreover, this white bone was obviously very intelligent. Would it bypass him and directly go after the disciples of the Taihang sword faction? One must know that with its speed, it would only take a moment to catch up to the disciples of the Taihang sword faction. In the end, Su Yan gave up on the pursuit. He decided to first escort the disciples of the Taihang sword faction to the nearby hills. At this moment, Rosen saw this scene from afar. He looked at Su Yan with eyes full of resentment. The reason why today's matter was so unfavorable was also closely related to Su Yan. If Su Yan had not appeared and allowed him to enter the Great Tomb alone, this would not have happened. Su Yan, I'll definitely kill you, he said directly. Su Yan glanced at him then said, come if you can. I'll wait for you. Chapter 557. The danger here had long exceeded their expectations, and it was no longer suitable for them to stay here. Previously, no one had wanted to leave directly. This was because leaving so easily meant giving up on the opportunity here. However, at this time everyone hesitated. At this time Luo Xiaohu stood up and said, I'll listen to Brother Su. Since Brother Su said so, I'll give it a try. He knew that these people would definitely not be willing to give up such a rare opportunity. At this time he needed someone to take the lead. However, when he crushed the bone tablet, he was shocked to find that the teleportation gate set by the sect had long lost its connection. At this time, someone else tried and found that it was the same. Su Yan's frown deepened and he said to everyone, "In that case, it's best that you don't leave so easily. With the protection of the stone puppets, there shouldn't be a big problem. I'm going to the depths of the ruins to find the secret here. Perhaps the key to leaving lies inside." After saying that, Su Yan went on his way alone. Just that white skeleton alone had brought him great pressure. If another terrifying existence appeared, even he would be in danger. Under such circumstances, he naturally could not divert his attention to take care of the disciples of the Taihang sword faction. Although he was also a member of the Taihang sword faction, he still lacked a sense of belonging. Su Yan quickly returned to the place where he found the white skeleton. It was quiet nearby. Other than the withered corpse, there was nothing left. Rosen had already left. Su Yan walked to the great tomb. The white skeleton originally existed in the great tomb, but it was released by these people. The result was already in front of them. They thought that they could take the powerful white skeleton for themselves. However, they did not know that they had awakened a sleeping demon. Almost all the disciples of the Devil sect were killed. Su Yan could imagine that Rosen must be extremely angry at this time. Of course, Su Yan did not want to know how Rosen was feeling. He started to walk into the underground palace. He wanted to know the origin of this white bone, because he always felt that this skeleton was not simple, and was even related to him. No, to be more precise, it was related to the inheritance of the three great powers in his body. As for the power of inheritance, it was the inheritance of the Buddha Gate, the Great Devil Heavenly Master, and the Great Devil Dragon. He didn't know which one of these powers was related to the white bone, but he was sure that it was one of them. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy. Therefore, he had to go deeper and see what was going on. It was precisely because of this that he had come here. This underground mausoleum could not be compared to the Black Dragon King's resting place. The great tomb of the Black Dragon King had an extremely powerful protective force, and was incomparably luxurious. However, this was just a damp land. Other than being extremely dark, there was nothing special about this place. However, Su Yan wouldn't miss a single detail here. In the middle of the cave, there was a very tattered coffin. This coffin should be the skeleton's resting place. Around it there were some footprints. These footprints were very new, and obviously belonged to the Devil Sect's disciples. Su Yan could imagine that the Devil Sect's disciples had entered this place. Their life force had awakened the skeleton, and then the skeleton had started to devour their life force and left this place. Based on what had happened before, this skeleton would definitely continue to devour life force and become stronger. Its power was truly terrifying, and this was only when it had just awakened. Now, Su Yan was still confident that he could deal with it, but what about letting it kill a few more people? Since this skeleton was related to one of the inheritances in his body, he was sure that this skeleton would definitely cross paths with him. Therefore, the best method at this time was to kill the white skeleton before it grew up. However, it was a pity that White Bones was extremely cunning. Without absolute power, that fellow would definitely not come out. If Su Yan wanted to find it, it would be even more difficult. Now it seems that I can only continue to head to the center of the ruins. I don't know what kind of existence there is here that caused so many experts to die here. Su Yan left this place and headed towards the center of the ruins. At this moment, the people from the Blazing Flame sect finally caught up. Xiangju's face was extremely gloomy. Along the way, Xiangju had not spoken because at this moment, there was only boundless anger in his mind. Yes, it was indeed boundless anger. That damn Su Yan, he actually did not defeat him and even let him take away his most important thing. Whether it was the jade pendant, the flame sapling, or the scarlet gem, they were all very important to him. But at this moment, these three treasures no longer belonged to him. To him, this was a great humiliation. If his elder brother knew about this, he would probably be even more infuriated. However, Su Yan's fighting strength that day still made him feel a lingering fear. He really could not understand how this guy could be so strong. He was only at the One Dragon realm, but he had defeated him directly. One must know that he had even summoned the flame armor. Fortunately, they had already contacted the other disciples of the sect, and his brother was among them. Although it was a little embarrassing, He was afraid that he could only ask his brother for help. Su Yan must die. Even if it was not because of this personal grudge, he must die. If such a genius was allowed to grow, he would be a huge threat to the Blazing Flame sect. After all, the top 10 sects of the Jojo continent were all competitors, and the Blazing Flame sect and the Taihang sword faction were too close to each other. Right now, the two sects were at peace with each other. This was because both sects knew that their strength was very close, and they couldn't do anything to each other. But once this balance was broken, it would be the start of a new war. And with a terrifying genius like Su Yan on the mission, it was needless to say how terrifying his fighting strength would be. At this moment, Xiangju was deep in thought. He was thinking about how to tell his brother about this matter, so he did not notice that there was a mysterious existence quietly approaching them. Suddenly, the last disciple of the Blazing Flame sect collapsed. The disciple in front of him was only 1 or 2 meters away from him. For such an expert, 1 or 2 meters was nothing. But strangely, the person in front of him did not notice anything. The disciple who suddenly collapsed wanted to shout, but his voice was directly suppressed by the bottom of his throat, and he could no longer speak. The group was still moving forward when suddenly, 2 more disciples collapsed. At this moment, Xiangju finally noticed something. And this was because the last disciple who collapsed happened to touch the shoulder of the person in front of him. Li Yuan, ah, what monster! The disciple's exclamation woke Xiangju up from his thoughts. The moment he was awakened, Xiangju was filled with anger. But soon he felt that things were not going well. This was because he finally sensed the existence of the white bone. Damn it, what is it? How dare you hurt my Blazing Flame sect's disciple? Go to hell! He shouted angrily, then rushed forward. A dazzling flame suddenly erupted, directly enveloping this white bone. In the empty eye sockets of the white bones, the terrifying white flames were still pulsating. When this flame energy arrived in front of him, he directly raised his hand and then slammed down with his palm. The white bone's arm swayed gently, and 2 ripples appeared in the air in front of it. The ripples directly broke the flame in the next moment. White bones glanced at Xiangju once more, and then it soared into the air and left. Xiangju had a feeling that this dry skeleton was laughing at him before it left. It made his hair stand on end. How could a white bone laugh? It was just that this white bone's strength was really strong. The flame fist he used was already filled with anger, but this guy easily broke through it. He did not know if the white bone could kill him if it exerted all its strength. Abominable, abominable damn dog. I will definitely break your bones one by one. Xiangju continued to roar. His anger was like an erupting volcano. However, he could only watch helplessly as his comrade was killed. Monster, this is really a monster. If Su Yan was here and saw this monster attack, he would be even more terrified. This was because the white bone's power had become even more powerful in a short period of time. No, that was not all. Even he seemed to have changed. At the core of the mysterious ruins, a storm began to spread slowly. Those who remembered it would know that it was the strong storm that they encountered when they first entered the ruins. Back then there was a storm that blew everyone away, and even took away many people's lives. At this moment the deadly storm appeared again. Furthermore, there was a furious roar within the raging winds. This roar was incomparably oppressive. However, at this moment this roar ultimately erupted and directly shook the entire ruins valley. Every disciple who entered the ruins heard the roar. However, some of them were trembling in fear and were panicking. However, there were also some whose expressions were solemn. They were even eager to give it a try, wanting to exchange blows with that powerful individual. Chapter 558. A ferocious roar rang out. It was as if a king had descended upon them. The pressure in the entire ruin suddenly increased. The closer one was to the ruin, the stronger the pressure. Su Yan left the underground palace and looked into the distance. I really didn't expect such a powerful existence to appear in this place. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of monster it is. Su Yan's eyes were shining. He was full of anticipation. At this time, other than Su Yan, some other powerhouses had also begun to move towards this place. For example, Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, Xiang Yunfei, Rosen, and other powerhouses from the Devil sect. These people were the most powerful existences in this ruin. Although the ruin was dangerous, it was not to the extent that these people would die. However, near Xiangju, a white skeleton muttered to itself, "That guy has also awakened? Kiki, things are getting more and more interesting. I'm really looking forward to it. However, there's a very delicious meal right now." His empty eyes stared straight ahead, where Xiangju's rage was soaring to the heavens. At this time, Xiangju was in a state of rage. He was looking for the white skeleton. This damn white skeleton had already killed 5 disciples of the Blazing Flame sect. Moreover, the last 2 had killed them right in front of him. He lost to Su Yan, and now even a white skeleton came to bully him. This really made him furious. He spread out his divine sense, but he could not find the white skeleton at all. The white skeleton stood quietly, and there was no aura on its body. At this time, the white bones had already changed. Within the bones, there was already a glass-like white light that began to flow, just like white jade. He had become even more powerful, much more powerful. Xiangju finally gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone cheer up. Let's go quickly and leave this damned place. Let's return to the open plains." In such a forest, one's divine sense was already greatly suppressed. Moreover, with the existence of the strange white fog, their vision was terrible, which gave the white skeleton an opportunity to take advantage of. Only by returning to the plains would they not be easily ambushed again. The disciples of the Fiery Flame sect were scared. Watching his friends die one by one was the cruelest form of torture. However, there was nothing they could do right now. Even their senior brother Xiangju was unable to protect them. At this time, Xiangju finally announced the retreat. Therefore, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The journey out of the forest was exceptionally peaceful. That white bone actually didn't make a move, allowing them to smoothly return to the plains. After leaving the forest, the disciples were once again at a loss. What should they do now? "Crush the bone tablet and leave this secret realm immediately," he said directly. At this time, he had also realized that the danger of this place had greatly exceeded his expectations. Although his junior brothers were not weak, they had not reached the dragon realm. Staying here would only be more dangerous. But at this time, when the first disciple crushed the bone token, they were shocked to find that their teleportation token had lost its effect. Damn it, damn it. Xiangju was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "Come, let's go back to the hill." Returning to the hill was just a matter of trying their luck. This was because when he was at the hill, he felt that there was something unusual about that place. In such a dangerous environment, that place might be a good place to hide. The group hurried and soon arrived at the hill. At this time, they found that the disciples of the Taihang sword faction had already returned to the hill. Xiangju sneered in his heart. He immediately realized that Su Yan had made the same judgment as him. Moreover, Su Yan did not seem to be here. "You guys stay here with the Taihang sword faction. I'm going to the center of the ruins," Xiangju said to his junior brothers. In reality, he was already very impatient. To him, these people were just a burden. If it were not for these people, he would have already arrived at the center of the ruins. But now he could finally leave. However, the disciples of the Blazing Flame sect still looked uneasy. "What are you bunch of idiots afraid of? Since Su Yan has left them here, he will definitely make arrangements. Although the two families are not on good terms, there is absolutely no enmity between them. We are not people from the Devil sect. If you plead with them for protection, they will naturally be able to ensure your safety." Although the disciples of the Blazing Flame sect were unwilling, they knew that there was no other way. Of course, Xiangju would not lower his voice to Xue Xinhua. Therefore, after sending the disciples away, he left directly. Baigu looked down at the crowd from high in the sky and said, "A bunch of delicious food. Unfortunately, that place seems to be the Black Dragon King's territory. Stupid to provoke him now. Forget it, I'll let you live a little longer." Su Yan's guess was right. Baigu was indeed afraid of the Black Dragon King, and did not even dare to enter his territory. Of course, although Baigu decided to let these disciples go, he already had a better target. That was Xiangju. Compared to Xiangju, that group of disciples appeared far too lacking. After all, Xiangju's cultivation realm and strength were obvious. Only by devouring such a powerhouse would he be able to become stronger. If that guy had not woken up yet, he could still choose to do things step by step. He could start with the disciples with low cultivation, but he could not do it now. According to his understanding of that guy, he would definitely clear the place once he woke up. To him, all living things that stepped into this place were his prey. Fortunately, he had just woken up and should not be able to break free from the seal yet. Therefore, he had to make himself stronger as soon as possible. If he could return to his peak, that would be the best. At that time, he could directly devour that guy. That way, he could become one of the most terrifying experts in the world. Just thinking about it made people excited. Since that was the case, then they would start with this kid called Xiangju. Xiangju decisively turned around and flew forward. However, he soon felt that something was wrong. It was as if something had already targeted him. The corners of Xiangju's mouth rose into a cold smile, and then he said, "So it seems that the monster has already set its sights on me? How interesting. But it's good. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find you. It would be best if you delivered yourself to me." At this moment, Xiangju was not afraid at all. Instead, he revealed a trace of excitement. He naturally knew that this white bone was already very powerful. However, he estimated that this kind of strength was still within the range of his control. What he was most afraid of was that Bai Gu would directly attack his junior brothers and the disciples of the Taihang sword faction. Fortunately, his previous guess was correct. That white bone was afraid of that area. Xiangju did not slow down. Instead, he maintained his original speed as if he did not know that he was being targeted by Bai Gu. He only stopped when he reached a relatively open area. "Come out. I know you've been following me. Do you think I'm your prey? Then let me see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeves." Xiangju said directly. "Kacha kacha." The sound of low footsteps could be heard. Then Bai Gu finally walked out. Its skull looked straight at Xiangju. Being stared at by Bai Gu, Xiangju suddenly felt a chill. At this moment, a thought suddenly transmitted to him. "You're really an interesting prey." Just this one sentence was enough to ignite the flames of anger in his heart. This kind of guy actually called him prey. This was a crime that deserved to die 1,000 times. Xiangju sneered and said, "Very well. Because of this sentence, I've decided to break all your bones." The fire dragon armor appeared. Facing this strange skeleton, Xiangju did not dare to be careless. Instead, he directly brought out his most powerful strength. "Fire dragon armor? I really didn't expect that a brat like you would actually obtain such an armor. But it's just as well. My white bone body is still a little fragile. Before white bone flesh grows, having such an armor as a defense is the best thing that can happen." It was at this moment that the pale white flames within the skull erupted. As soon as the strong flames suddenly appeared, Xiangju was immediately incomparably shocked. Because at this moment, an extremely terrifying mountain of corpses suddenly appeared in his heart. Endless undead roared in his ears. It was as if they wanted to tear his soul out. At this moment, his spirit was completely shaken. Bai Gu sneered. "What a delicate prey. Your body's strength is not bad, but your spiritual willpower is ridiculously weak. But it doesn't matter. I'll kindly accept your strength." Its voice lingered in Xiangju's ears, and Xiangju became absent-minded. Bai Gu's bony arm directly reached for his throat. He had already seen this scene, but his body did not listen to his orders at all. At this moment, his entire body was so stiff. "Am I going to die? Am I, Xiangju, going to die in the hands of a skeleton like this? No, I'm not willing, I'm not willing." He kept shouting in his heart. At this most critical moment, the fire dragon armor suddenly surged with flames, and then it let out a low dragon roar. After the dragon roar, Xiangju immediately felt that he could control his body again. Chapter 559. To Xiangju, this trip to the ruins was truly the greatest blow to him. In reality, he was defeated by Su Yan. Then, he was directly defeated by this white skeleton. What made him feel most aggrieved was that he didn't even have the chance to fight with this white skeleton. He didn't know what that white flame was, but it was able to intimidate his soul. If it wasn't for the dragon soul of the fire dragon armor roaring at the last moment, he would probably be dead by now. Although his combat strength wasn't any weaker than the white skeleton and was even stronger than it, he could only choose to escape at this moment. That was because he had no way to break through the white flame. Moreover, he couldn't guarantee that the dragon soul of the fire dragon armor would explode to help him the next time. Therefore, he could only use all his strength to escape. However, at this moment the white skeleton was chasing after him. It was chasing after Xiangju at an extremely fast speed. This was his prey. He had to kill him. Not only because of Xiangju but also because of the fire dragon armor. If he could devour the dragon soul of the fire dragon armor, his strength would immediately increase by another level. Therefore, he wouldn't give up no matter what. Moreover, he was sure that Xiangju didn't have any strength to resist him at this moment. As long as he could catch up to him, he would be his prey. After Su Yan left the cave, he wasn't in a hurry to go to the core area. That was because under such circumstances, it wasn't a wise choice to go there rashly. He was waiting for someone to take the lead. Thinking about it, there would definitely be someone who would make a move there. Now, he was moving slowly and was able to explore some interesting things. For example, he could hunt some rare demonic beasts in the outside world and obtain their monster cores. These monster cores were definitely good stuff. He could directly absorb the demonic energy within to refine his body. Su Yan had already killed 5 demonic beasts in the dragon realm. The monster cores of these demonic beasts were simply great nourishment for him. At this moment, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the first dragon in the dragon realm. He could probably break through to the second dragon realm at any time. Being able to break through the realm of 2 dragons in such a dangerous illusion was naturally a good thing. At this time, every time Su Yan's realm increased, his combat strength would undergo a tremendous change. As long as his battle prowess increased, even if he had to fight with Wang Baichuan again, he would not be afraid. After a while, he found the 6th dragon realm demonic beast. Seeing the prey, Su Yan naturally decided to slaughter it. However, just as he was about to attack, 2 extremely powerful auras came from the sky. The moment these auras appeared, the dragon realm demonic beast was immediately frightened. At this moment, Su Yan had no intention of chasing after the demonic beast, because he'd sensed that both auras were extremely familiar to him. The aura at the forefront belonged to Xiangju. To Su Yan, Xiangju was a boy who delivered treasures. Thanks to the ruby and the flame tree sapling, his solar-colored glazed sword sutra achieved another breakthrough, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of the one dragon realm. As for the jade pendant, it seemed to be even more mysterious. Although the current Su Yan had not completely comprehended it, he knew that it was definitely an extraordinary item. As for the aura behind Xiangju, Su Yan was even more familiar with it. White bone skeleton. I really didn't expect that Xiangju would be chased by the white bone skeleton. This white bone skeleton's strength is already stronger than before. How terrifying. This kind of speed of improvement is simply terrifying. Su Yan's heart trembled slightly. Although he had long known that this white bone skeleton was definitely extraordinary, he did not expect it to be so terrifying. After it grew up, it would probably be even more terrifying. This white bone skeleton and him were destined to be enemies. No, it should be said that the white bone skeleton had already treated him as prey, and would definitely come to kill him. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to directly eliminate it, it would be extremely good. On account of the 3 treasures you gave me, I'll save your life. Since he had already made up his mind, Su Yan did not stay any longer and directly rushed into the sky. At this time, Xiangju was really in a dilemma. The white bone skeleton was getting closer and closer to him. Because the previous roar seemed to have exhausted all his strength, there was not much power left in the fire dragon armor. Moreover, his divine sense had been severely injured by the white bone skeleton. Once the power of the fire dragon armor was exhausted, he would definitely die. When he thought that he was about to be gnawed by such an ugly white bone skeleton and turned into a bag of bones, he felt incomparable fear. At this time, a powerful aura suddenly appeared. Su Yan. He would never forget this aura because just a few days ago, this person had directly defeated him and made him taste the taste of defeat. If he saw Su Yan at any other time, he would definitely gnash his teeth in hatred. However, at this time he was only filled with joy. Su Yan, save me. As long as you're willing to save me, I'll give you the fire dragon's tooth. As for the others, as long as I have them, I'll give them all to you. Xiangju was really terrified now. In order to live, he was really willing to pay any price. Su Yan. He originally wanted to save him, but he insisted on giving him treasures. Then what should he do to save him? or save him. At this time, the white bone skeleton also discovered Su Yan's existence. However, this time he did not retreat because the prey was already in front of him. He had already made up his mind to use methods to directly intimidate Su Yan. Even if it was only for a short while, it would be enough. Then, he would use this opportunity to directly take Xiangju away. The main thing was to devour Xiangju and the dragon soul in his fire dragon armor. Then, his strength would rapidly increase. At that time, Su Yan would naturally be nothing. "Kid, get out of my way." Then the pale flame flashed again. That violent power suddenly appeared, and Xiangju's heart trembled. This was because he had been directly made miserable by such a light earlier. "Su Yan, be careful." If it was under normal circumstances, he would naturally want Su Yan to die. However, it was different now. Su Yan was his only life-saving straw. If Su Yan had even the slightest accident at this time, he would definitely die. He had already suffered a loss under this move, so he was extremely fearful of this move. However, Su Yan did not panic at all. This was because before this, he already knew that this white bone skeleton had extremely terrifying mental power. It was because of this that he could repeatedly succeed in sneak attacks. Therefore, when facing this monster, how could he not be prepared at all? In his sea of consciousness, the power of the soul-suppressing seal had already been displayed. When this light directly descended on him, the power of the soul-suppressing seal immediately erupted. The soul-suppressing seal was a treasure of the Stupa sect. It was extremely effective against the divine soul. Moreover, Su Yan still had the scarlet spirit fire in his body. White Bone's original plan was indeed good, but it did not expect Su Yan to have the soul-suppressing seal. Just as it released its power, it was directly suppressed by the soul-suppressing seal. Immediately after, he let out a miserable cry, and that pale white flame became slightly weaker. Stupa sect, soul-suppressing seal. Good, very good. Kid, I will definitely come back to kill you. White Bone felt that something was wrong and immediately fled, not daring to stay at all. This time its speed was actually faster than when it was chasing after Xiangju. Xiangju was shocked and immediately understood. It turned out that this guy did not explode with his full speed to chase after him at all. Otherwise, there would be no way for him to survive. At this time, his entire body was still trembling. Death was really too frightening. At this time, Su Yan turned his head, then looked at Xiangju and said, "Xiangju, do you know why you lost to me in a battle with me?" Xiangju's expression turned cold. He did not know why Su Yan suddenly said this. Was he trying to mock him? However, even if the other party wanted to mock him, there was nothing he could do. After all, first, the other party directly defeated him. Second, this time, if not for Su Yan this time, he was afraid that he would have died here immediately. However, Su Yan continued, "Your talent and cultivation are first class. Logically speaking, between you and me, you have a higher chance of winning. However, you should have also realized that during the battle, you were not decisive enough. To be honest, you did not experience enough life and death battles." Hearing this, he had already calmed down. Life and death battles were not enough? Su Yan continued, "Of course, I understand that a person like you, who is of noble birth and good talent, your family and sect will definitely arrange many battles for you to fight and kill. However, ask yourself honestly, have you never felt the threat of death? Or rather, every time you fight, you are actually confident, and you have never fought a battle that you were confident in at all?" At this time, he had completely fallen silent because thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true. When he was still young, every time he went out to carry out a mission, there would be a Tao protector following behind him. As a result, he did not need to worry about his own safety at all. Chapter 560. I understand what you mean. Thank you for your guidance. Although Xiangju had always been proud and arrogant, he had no choice but to admit this point at this time, because what Su Yan said was not wrong. He lacked the courage to face life and death. Thinking about it carefully, this might be the reason why he could not be compared to his brother. It turned out that he had been too blind and arrogant all this time. If it was not for Su Yan's help these few days, he was afraid that he would have died directly. Thinking of this, although he was still unwilling to accept Su Yan in his heart, he already felt grateful. With a flip of his palm, a scarlet-red flame appeared in his hand, and then he said, "Su Yan, no matter what, it's all thanks to you that I was able to survive today. This is the fire dragon's tooth that I promised earlier. A flame flew directly into Su Yan's hand. Compared to the flame ruby and the flame tree sapling, this fire dragon's tooth was even better. Especially now that he was still in the dragon realm, it was even more amazing. This fire dragon's tooth contained extremely pure dragon qi. If he could completely comprehend it, his cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. This fire dragon's tooth is far more precious than the flame tree sapling and the scarlet ruby. I think you will definitely have a use for it. As for the rest, consider it as me owing you first. Although Xiangju was arrogant, he was also a straightforward person. He knew that the reason he could survive this time was all because of Su Yan. Therefore, although these things were incomparably precious, he was not stingy and directly took them out. Su Yan took the fire dragon's tooth and immediately felt the dragon qi boiling and the blazing flame burning. It was as if it was going to directly burn his hand. Haha, young Master Xiangju, you are really too polite, Su Yan said with a smile. He always felt that he had taken 3 treasures from others. At this time he also took such a precious fire dragon's tooth. He felt a little embarrassed. Of course, even though he felt a little embarrassed, he still put the item into his own pocket without hesitation. Seeing Su Yan put away the fire dragon's fang, Xiangju's face twitched a little. However, in the end he still said directly, Su Yan, I will remember this favor. But the next time we meet I will definitely defeat you. When that time comes I will definitely take back what you took from me. After he finished speaking, he left in a flash. Su Yan could only sigh helplessly as he watched Xiangju leave. If you really become so powerful next time, I won't bet with you anymore. You're really a brat. If this sentence was heard by Xiangju would probably immediately go berserk or even directly vomit blood. Su Yan landed on the ground and took out the fire dragon's tooth. The fire dragon's tooth appeared in his hand once again, and the powerful dragon qi immediately began to boil. Su Yan's guess was not wrong. There was indeed a great secret behind this. That is, the dragon qi here can sense the dragon qi in his body. At this time the demonic dragon's blood was circulating even faster. Unknowingly, it began to directly devour the dragon qi. On the fire dragon's tooth, the shadow of a fire dragon directly appeared. It's just that this fire dragon's shadow was too small, only the size of a palm. However, when this shadow appeared, it immediately roared at Su Yan. Obviously, it had sensed the demonic dragon's blood in Su Yan's body. The great demonic dragon is indeed the enemy of the dragon race. Even if the demonic dragon's blood is hidden, a real dragon would still be able to sense it. I have to pay attention to this. Otherwise, if I encounter an enemy of the great demonic dragon in the future, such as the 5 great dragon gods, I'm afraid I would immediately die without a burial place. Also, Su Yan's palm fiercely clenched. At this time the fire dragon's tooth flashed with scarlet light. This light directly cut Su Yan's palm, and Su Yan's blood directly flowed out. The blood soon stained the fire dragon's tooth. As the blood flowed out, an extremely strong dragon roar erupted from the fire dragon's tooth. If this scene was seen by Xiangju, he would probably be shocked. The fire dragon's tooth was naturally extremely precious, but it was difficult to absorb the power in it. If it was really so easy to do, he wouldn't have kept the fire dragon's tooth until now. For him, this fire dragon's tooth was more inclined to be a reserve weapon. When he had enough conditions, he would directly integrate this fire dragon's tooth into his sword, and then become a more powerful holy sword. Of course, doing that was not bad, but compared to what Su Yan was doing at the moment, it was too far away. Because at this time, Su Yan directly used the demonic dragon's blood in his body to force out the remaining dragon soul of the fire dragon's tooth, and then directly devoured it. For this, Su Yan did not have any psychological burden. As the dragon soul was gradually devoured, Su Yan's dragon energy also became more vigorous. In the end, the vital energy in his body directly went berserk, and even directly turned into an extremely terrifying energy. A stream of dragon qi gradually appeared around his body. This was the symbol of Su Yan's one dragon in the dragon realm. At this time the dragon energy gradually became blurred, and in the end it even manifested into 2 dragon shadows. As soon as these 2 dragon shadows appeared, Su Yan's entire aura became even more unfathomable. At the same time, the light in his eyes became extremely deep. A faint dragon roar directly erupted from Su Yan's body. The demonic dragon's wings also appeared in a flash. Amazing, it actually allowed me to step into the two dragons' realm. Su Yan was extremely surprised. A fire dragon's tooth actually directly pushed his cultivation to the next level. At this time, Su Yan did not think too much and immediately took out the scarlet ruby and the flame tree sapling. These two items both contained extremely powerful flame energy. If it was under normal circumstances, he could only slowly absorb the energy from them. But now, after breaking through this point, he could directly devour all of the energy within. The scarlet ruby and the flame tree sapling floated beside Su Yan, and the powerful energy within directly dissipated from them. This energy was like the rolling waves of the sea. At this time, outside Su Yan's body, the two dragon souls that had just formed swarmed forward and began devouring these two treasures. The dragon souls that he condensed could actually devour treasures. At this time, Su Yan was extremely surprised. Of course, at this time he did not care about this. Since these two dragons wanted to devour, then let them be. He only began to cultivate the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture. As the sword scripture was activated, a blazing light condensed in front of him. Gradually, Su Yan suddenly realized that the problems that were previously troubling him seemed to have been solved. This was because as the power was activated and the dragon souls devoured, his body began to emit the aura of a fire dragon. The power of the flames had already concealed the smell of the demonic dragon's blood. In this way, as long as he did not encounter a truly powerful dragon, ordinary people would not be able to tell that he had the demonic dragon's blood in his body. One should know that at that moment, even his demonic dragon wings had turned crimson. Good. This is really a pleasant surprise. Su Yan's expression was excited, and his eyes were even more dazzling. Since the dragon souls can devour these two treasures, then what about this jade pendant? He suddenly thought of that jade pendant. Although that jade pendant looked very ordinary, he still remembered Xiangju's face full of hatred when he first collected this jade pendant. He thought that this jade pendant must be very extraordinary. Su Yan probed the jade pendant with his power again, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. He did not get the slightest response at all. If this was just an ordinary jade pendant, a little bit of his power would be enough to destroy it directly. Su Yan was not willing to give up and directly dripped his blood on it. This time the jade pendant finally changed. On top of the jade pendant, there was a bright light rising directly. The intense radiance was so dazzling that it could blind one's eyes. Then a figure flashed out from the jade pendant. The moment this figure appeared, Su Yan's heart almost stopped beating. He only felt that there was a god standing in front of him. According to legend, the fierce flame sect was the inheritance of the ancient fire god. That figure looked at Su Yan with a blank expression. Su Yan only felt that his body was exceptionally heavy. At this moment, an illusory phalanx appeared on his left hand. When the phalanx appeared, it directly pierced toward the illusory figure. The moment the phalanx appeared, the illusory figure immediately became spirited and directly exploded with an extremely terrifying heat. At this moment, Su Yan's hair began to burn directly. He was really in an extremely sorry state. Fortunately, at this moment the square seal and the soul-suppressing seal flashed at the same time and blocked this power. Otherwise, Su Yan would not be as simple as having a few strands of hair burned off. At this moment, the phalanx did not have any scruples and directly pierced in front of the illusory figure. The power of both sides met directly. In the end, on top of the phalanx, a shadow actually flashed. That was the heavenly demon's shadow. Su Yan was extremely surprised. The reappearance of the heavenly demon's shadow must be because of the shadow in the jade pendant. Real God raging fire. The illusory figure directly said these 4 words. Su Yan could not understand these 4 words at all, but his soul clearly knew these few words. That is really the fire god. Su Yan was shocked. Heavenly demon slaying god. At this moment, the heavenly demon's phalanx suddenly pressed down and a monstrous demonic aura directly rushed to the sky. The intensity of the demonic aura was extremely terrifying. It was not inferior to the aura that suddenly appeared previously. Chapter 561. The heavenly demon projection had already given him a lot of pressure, and now it was showing such a strange scene again. The most important thing was that such a thing existed in his body. What if he came back to life one day? What should he do then? However, he couldn't care less about that now. He had already recovered and left the place where he was cultivating in seclusion. The moment he walked out, he suddenly realized that the sky seemed to have become much gloomier. No, it wasn't just gloomy. The sky seemed to have become much lower. The sky was supposed to be boundless, and no one could see the end of it. But at this moment, the sky seemed to be not far from his head. It was as if the sky alone was able to awaken the deepest fear in one's heart. Su-yen looked in a certain direction. Perhaps everyone was looking in that direction as well. That was because there was a dark ray of light that pierced through the sky. The energy released from the center of the light was terrifying. But it also seemed to contain an unimaginable treasure. Although it wasn't very clear, the same thought appeared in everyone's mind at the same time, and that was to obtain the treasure. It was as if as long as they obtained the treasure, they could own the entire world. Even those who weren't strong enough had this thought in their minds. Just like the disciples of the Taihang sword faction that Su-yen had placed in the Black Dragon territory, some of them even wanted to go to the core area. It was as if this thought had been planted in their minds for a long time. This was truly a very strange thing. It was as if they couldn't control themselves, and their minds were being robbed. Of course, the Taihang sword faction was guarded by Luo Xiaohu and Xue Xinhua. So naturally, no one left. However, there were disciples of the Fiery Flame sect who went to the core area. At that moment, in a dark corner, the white skeleton stood out again. Its head was facing the direction of the dark ray of light. Damn it, you bastard from the Stupa sect. I'll definitely get even with you. The soul flame in the skull flickered continuously. He was obviously extremely angry with Su-yen. If not for Su-yan's sudden appearance, Xiangju would have already died in his hands. Once Xiangju died, he would be able to obtain a lot of things. He would probably be able to recover a lot of his strength in an instant. Moreover, although he had escaped extremely quickly, the soul-suppressing seal had still brought him a certain amount of negative effects, causing his entire soul to become unstable. Fortunately, there were quite a number of humans who entered this damned place this time. This was especially true for those rogue cultivators. They were even easier to kill after devouring the lives of many people. His condition finally took a turn for the better, and it was even better than before. Devouring these trash doesn't seem to be of much use anymore. Now it's time to head over there and see if I can intercept and kill some real experts. That guy seems to be of great help to me. That's very pleasant. As he laughed, his skeleton continued to walk forward. Under the dome of heaven, a black shadow gradually rose into the sky. This black shadow seemed to be the ruler of this world. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this black shadow. To be more precise, at the center of the black shadow, there was something shining brightly. Although no one could see clearly what it was, everyone in the ruins wanted to get their hands on it. The soul-suppressing seal and the square seal are both moving. It seems like this has something to do with the Stupa sect. I wonder if Aya and the gang know about this thing's existence. Thinking of that, Su-yen sent his consciousness into the four-way seal to communicate with the artifact spirits inside the four-way seal. Aya and the gang. Big brother Su-yen, that seems very familiar. Aya feels that he is very dangerous. However, the square seal is not complete after all, so there are some things that I can't remember completely. However, if possible, big brother Su-yen, please stay away from this thing. Aya directly transmitted her words to Su-yen after sensing this aura. Su-yen did not expect Aya to reply to him in such a way. Although this thing was indeed dangerous, he would not choose to back down now. There were too many dangers in this world. If he had chosen to back down in the face of danger, he would not have reached where he was now. Of course, since Aya had said so solemnly, he could not afford to be careless. As Feng Yuhai walked over, a faint smile appeared in his eyes when his gaze landed on the huge black shadow. This is really a good thing. I wonder how many people will die for this thing. Haha. I'm really looking forward to it. He was still as calm as ever, full of mystery. As for the person beside him, he was expressionless like a mountain peak. This person was Wang Baichuan. Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were actually together. Wang Baichuan said straightforwardly, "If you want to snatch the treasure, you'll naturally have to die. Maybe I'll die there and maybe you'll die there too. There's nothing strange about that. When we set foot on this land, we should be mentally prepared." Feng Yuhai chuckled and did not continue speaking. Instead, he suddenly changed the topic and said, "Why didn't you show your true skills when you fought Su Yan that day? I think that as long as you bring out your true strength, that Su Yan will definitely not be a match for you." He asked casually. Others might not know, but Feng Yuhai knew that Wang Baichuan was far from showing his true strength that day. Otherwise, the outcome of that battle would not have been a lose-lose situation. Wang Baichuan sneered and said, "Feng Yuhai, don't you like to hide your strength the most? What's more, I don't care about Su Yan. My true opponent is Xiang Yunfei." Wang Baichuan's words showed that what Xiang Ju said was true. Wang Baichuan had actually lost to Xiang Yunfei. Xiang Yunfei, it's said that this person is the reincarnation of the fire god. He's really an amazing guy. However, you only lost to him by half a move, so it's not bad. However, I think that this Su Yan is also an extremely powerful genius. I'm really looking forward to your next battle. Wang Baichuan said coldly. If he can survive and reach that place, there will naturally be a battle. Which expert wouldn't be tempted by the treasure that suddenly appeared in the sky? However, there was only one treasure, so naturally everyone would fight for it. Even the disciples of the same sect were the same. "Aha, well said. Let's go. I think there are already people ahead of us. I heard that those guys from the devil sect have also come this time. I'm really looking forward to it." At this time, those who could get close to the core area were all true powerhouses. This place had become a paradise for the powerhouses. As for the weak, they had either left quietly or left their corpses in some inconspicuous place. Of course, there were more unfortunate people who had become food for others. At the foot of the dark curtain, many disciples of the devil sect had already arrived. Among them, one person was particularly outstanding. He was very tall and very thin, but no matter what, he was really a handsome man. His eyes were calmly looking at the sky. At this time, another person from the devil sect walked to his side. "Crown Prince, there are already many powerhouses coming here." The person who spoke had an unusually strong aura all over his body. His entire body was filled with an incomparably domineering aura. He was already a four-dragon powerhouse. However, towards the man in front of him, he appeared to be exceptionally respectful and humble. That person nodded and said, "Let them come. If they don't come, how are we going to carry out our plan? It's just that those guys from the ghost-killing hall seem to be a little slow." Hearing this person's nonchalant words, the Four Dragons expert said even more humbly, "Crown Prince, we've just contacted Luo Senator. There's been an accident with their operation. The soul-devouring demon Exalted has already escaped from their control." Hearing this, the person who was called the Crown Prince frowned slightly. In the end, he sneered and said, "The ghost-killing hall is really getting more and more useless. But it doesn't matter. Even if soul-devouring demon is out of control, he will still come here. As the saying goes, a dog can't change its habit. Alright, you guys can leave first. Let us wait for those guys to arrive." Just as everyone was making their way to this place, there were two people who were standing under a big tree, doing some limited work. "Your Highness Crown Prince, do you know the origin of this thing?" Hydralisk asked respectfully. The more time he spent following Duan Mulonghu, the more respect he had for Duan Mulonghu. At the very beginning, he had only agreed to follow Duan Mulonghu to obtain the lost secret technique of the devil sect from Duan Mulonghu to make himself stronger. But now, he was completely convinced by Duan Mulonghu. This devil sect's crown prince, who had revived from the ancient era, was simply flawless. No matter what he did, he was always far-sighted. More importantly, Hydralisk had personally witnessed this man's strength. At the very beginning, Hydralisk and Duan Mulonghu had fought 3 times. Each time, Hydralisk was suppressed by himself and was almost killed by himself. But now, he could no longer sense Duan Mulonghu's true strength. Most importantly, his own strength had also increased by a huge leap. Chapter 562. In our era, this thing was our demon sect's most powerful weapon of war. He is a demon from the abyss, a true demon, he said directly. Hydralisk clearly captured the words true demon. You should know that dragons exist in this world. In the past, the great demon dragon and the 5 great dragon gods were the most powerful existences in this world. Since dragons exist, why can't demons exist? Looking at Duan Mulonghu's smiling face, Hydralisk's heart was filled with fear. Although the demon sect had the word demon in it, it only meant that their way of doing things was close to that of a demon. However, they were indeed real people. Even the legendary great heavenly demon lord was a human. But now Duanmu was telling him that true demons existed in this world. Do you see that huge shadow? That's the soul of a true devil king after his death. And the shining white light in his body is an extremely powerful soul-suppressing artifact. It comes from the Stupa sect. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. The demon king's strength is roughly equivalent to a human venerable. Moreover, he is slightly stronger than the average venerable. If my guess is correct, the sudden appearance of the demon king this time is most likely related to the current demon sect. I really didn't expect that the demon sect would become like this after a few thousand years. It's really distressing. Hydralisk asked, Your Highness, do you think that the reappearance of the demon king this time is related to the sage sect? Duanmu smiled, then said, the demon sect is the demon sect. It's not worthwhile to give themselves such a title. Hydralisk, you must remember clearly that in this world, those hypocritical titles have no meaning. Only the true essence is the most important. If you can't even see through this, then it will be extremely difficult for you to break through to the dragon realm. Hydralisk nodded respectfully. Although it's only a guess, it's not hard to imagine that this group of idiots definitely wanted to use the blood of many experts as a primer to awaken the Demon King. Of course, the reason why they dared to do this was because they definitely left behind some powerful backup plan. However, they still overestimated themselves and underestimated the Demon King. We'll go watch the show. If possible, we'll get some benefits while we're at it. Duanmu was always like this when he did things. But as long as he made a move, he would definitely obtain enormous benefits. It was just like the flames from the meteorite. At this time, Duanmu continued, I wonder how strong our ally has become. I'm really looking forward to it. However, we should be able to see him this time. The ally that Duanmu mentioned was Su Yan. Although he didn't look down on Su Yan, he didn't think much of him either. After all, he always believed that if he really made a move, Su Yan wouldn't be able to survive. Duanmu had always attached great importance to Su Yan. Since Duanmu had such an attitude, Hydralisk naturally couldn't say anything more. Of course, Hydralisk was also a little curious now. What kind of growth would Su Yan have to make Duanmu afraid of him? Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai finally arrived. Looking at the huge shadow in front of them, Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan's faces were filled with fear. At this time, Feng Yuhai said, It seems that there's no mistake. This is the legendary demon race. There were records of the demon race in the Taihang sword faction. Legend had it that a long time ago, the demon race suddenly appeared in the abyss and caused immeasurable damage to the entire continent. However, under the powerful forces, the demon race was defeated in the end. Although there were only a few records, one could still see the strength of the demon race. When Feng Yuhai first saw this record, he even thought that it was just a biography, because how could there be such a terrifying race in this world? They were even more powerful and terrifying than the legendary dragon race. But now, the huge shadow in front of them was very similar to the one in the records. Of course, there was also a difference. The demon race in front of them was much taller and more profound than the one in the records. That terrifying and melodious aura was simply capable of tearing one's soul apart. This terrifying power was incomparably frightening. The demon race really does exist, Wang Baichuan also said. At this time, an extremely strong blazing aura directly appeared. After that aura appeared, both Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai's attention fell on him. The most eye-catching thing about this person was his long red hair. He was referring to Xiang Yunfei from the Blazing Flame sect, the legendary reincarnation of the fire god. Of course, the so-called fire god was a powerful figure in the ancient times who cultivated the power of fire to the peak of the human world. Xiang Yunfei also walked over and said, Of course the demon race exists. Moreover, the one above us is the powerful demon king. If he really wakes up, I'm afraid that ordinary venerable ones will be torn apart by him. He walked to the opposite side of Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan and greeted them with a smile. Xiang Yunfei appeared to be very amiable, as if he was a big brother next door. Unlike Xiang Ju, Xiang Yunfei had a very good reputation in the Blazing Flame sect, and was the idol of many disciples. Of course, those who were really familiar with Xiang Yunfei knew that once he entered the fire god state, he would completely transform into a crazy and murderous demon. However, it was not an easy task to force him into such a state. Wang Baichuan saw Xiang Yunfei and did not say anything. Instead, Feng Yuhai smiled and said, "Senior brother Xiang, long time no see. Your cultivation has become more profound. It's really admirable." Xiang Yunfei also said with a smile, "Junior brother Feng Yuhai, your strength has always been unpredictable. I've wanted to fight with you for a long time. I wonder when you can fulfill my wish?" Looking at Xiang Yunfei's smile, Feng Yuhai shook his head and said directly, "Don't. Taking sword lost to you. Wouldn't I be looking for trouble if I fought with you? However, I believe that senior martial brother Baichuan would very much like to have a rematch with you." Xiang Yunfei was still looking at Feng Yuhai, but he suddenly said, "I heard that this time there are 2 sword leaders in the Taihang sword faction. I wonder what about the other one? To be able to fight with you and not be at a disadvantage, he should be a genius as well." Wang Baichuan nodded and said, "Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that he's a true genius. When I fought with him, his cultivation had just entered the dragon realm." Although it was only a few words, it was enough to express his opinion of Su Yan. Xiang Yunfei's smile became even wider. A person who had just entered the dragon realm could fight with Wang Baichuan. Of course, he also guessed that Wang Baichuan must have a trump card that he had not used yet. Even so, it was already very scary. One had to know that it had always been the few of them who could fight above their level, but now there was such a person. "If that's the case, I really hope to see that person," Xiang Yunfei said. Just as the 3 of them were talking, a streak of light came directly towards them. The 3 of them looked up and saw Xiangju flying over. Then he landed beside Xiang Yunfei and said to Xiang Yunfei, "Big brother, I think you'll see that guy soon." As he spoke, he was still gritting his teeth. After all, his treasures had been taken away by Su Yan. Xiang Yunfei saw Xiangju gritting his teeth and guessed some things. He then smiled and asked, "Why? Have you already fought with him?" Xiangju sighed heavily and said, "Big brother, I'm sorry. I lost. I even lost the flame tree sapling, the scarlet ruby, and the jade to him." Admitting these things was very painful for Xiangju. He was very strong since he was young, and even wanted to surpass his brother. But this time he lost so miserably. However, after going through this life and death situation, he finally understood a lot of things. The most important thing was determination. It was the determination to face death and face oneself head-on. Of course, such a thing was not something that could be comprehended just because one wanted to. It would definitely take some time for him to adapt, and now was the first step to change himself. Xiang Yunfei looked at his younger brother, and suddenly chuckled because he felt that his younger brother seemed to be completely different from before. If it was his younger brother in the past, he would probably not be willing to admit defeat even if he was beaten to death. Xiangju's talent had always been very strong, and he also knew what Xiangju was thinking. Therefore, when he saw the change in Xiangju, he was naturally very happy. "It's good that you have such thoughts. As for the things you lost, it's good to win them back next time. It's just that I'm really curious. I want to see this new Taihang sword faction's talent." In fact, Xiangju was also looking forward to it. Then, his gaze fell on Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. He felt that these 2 people were very strong. Whether it was Feng Yuhai or Wang Baichuan, they were much stronger than he originally expected. It seemed that he had taken many things for granted. He felt that he should be above everyone and had never faced a real failure. Su Yan was right. His temperament was really lacking. "Big brother, I also encountered a skeleton along the way." Xiangju's expression was solemn as he directly told him about being hunted by white bones. Chapter 563. "All right, I'll remember this," Xiang Yunfei said calmly. However, anyone who was familiar with him would know that under his calmness, there was already an extremely strong killing intent. Xiangju said, "Big brother, I'll take care of this myself. When my strength increases, I'll definitely kill that thing." Xiang Yunfei said, "Xiangju, it's good that you have the desire to win, but if you take this too seriously, it will become a burden on you. What's more, since this matter is related to the devil sect, it won't be simple. If you act rashly, I'm afraid you'll only lose your life. If it was before today, even if Xiang Yunfei said this, he wouldn't be convinced. But now he already knew how powerful Xiang Yunfei was, and he deeply understood that what his brother said was absolutely right. If he continued to act the same way as before, he would only die faster. Earlier, his old habit had acted up again, and he hadn't been able to control himself. Xiang Yunfei looked at the sky again and said, "Why do I feel that the appearance of this devil king is related to the devil sect? My brothers from the devil sect, it's time for you to come out." Although Xiang Yunfei's voice wasn't loud, it spread in all directions, and the echoes kept resounding. At that moment a chuckle sounded out, as expected of the fire god Xiang Yunfei. "Your senses are really extraordinary." A figure slowly walked out. At that moment, both Wang Baichuan and Xiang Yunfei frowned at the same time, because they hadn't sensed this person's presence before he had appeared. After all, every single one of them was an outstanding figure in their sex, and they possessed unimaginably formidable strength. However, no one had been able to notice this person when he had appeared, and this meant that his strength was extremely terrifying. In other words, his strength might be above everyone here. However, the seniors of the various sects had clearly done a test, and those whose strength had reached the sixth dragon realm couldn't enter this place. Otherwise, they would be killed by the mysterious aura that existed here. It was also because of this that none of the great elders and experts entered this place. If everyone was in the same realm, then both Xiang Yunfei and Wang Baichuan would be at the peak of the realm. Yet, this person was able to appear right next to them without making a sound. This person either had some special technique that allowed him to hide his presence, or his strength was far above everyone else's. No matter which one it wasn't a good thing for everyone here. Xiang Yunfei looked at the person before him and said in a serious tone, "You are one of the current generation's sons of the demon, Hualong Yun." The son of the demon was the most important figure in the demonic school, but he wasn't the only one. In history, there was once an era where there were 5 sons of the demon. In this generation, the devil sect had 3 sons of the devil. The person before him was one of them, and his name was Hualong Yun. He was slightly older than everyone else here. Of course, this difference in age didn't mean much. What made people's hearts palpitate was his cultivation. Rumor has it that a few years ago, this person's cultivation had already reached the 5-dragon realm. According to his cultivation speed, Xiang Yunfei wouldn't be surprised even if he reached the 9-dragon realm. However, he was here, which meant that his cultivation was only at the 5-dragon realm. If it was an ordinary person, it wouldn't be strange for their cultivation to be stagnant after so many years, but the person before him was different. Whether it was Xiang Yunfei or Wang Baichuan, they didn't think that he had run out of talent and couldn't increase his cultivation. Feng Yuhai asked directly, "Hualong Yun, so you've been suppressing your cultivation at the 5-dragon realm for so many years?" Hualong Yun looked at Feng Yuhai and said, "You're Feng Yuhai from the Sublime Flow Sword sect, right? Other than Wang Baichuan, you're the only powerful opponent in the Sublime Flow Sword sect. Right, I heard that Su Yan appeared recently. I don't know what his cultivation is like, but you're right, I've been suppressing my cultivation for 5 years. During these 5 years, I've cultivated the heart-devouring scripture to an extremely profound level. I might as well tell all of you that none of you are a match for me here." Such a statement was too arbitrary, but at this moment no one doubted it. Everyone here was proud and arrogant, and all of them were extremely talented. Xiang Yunfei didn't care about this and directly asked, "In that case, this demon king was also released by you? Even though you're a demon sect, are you really going to join the demon race?" "Ha ha ha. Xiang Yunfei, you're the reincarnation of the fire god. Don't say such idiotic words. Demon race? In my eyes, they're just a bunch of animals. However, they just happen to be of use to me. Since everyone is here today, I, Hua Yunlong, would like to borrow something from everyone." He looked at the crowd and continued, "This demon king isn't completely dead yet. It's only in a half-dead state. Therefore, I would like to borrow some blood from everyone to revive it." His voice was still so calm, but everyone could already feel the madness in it. Borrow blood? For an expert, this in itself was a great humiliation. How could a powerhouse borrow blood so casually? One had to know that the loss of blood would affect a person's strength. Furthermore, in a world like this, if the blood fell into the hands of the enemy might be able to use the blood to do something. At that time it would be too late to cry. Hua Yunlong, suppressing your cultivation for 5 years is indeed impressive. However, have you lost your mind? You actually want our blood? Xiangju growled. No one would have a good impression of the demon sect. Furthermore, they had just been tricked by the demon sect not long ago. That damned Luo Sun, if he ever falls into my hands one day, I'll make sure his soul is completely annihilated. Hua Yunlong did not care about Xiangju's question. Haha. I've already expected that you wouldn't be so cooperative. However, it doesn't matter. After all, there are many things that you can't decide. I'm going to get this fresh blood today. As the last word fell, his eyes suddenly surged with an extremely strong brilliance. It was an endless murderous aura. It was also at this moment that the wind and clouds gradually rose around the crowd. Formation. Feng Yuhai's expression immediately turned solemn. It was not only him, but the others also had the same expression. It turned out that this damned guy had already made preparations and was waiting for everyone to arrive. In that case, the people from the Devil sect had already taken the initiative from the very beginning. Things seemed to be getting more and more strange. One must know that back then, even the powerhouses of the Venerable Realm from the 3 major sects had entered. Even the Venerable Realm powerhouses knew very little about the setup here. However, the Devil sect was actually able to take the initiative here step by step. From this, it could be seen that the Devil sect's setup here was definitely not simple. To the crowd, this was definitely not good news. Of course, as the saying went, since they were already here, they should take things as they came. It was obviously impossible for them to surrender to the Devil sect. Since that was the case, they could only fight. That's right. This is the Devil sect's Spectre Slaughtering Gods formation. Everyone, since you have come here today, you must leave something behind as a memento no matter what. As he spoke, the rolling black fog had already enveloped them. Under the thick black fog, everyone was gradually hidden in it. The Spectre Slaughtering Gods formation was an extremely powerful formation of the Devil sect. Its most powerful aspect was that it could use the formation to summon all kinds of legendary Devil Clan. Of course, these were not real Devil Clan creatures, but they still possessed extremely terrifying lethality. If one's own strength was not strong enough, they would be killed by the Spectre Slaughtering Gods formation. What was more terrifying was that when a person died in the Spectre Slaughtering Gods formation, he would be absorbed by the formation and become a part of it. In the Great War thousands of years ago, this formation had killed countless people. However, according to legend, this formation was later broken by the 300 holy swords of the Buddha sword sect and disappeared from this world. After so many years, the people had almost forgotten that the Devil sect still had such a powerful formation. However, at this moment, this formation had actually appeared in front of everyone. Everyone's expression had become incomparably solemn. Because if the legend was true, then the strength of this formation would probably exceed everyone's imagination. Previously, Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, Xiang Yunfei, and Xiangju were clearly standing together. However, at this moment when the dust rose, they realized that they were already in a different world. For example, Xiang Yunfei was currently in the Ice Mountain. He was known as the Fire God Incarnation because his control over flames was simply the best in the world. In the Jojo continent, even if the experts of the older generation were included, there were definitely only a handful of people who could surpass him in the path of flames. If they were fighting in the volcano, Xiang Yunfei's strength would probably become even more terrifying. However, at this moment they were in a world of ice and snow, so from a certain point of view, his strength would be restricted. If it was just an ordinary opponent, then it was naturally nothing to him. However, if he were to face experts of the same level, it would very likely be a fatal factor. Xiang Yunfei's gaze was still calm, and he did not panic because of the change of environment. Chapter 564. Alright, I'll remember this, Xiang Yunfei said calmly. However, anyone who was familiar with him knew that under his calmness, there was an extremely strong killing intent. Xiangju said, "Big brother, I'll take care of this myself. Once my strength increases, I'll definitely kill that thing." Xiang Yunfei said, "Xiangju, it's good that you have the desire to win, but if you take this too seriously, it will become a burden for you. Moreover, since this matter is related to the Devil sect, it won't be simple. If you still act rashly, I'm afraid you'll only lose your life." If it was before today, even if Xiang Yunfei said this, he would not be convinced. However, at this time he already knew how powerful the other party was and deeply understood that his brother was absolutely right. If he still acted like before, he would only die faster. Previously, he had only acted up because of his old habits and could not control himself. Xiang Yunfei looked at the sky again and said, "Why do I feel that this Demon King's appearance is related to the Devil Sect? The brothers of the Devil Sect should come out now." Although Xiang Yunfei's voice wasn't loud, it still spread out in all directions, and the echoes continued to echo. At this moment a chuckle was heard. As expected of the fire god Xiang Yunfei, "Your senses are really sharp." A figure slowly walked out of the crowd. At this moment, whether it was Wang Baichuan or Xiang Yunfei, they all frowned at the same time. This was because before this person appeared, they did not sense his existence. One had to know that everyone here was already an outstanding figure in the sect, and had unimaginable strength. However, when this person appeared, no one was able to discover him. This meant that his strength was extremely terrifying. In other words, his strength might be above everyone here. However, back then, the seniors of the various sects had clearly done a test. If one's strength reached the 6 dragons realm, they would not be able to enter this place. Otherwise, they would be directly killed by the mysterious aura that existed here. It was also because of this that none of the elders had entered this place. If everyone was in the same realm, then whether it was Xiang Yunfei or Wang Baichuan, they were already top experts. However, at this moment he was actually able to appear beside them without a sound. This person either had some special method to conceal his aura, or his strength was far above everyone else's. No matter which one it was not a good thing for the people present. Xiang Yunfei looked at the person in front of him and said seriously, "You are one of the current generation's sons of demons, Hualong Yun." The son of the devil was the most important figure in the devil sect, but he wasn't the only one. In history, there was an era where there were 5 sons of the devil, and in this generation the devil sect had 3 sons of devils. The person in front of him was one of them. His name was Hualong Yun. He was slightly older than everyone present. Of course, this difference in age was actually nothing much. What was truly frightening was his cultivation. It was rumored that this person's cultivation had reached the 5 dragons realm a few years ago. According to his cultivation speed, Xiang Yunfei wouldn't be surprised if he had reached the 9 dragons realm at this moment. However, he just had to appear here. This meant that his cultivation was only at the 5 dragons realm. If it was an ordinary person, he wouldn't be surprised if their cultivation didn't improve after so many years. However, the person in front of him was different. Whether it was Xiang Yunfei or Wang Baichuan, they wouldn't think that he had run out of talent and couldn't improve his cultivation. Feng Yuhai asked directly, "Hualong Yun, in that case, you've been suppressing your cultivation at the 5 dragons realm for so many years?" Hualong Yun looked at Feng Yuhai and said, "You're Feng Yuhai of the Taihang sword faction, right? Apart from Wang Baichuan, you're the only other strong opponent in the Taihang sword faction. By the way, I heard that Su Yan has appeared recently. I don't know what his cultivation is like, but you're right. I've been suppressing my cultivation for 5 years. In these 5 years I've cultivated the devil-devouring Heart Sutra to an extremely profound level. I might as well tell you directly that none of you are my match here." Such a sentence was too arbitrary. However, at this moment no one doubted it. Everyone here was proud and arrogant. Furthermore, they were all talented individuals. Xiang Yunfei didn't care about that and asked, "So you're saying that this Demon King was released by you as well? Although you're from the devil sect, are you really going to side with the devil race?" "Ha ha ha. Xiang Yunfei, you're the reincarnation of the fire god. You shouldn't say such idiotic words. Devil race? In my eyes they're just a bunch of animals. It's just that these animals happen to be useful to me. Since everyone is here today, I, Hua Yunlong, would like to borrow something from everyone." He looked at everyone and continued, "This Demon King isn't completely dead yet. It can only be said that he's in a half-dead state. Therefore, I would like to borrow some blood from everyone so that he can be revived." He still spoke so calmly, but everyone could feel the madness in his voice. Borrow blood? To a powerhouse, this was a huge insult in itself. For a powerhouse, how could fresh blood be borrowed so casually? After all, the loss of blood would affect a person's strength. Moreover, in a world like this, if the blood fell into the hands of the enemy, the enemy might be able to use the blood to do something. When that time came, it would be too late to cry. Hua Yunlong, suppressing your cultivation for 5 years is indeed very impressive. But could it be that you've lost your mind? You actually want our blood? Xiangju shouted directly. Most people didn't have a good impression of the devil sect, not to mention that they had been tricked by the devil sect not long ago. That damned Rosen, if one day he falls into my hands, I'll definitely destroy his soul. Hua Yunlong didn't care about Xiangju's question at all. Haha, I've long expected that you wouldn't cooperate like this, but it doesn't matter. After all, there are many things that are not up to you. This blood, this Hua will definitely take it today. As the last word fell, an extremely intense brilliance suddenly surged in his eyes. It was an endless murderous aura. It was also at this moment that the wind and clouds suddenly rose around everyone. Formation. Feng Yuhai's expression immediately became serious. Not only him but everyone else was the same. It turned out that this damned guy had already made preparations long ago and was waiting for everyone to come here. In that case, the people from the devil sect had already taken the initiative from the beginning. Things seemed to be getting weirder and weirder. One had to know that back then, the supremacies of the 3 major sects had all entered. Even the supremacies knew very little about the layout of this place. However, the devil sect was actually able to take the initiative step by step here. It could be seen that the devil sect's layout of this place was definitely not simple. This was definitely not good news for everyone. Of course, as the saying went, since they were already here, they should take things as they came. It was obviously impossible for them to surrender to the devil sect. Since that was the case, they could only fight. That's right. This is the devil sect's Devil Shadow Divine Slaughtering Formation. Everyone, since you're here today, then no matter what, you must leave something behind as a memento. As he spoke, the rolling black fog had already enveloped them. Under the thick black fog, everyone was gradually concealed within it. The Devil Shadow Divine Slaughtering Formation was an extremely powerful formation of the devil sect. The most powerful thing about it was that it could summon all kinds of legendary devils through the formation. Of course, these were not real devils, but they still had extremely terrifying destructive power. If one's strength was not strong enough, they would be directly killed by the Devil Shadow. What was even more terrifying was that when a person died in the Devil Shadow Divine Slaughtering Formation, they would be absorbed and become a part of the formation. In the Great War thousands of years ago, this formation had killed countless people. However, according to legend, this formation back then was directly destroyed by the Buddha Sword sect's 300 holy swords and disappeared from this world. After so many years, people had almost forgotten that the devil sect had such a powerful formation. However, at that moment the formation actually appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone's expressions had become extremely solemn. This was because if the legend was true, then the strength of this formation was probably beyond everyone's imagination. Previously, Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, Xiang Yunfei, and Xiangju were clearly standing together. However, at this moment when the smoke and dust rose, they found that they were already in different worlds. For example, Xiang Yunfei was currently in the Ice Snow Mountain. He was known as the Fire God Transformation, and his control of flames was simply unparalleled in the world. In the continent of the 9 provinces, even if the powerhouses of the older generation were included, there were definitely only a handful of people who could surpass him in the path of flames. If they were fighting in a volcano, Xiang Yunfei's strength would probably become even more terrifying. However, at this moment they were in a world of ice and snow, so from a certain extent, his strength would be restrained. If it was just an ordinary opponent, it would naturally be nothing to him. However, if he was facing a powerhouse of the same level, it was very likely to be a fatal factor. Xiang Yunfei's gaze was still calm, and he did not panic at all because of the change in the environment. Chapter 565. Whether it was Xiangju, Feng Yuhai, or Wang Baichuan, all of them were trapped in different environments. Moreover, without exception, the environment here was extremely unfavorable to them. This was the terrifying part of the demonic shadow god-slaying formation. There was definitely a reason why this array formation had such a ferocious reputation back then. One had to know that back then, countless powerhouses had fallen in this formation, and many of them were supreme powerhouses at the Venerable Realm. Fortunately, this formation was no longer the same as before. If the real demonic shadow god-slaying formation was here, They wouldn't need to resist at all because it would be meaningless. Hua Yunlong was still smiling faintly as he watched the formation open. Crown Prince, these people have all entered the formation this time. As long as we can keep them here forever, I don't think anyone in the sect will be able to compete with you. His subordinate appeared again and said to him. Hua Yunlong shook his head and said, "You're really ambitious. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to catch all of them in one go. Their strength can't be underestimated, but it's fine because I never thought of defeating them with this broken formation. I only need their blood, that's all. Alright, you go and preside over it. I need to suppress the core of the formation. You're right, as long as this plan succeeds, no one in the entire Devil Sect will be able to compete with me. I will become the true Devil Sect Crown Prince. In the Devil Sect, there might be a few sons of devils, but there could only be one Crown Prince. In this generation of the Devil Sect, Hua Yunlong, Shangguansheng, and the mysterious Tu Sumo were all sons of devils, so the Crown Prince would be chosen from the three of them. The Crown Prince of the Devil Sect had an extraordinary meaning, because it meant that he had the qualifications to inherit the entire Devil Sect. Controlling the Devil Sect, these few words were very exciting. How powerful was the Devil Sect? This was not something an ordinary person could imagine. Even the top 10 sects of the 9 regions would not be able to imagine such a thing. For example, this time, be it the Taihang Sword faction or the Fiery Flame sect, although they had sent venerable ones to investigate the situation here. However, what they knew could not be compared to what the Devil Sect knew. From this point, one could see how powerful the Devil Sect was. Don't worry, Crown Prince. Everything is under control. Other than these few people, the others won't be able to cause much trouble. Those rogue cultivators are nothing to be afraid of. Not to mention that they won't be able to make it here, even if they do, they're just here to die. He said calmly. Indeed, the 4 people who were trapped in the formation were the most powerful people in the Fiery Flame sect and the Taihang Sword faction. Of course, they weren't the only experts, but the Devil Sect was the Devil Sect had prepared. Just as this subordinate had said, even if they came here, they would most likely be sending themselves to their deaths. Hua Yunlong said, "It's good to be confident, but you can't be careless. You have to know that it's impossible to control everything in this world. Who knows, a mysterious expert might suddenly appear. Didn't they say that the Taihang Sword faction had a genius who could fight to a draw with Wang Baichuan? Also, that Soul Devourer Venerable, he seems to have escaped from our control." When the subordinate heard Hua Yunlong's words, he immediately nodded respectfully and said, "Crown Prince, don't worry. Even without the trash from the ghost-killing hall, we have already made the most appropriate arrangements." Hua Yunlong nodded and said, "That's for the best." Su Yan looked at the fog that suddenly appeared in front of him and revealed a thoughtful expression. There really is an ambush here. The Devil Sect is really powerful. They were actually able to make such arrangements in the ruins. Su Yan had already reached the edge of the demonic shadow god slaughtering formation, but he did not rashly step in, because until now the information he knew was still too little. Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, Xiang Yunfei, and Xiang Ju, the 4 of them have already entered. This kind of lineup is already luxurious enough, but I don't know who else will come next. At this moment, Su Yan was hiding in a hidden corner and watching coldly. At this moment, a figure appeared not far away from him. Su Yan had never seen this person before, but like him, he was also very cautious. Seeing this person's appearance, Su Yan thought of himself. He was very careful, and his strength was not weak. In terms of cultivation, he had already reached the 3rd to 4th dragon of the dragon realm. Such a realm was already comparable to the most outstanding disciples of the top sections. A rogue cultivator. Su Yan quickly determined that the person in front of him was definitely a rogue cultivator. To be able to cultivate to this level as a rogue cultivator, this person is not simple. Su Yan had not been in the 9 provinces for long, although he already knew some sections. However, he did not know much about rogue cultivators. This was normal because in the eyes of the experts of the sects, rogue cultivators were really insignificant and were even looked down upon by them. However, one had to admit that there were also amazing people among rogue cultivators. For example, there was a very famous rogue cultivator, Kuang Dao. He relied on a broken saber in his hand to force his way to the venerable realm. Among the top 10 sects, even the Devil Sect would not easily offend this person. The young man in front of him was obviously also one of the best among rogue cultivators. Like him, the young man looked at the huge curtain but did not act rashly. He only said, "The demonic shadow god slaughtering formation. The devil sect is really generous. Fortunately, I did not rashly enter, otherwise, I would be exhausted to death." Su Yan did not know about this formation, but it was obvious that the young man knew about it. "Well, I think there will be others who entered. Back then, the Buddha sword sect's 300 holy swords broke the great demonic shadow god slaughtering formation, but this formation in front of me is obviously just a piece of junk. It will be broken sooner or later. At this time I'd better sleep, but I should find a place to hide." The person muttered to himself and then walked towards Su Yan. Su Yan's eyes suddenly burst with a ray of light. He was sure that the other party had found him. One had to know that Su Yan had absolute confidence in his qi condensation technique. However, at this time the other party easily found his location. He did not know how the other party did it, but he was sure of one thing, and that was that the other party was definitely not simple. As for those pretentious words, Su Yan naturally did not take them seriously. He directly escaped from the darkness and said, "Friend, you have good eyesight. I am Su Yan. How should I address you?" The moment Su Yan appeared, the person immediately jumped a step back. However, he quickly calmed down and said, "I am Meng Yang. I really did not expect that Brother Su Yan would be hiding here. It really gave me a shock, but fortunately Brother Su Yan is a good person. Otherwise, I am afraid that I would be a corpse now." Su Yan smiled and didn't say anything because in his opinion, this person was just speaking nonsense in a serious manner. However, even so, Su Yan was not willing to expose him. He just laughed and said, "Haha, Brother Meng Yang. Don't casually give me the good person card. Speaking of which, Brother Meng Yang seems to have some understanding of this formation?" Su Yan asked directly. The rogue cultivator named Meng Yang nodded and then said without hiding anything, "Speaking of which, I do have some understanding of it. This formation is called the Demon Shadow God Slaughtering Formation. From the name, one can tell that it is an extremely powerful formation. In ancient times, when the Devil's Doctrine was still at its peak, it used this formation to kill 27 venerable ones." Su Yan was shocked when he heard this. 27 venerable ones. What a glorious battle record. Every single venerable one was an all-powerful figure with unimaginable power. For example, in the Taihang sword faction, as long as one was a venerable one, they would naturally have an unparalleled status. However, at this moment, the other party was telling him that this formation had killed 27 powerful venerable ones. Of course, Brother Su Yan, there's no need to be afraid. You can tell with a single glance that this grand formation before you is incomplete. It's hard to say exactly how much might it can unleash. Not to mention, there are many experts who have already entered it. With these experts leading the way for us, what are we afraid of?" Meng Yang said indifferently. "Brother Meng Yang, you seem to be very familiar with these things?" Su Yan asked with a smile. Meng Yang first chuckled and then said, "I'm not familiar with them. It's just that I like to collect these things. However, Brother Su Yan has made a wise choice. In my opinion, this relic might be a trap set by the Devil's Doctrine. It's just a pity that someone like me has fallen into it." Meng Yang said with a bitter expression. Hearing Meng Yang's words, Su Yan was startled at first, then asked, "Brother Meng Yang, do you have any guesses? Can you tell me?" Meng Yang chuckled, then said, "Brother Su Yan, I presume that you have already interacted with people from the Devil sect on your way here, right?" Su Yan directly said, "Indeed, I have interacted with people from the Devil sect's ghost-killing hall." "That's it. Brother Su Yan, when you saw the people from the ghost-killing hall, was it that Rosen led the team, and then the people under him were all from the ghost-killing hall? Think about it, when we just stepped into this place, a demonic wind suddenly appeared." Chapter 566. Of course, it's impossible for those bastards of the Devil sect to resist such a terrifying demonic wind. They must have been blown away. However, they must have known about this situation beforehand. That's why they were able to gather in the first place. Su Yan would be too naive if he still didn't understand what Meng Yang was trying to say. These people must have made preparations before they entered this place, so they could quickly contact each other. Although this seemed like an insignificant step, it was actually extremely important. because when others were at a loss and panicking, they could do a lot of things. For example, ambushing and hunting. Su Yan could already imagine that after this, both the Taihang sword faction and the Blazing Flame sect would suffer heavy losses. After all, those who entered this place were all in the top 100. If they didn't die, they would definitely become the pillars of their sects in the future. But now, a portion of them had died, which was a huge loss to the sections. Brother Mengyang, are you saying that the appearance of the ruins this time is a trap set by the Devil sect? Su Yan asked again. Mengyang shook his head and said, the Devil sect is indeed powerful, but it's impossible to say that the appearance of the ruins this time was set up by the Devil sect. But in my opinion, the Devil sect must have discovered the ruins a long time ago and spent a lot of effort to explore it, unlike the Blazing Flame sect and the Taihang sword faction who only did preliminary exploration. But no matter what, Brother Su Yan, you should be careful when facing the Devil sect. This is an extremely strange sect. Su Yan nodded, then pointed at the huge shadow and said, Brother Mengyang, do you know what this thing is? Why is it emitting such a mysterious aura? Mengyang was really like an encyclopedia. He nodded lightly and said, Brother Su Yan, you've asked the right person. This thing is incredible. Brother, do you know if there's a race stronger than the dragon race in this world? You guessed right, that's the demon race. Su Yan instantly broke out in cold sweat. You're the one who told me directly. How am I supposed to guess? However, when he heard the word demon, his expression immediately became extremely solemn. Although he already knew that this was a bizarre world, he was still amazed at this moment. This was because the demon race had always only existed in legends. He had never thought that he would hear these two words at this moment. Are you saying that this huge monster in front of us is a demon? Su Yan asked. Mengyang pulled out a sugarcane out of nowhere and said while chewing on it, yeah, and it looks like it's a demon king. Its level isn't low either. Mengyang suddenly thought of something and continued. By the way, the demon king's strength should be comparable to a human venerable. Those guys in the Devil sect are all crazy. Since this demon shadow god slaughtering formation appeared, I think someone in the Devil sect is interested in this demon king and wants to devour it. This Mengyang knew everything. Su Yan fell into deep thought when he heard his words. Mengyang continued. If I'm not wrong, the one who relies on devouring powerful demons to cultivate is Hua Yunlong, one of the 3 sons of demons of the Devil sect. This guy cultivates the devouring demon heart sutra. If he can devour a real demon, his strength will definitely increase greatly. Now it seems that this guy's ambition is still very big. Devouring demon heart sutra? Is it very powerful? Also, you just said that there are 3 sons of demons. Could it be that there's more than one son of demons in the Devil sect? Su Yan knew that the son of demons was Shangguan Shang. However, the strange thing was that after entering the 9 provinces continent, he had not heard the name Shangguan Shang. Mengyang looked at Su Yan strangely and finally said, Brother Su Yan, you're not from the 9 provinces continent, right? Su Yan was straightforward and directly nodded. Mengyang immediately became pleasantly surprised. What, Brother Su Yan, you're really not from the 9 provinces continent? Then where did you come from? Is it the 5 counties continent? Or is it the legendary? Just as Mengyang was about to say something, a loud sound suddenly came. The two of them looked forward and immediately saw a skeleton appear not far in front of them. As for the skeleton, it started to charge at the fiend shadow god slaughtering formation. When Su Yan saw this skeleton, his eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. When Mengyang saw this skeleton, his face turned bitter and he shouted, Unlucky, really unlucky. I actually encountered this thing again. Hearing Mengyang's words, Su Yan directly asked, Why, Brother Mengyang, have you been chased by this skeleton before? Mengyang could only bitterly smile as he nodded. Then he said, Brother Su Yan, you may not know this, but this damn thing was killing people everywhere. Many people have already died in its hands. These people's deaths have made this skeleton even stronger. If it wasn't for my good luck, I'm afraid I would have been killed by it. A cold light flashed in Su Yan's eyes. He didn't expect the skeleton to be so crazy. It seemed that many people had already died in its hands. At this time, the skeleton's color had completely changed, and there was even a faint layer of gold on its surface. Looks like I have to kill it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be a disaster sooner or later. At this time, Su Yan had already made up his mind. This was because this skeleton and he were definitely going to fight to the death. If he didn't take advantage of this time to kill this monster, when the skeleton completely recovered, the hunting role would immediately be reversed. Therefore, Su Yan had already decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. After hearing Su Yan's words, Meng Yang unconsciously took a few steps back. Then he looked at Su Yan and said, "Brother Su Yan wants to attack this skeleton? If that's the case, Brother Su Yan, you have to be careful. This guy's strength is already very terrifying. If I'm not wrong, his cultivation right now is probably at the level of a 5 dragons expert. It's definitely not easy to deal with." This Meng Yang was not simple. He could even sense this. It was obvious that this person's ability was very strong. Su Yan nodded and then said, "Thank you for your concern, Brother Meng Yang. However, Su is from the Taihang sword faction. This monster must have killed many disciples of the Taihang sword faction. I definitely won't let him get away with it." After saying that, Su Yan flew up into the air. Of course, the Taihang sword faction was only incidental. The real reason was that this guy was too strong and had to die. The skeleton was breaking into the formation. After thinking for a while, Su Yan immediately flew up into the air. Originally, he did plan to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. However, he couldn't do that now. Since the skeleton broke into the formation directly, he must be very familiar with this formation. It should be known that the people in the formation were not simple. They were all first-class geniuses. If these people were killed by this monster and then directly devoured, Su Yan would be even more helpless against it. Therefore, before this guy succeeded, he had to kill him directly. Su Yan's speed was unexpectedly fast. In a trance, his speed had increased to the extreme. After seeing Su Yan leave, Meng Yang spat out the sugarcane residue in his mouth and said, "What a warm-hearted person. There aren't many people like him." "Wait, Su Yan? Where have I heard this name before?" "Oh right, he said that he's from the Taihang sword faction. According to the news, an amazing genius appeared in the Taihang sword faction recently. He actually fought to a draw with Wang Baichuan. Could it be this person? Interesting, very interesting." At this moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Then, he directly rushed towards the phantom formation. Someone who can fight to a draw with Wang Baichuan must be very strong. He should be a good backer. At this moment, in a dark corner, the 3 dragons who were with Hua Yunlong just happened to see this scene. "Baigu? That's the soul-devouring demon sovereign. Rosen is really a good-for-nothing. He actually let that guy escape." However, the 2 people behind him seem to be experts as well. They are actually comparable to the 4 people in the formation. The Crown Prince is really far-sighted. However, since you're here, leave your blood behind. He smiled sinisterly. Breaking into the Spectre Great Array was unexpectedly easy. Su Yan actually did not spend much effort to enter it. However, as soon as he entered the Demonic Spectre Array, he immediately lost the connection with the White Bones. At this moment, he was in a dense forest. It was as if he had returned to the forest from before. Of course, Su Yan knew very well that this was definitely not the forest from before. It was an environment that had been constructed. At this moment, he already felt an extremely cold, murderous intent. What was even stranger was that the murderous intent seemed to come from all directions. It was as if the entire environment he was in was producing murderous intent towards him. It's conscious. It seems to be a mysterious and unknown enemy. Aha, let me see what else this formation has. As he spoke, the scorching sun sword appeared in Su Yan's hand. Blazing sword chi directly burned. The moment the terrifying sword chi rose, Su Yan's aura changed.